We were saying the idea that maybe he should have gone into the 6-yard box, create a run in its 6-yard box, to then create space for then the likes of Bruno to be behind him to have a free shot, which, yeah, possibly the case, but I kind of don't blame Ronaldo for trying to get the cutback either. And it's easy to write it the way that you want it, because yes, you may say that Ronaldo, if he left it, Bruno would have scored, and that's, because it was cut back, and it seemed like it was cut back too far back for Ronaldo, like it was a poor pass to Ronaldo. But if you think of it in a way that it wasn't a pass to Ronaldo, but a pass to Bruno Fernandes, and it was a perfect pass, and then Ronaldo got in the
2-2. No, all of them. Group A played 2 games. Who has Group B, C, D, and E? F is 12, G, H, I, J, K, L hasn't. This is the last.
Way of that, which I do think is harsh, and it's easy to think that Ronaldo took away opportunity, but I don't blame him for going for a cutback either. And then there was another chance which was across in the box as well, which he again had a chance, and it was blocked. I don't think anything he could do with that, because that was such a good block. I don't think there's any people say, oh, he missed a wide open goal. No, it was such a good block. But the evidence is clear here, where Messi is the centre of Argentina's universe despite his age. Ronaldo is quite clearly more of a passenger. Well, Portugal's problems go beyond Ronaldo. Bruno Fernandes was shocking. A lot of the midfield was shocking. Their attack looked like it was just predictable, doing the same thing the entire game. How can you have 75% possession but have less XG than Dior Congo? Portugal's XG was 0.65 when Dior Congo's was 0.87. And this isn't the first game. And look, Argentina lost their first game to Saudi Arabia in the last World Cup. So, things can change really fast. And Portugal maybe can, in the next game, do really well and score a few goals. Maybe that's definitely possible. But the truth is already here. This is how this World Cup's going to play out. And it's sad, and why I feel sad is that across the entirety of history, when Messi does something, Ronaldo responds by doing something same or even better. When Ronaldo does something, Messi responds by doing something greater, even better. That's not possible anymore. It's just not possible. And again, this shouldn't completely change the way see Ronaldo and his legacy and how he was as a footballer. He's just not the same player because he physically cannot do the same things. And that's fine because he's 41 years of age. It just feels so much sadder because we've been raised with this, and it makes it even worse when Messi can still come out to this, maybe winning the World Cup, or he looks like the best player in the entire tournament, whereas Ronaldo on the other side is trying to justify his place in the team. So yeah, this is kind of where we're at, lads. Portugal's next game against Uzbekistan. It's a big opportunity yet again. And if Ronaldo still, yet again, doesn't really do much, or, just kind of feels like he's not really being involved, doesn't score or really create anything, Argentina has Austria, it's going to be interesting to see if it happens yet again. But I kind of feel like we know what's going to happen here. Messi will probably score again, or have a good game, and Ronaldo just probably won't really be involved, and again, just be in the box looking for crosses in the box and negative cutbacks. And that's kind of how the game's going to go. I mean, you've got to be a stupid idiot to think that Portugal's going to win this World Cup. That's not. So comment down below your thoughts, like and subscribe, and England. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on it just yet. It's too soon. See you guys next time. See you.
Now Harry Kane. Elliot Anderson.
Golden generation. That's the term we've become so used to in international football. Almost every country has experienced at least one golden generation where they produce a really incredible group of talented and established players. Germany had their golden generation between 2006 and 2018. Belgium had theirs between 2014 and 2022. And there are nations who have had multiple golden generations, like France and England. Today, though, we want to look at those teams who were in their first real golden generation. generation. Or at least their first in a long time. These are 7 World Cup nations who are currently in their golden generation. And this is your chance to build the jersey collection you've been waiting for. The Goal 90 bundle deal is alive. Buy 2 jerseys and get 10% off. Buy 3 and get 15% off. Buy 4 and get a massive 25% off. Club kits, country kits, retro classics, pick your favourites and save big. And yes, every order comes with free worldwide shipping. The deal runs only until the end of May. Goal 90 bundle deal. Buy more, save more. Shop now at Goal 90 Shop. We'll start with Norway. In the late 2010s, something really beautiful started to brew in Norwegian football. For more than 20 years, the nation had failed to qualify for a major international tournament. But the rise of some really top talents in the 2010s started to give the nation hope of a really bright future. You could say that the country hit the gold mine with Erling Haaland. Having been born in England, he had the option to represent the 3 Lions on the international stage, but he chose Norway, and from the very first day, he was absolutely terrific. At the age of 24, he had already become the nation's record goal scorer, and being one of the outright best players of his generation, it became inevitable that Norway would start to enjoy some success with him leading the attack. They also had Martin Ødegaard, a real wonder kid who, at the age of 15, became the nation's youngest ever player. He has since been able to bring his experience and winning mentality from playing with top clubs like Real Madrid and Arsenal to the national team. And he's been doing a tremendous job as a captain. These two are obviously the biggest faces of the new era of Norwegian football, but they have a really good support cast. For example, Sorloth, Antonio Sousa, Jørgen Strand Larsen, Sander Berg, Julian Ryerson, and Oscar Bob all played for clubs in top European leagues and are recognisable stars. Norway has simply never had this much talent in their national team. Already, this golden generation has started to yield results as they led the nation to World Cup qualification for the first time in 28 years, doing it in real style by winning every single one of their qualifying games. But they'll be hoping to do better than they've ever done at this World Cup by getting past the round of 16 for the first time in the nation's history. Looking at the quality in that squad, they surely can do it. Another team that's currently in its golden generation is Morocco. And we've already seen this crop of players shock everyone after they became the first African nation to reach the semi-finals of the World Cup 4 years ago. You could say that this golden generation began in 2022. They showed real resilience and team spirit at the Qatar World Cup, which helped them beat top teams like Belgium, Spain and Portugal. Then they went on to the 2025 AFCON, where they reached the final for the first time in 22 years and eventually won the trophy, albeit under controversial circumstances. They now find themselves at number 7 in FIFA's world rankings and have started this World Cup campaign in brilliant fashion, holding favourites Brazil to a draw and generally giving a good account of themselves. This Moroccan generation, which features top players like Brahim Diaz, Hakimi Mazraoui, Bonu, Saïd Hardy and a load of other players, will be hoping to surpass what they did at the last World Cup and maybe reach a final or at least finish in 3rd place. Will they be able to? What do you think?
No.
Anyway, Colombia is surely another team in their golden generation. I view that they had a golden generation in the 80s and 90s, but what they've assembled right now is as golden as it has been in a while. This squad combines experience from players like Rodriguez, Johan Mojica, Yerry Mina and David Ospina, with the prime years of players like Luis Diaz, Luis Suarez, Richard Rios, Daniel Munoz and João Arias. This group of players reached the Copa America final in 2024 for the first time in 23 years. And this year they'll be hoping to outdo their 2014 World Cup team by going past the quarter-final for the first time in their entire history. Another South American nation currently in their golden generation is Ecuador. They simply have never had this much talent in their squad in all their history. with Pacho, Hincapié, Ordóñez and Estepinian, they can boast of having one of the best defences at the World Cup. They also have Moises Caicedo, who is one of the best in his position in world football, Andrew Poliez, who is a precocious teenager with a very bright future, and Nelson Angulo, who is a very exciting player to watch. But they still have the guidance of the very experienced Enner Valencia, a striker with an impressive World Cup pedigree. In this squad, Ecuador has a Champions League winner, a Premier League winner, a Club World Cup winner, a European treble winner, and a €100 million player, among others. They simply have never had it this good in their entire history. They had a very impressive qualification campaign, finishing second on the post-world qualifying table, ahead of top teams like Brazil and Uruguay. This tournament didn't start the way they hoped it would after they lost their opening game to Côte d'Ivoire, but they'll still be hoping they can make history this year by making it past the round of 16 for the first time in their World Cup history. And guess what? Hosts USA are also in their golden generation. For years, they've been ridiculed for their failure on the big stages, especially when compared to the women's team. But since they failed to qualify for the 2018 World Cup, there seems to have been a shift in the atmosphere. Now they have top players who ply their trade in top European leagues like Christian Pulisic, Roland Balogun, Serginho Dest, Weston McKennie, Brendan Aronson, Tyler Adams, Anthony Robinson, Giovanni Reina and Timothy Weah. This group of players won the CONCACAF Nations League in 2021 and set a record for wins in a calendar year in USMNT history. They then put together the second youngest squad at the 2022 World Cup, where they reached the round of 16. They would go on to win the CONCACAF Nations League again in 2023 and qualify for the 2026 World Cup in style. To be honest though, this American golden generation has sometimes stumbled, failing to come out of their group at the 2024 Copa America and losing the 2025 CONCACAF Nations League final to Panama. They've started this World Cup campaign on home soil in brilliant fashion, beating
yes.
It was the first time the USMNT scored 4 goals in a single World Cup game. If there was ever a time for the US to make history, it's right now, with their golden generation in front of a home crowd.
You're
And
right,
their co-hosts are also in a golden generation. And we're talking about Canada. This golden generation started just around 2020 and has grown stronger and stronger. This team assembled the nation's first ever UEFA Champions League winner, Alphonso Davies, first ever Serie A winner in Tayon Buchanan, the top European striker in Jonathan David, and other top players like Tani Al-Bassani, and Ismail. In 2022, Canada qualified for only its second ever World Cup after they finished top of their qualification group. That year, they managed to score their first ever World Cup, and this year, in their opening game in front of the home crowd, they secured their first ever World Cup point and are now hoping to reach the knockout rounds for the first time in their history. In June, in between these 2 World Cup campaigns in their first ever Copa America in 2024, they reached the semi-finals, only getting knocked out by eventual champions Argentina. Canada reached number 26 in the official FIFA rankings last year, the nation's highest ever position, and a massive improvement from the 72nd position they found themselves in at the beginning of 2022. Canada's current generation of footballers is surely very golden. Finally, Japan is currently in its golden generation, and you could say that this generation has been around since maybe around 2017. If they become World Cup regulars over the years, they've now reached the knockout rounds in the last 2 tournaments, causing real upsets on the way. Between the 2018 and 2022 World Cups, Japan beat Colombia, Germany and Spain. They also helped Croatia to a draw at the last World Cup, only getting knocked out in penalties. This year they'll be looking to cause more upsets and to make history by reaching the quarterfinals for the first time ever. And well, they've already made a brilliant start by helping the Netherlands to a draw in their opening game. And you know what's even more impressive about this Japan team? They still look so incredible, despite being without some of their biggest stars like Takumi Minamino, Kaoru Mitoma and Wataru Endo. This is one golden generation that's less about individual brilliance and more about how they play as a team. It's no surprise that many have them down as one of the dark horses for this year's tournament. Now, which of these golden generations do you think will get closest to the gold trophy this year? And what nations at this World Cup are in their golden generation? Talk to us in the comments. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Also, turn on the bell notification so that you never miss out on new content. We'll catch you in the next one. Bye.
Still allowed to run on here. Mateus Cunha.
The World Cup is sold to us as the best of football, the biggest stage the game has. And yet every few tournaments, that same stage hands us a moment the sport then spends years trying to lift down. A player who cheats and walks away with it, or a tackle so violent it should end a career with no foul given. Today we're going through 7 of them. Some change the laws of the game, others stained a great player's name for good, and everyone is still argued about today. These are the 7 most disgraceful moments in World Cup history. Number 1, the hand of God. It's the most famous act of cheating the sport has seen, and it happened in plain sight. June the 22nd, 1986. Argentina against England in the World Cup quarter-final in Mexico City. 4 years after the two nations have gone to war over the Falklands. Diego Maradona chased a high ball into the England box alongside the goalkeeper Peter Shilton. It's far taller. Maradona got there first, and he got there with his fist. The ball dropped into the net, and the referee gave the goal. Maradona later described it as a goal scored a little with the head of Maradona and a little with the hand of God. The replays told a very different story, but the match officials who mattered had all missed it. Then came the twist. 4 minutes later, Maradona scored again, beating half the England team from inside his own half. That second goal is regularly voted the greatest in World Cup history. Argentina won 2-1 and lifted the trophy. Number 2, the Battle of Nuremberg. Two of the most stylish teams in world football met in the second round of the 2006 World Cup and produced a draw. Portugal against the Netherlands in Germany. The Russian referee Valentin Ivanov lost control early and never got it back. By full time, he had shown 16 yellow cards and 4 red cards. That is 20 cards in a single match, and it's still the highest disciplinary record for any game in World Cup history. The image that survived was not a goal. It was Deco and Giovanni Van Bronckhorst both already sent off, sitting beside the pitch and chatting while the chaos carried on behind them. Portugal won it 1-0 through Manici, but the result was almost an afterthought. Even the FIFA president, Sepp Blatter, suggested the referee himself deserved a card for the way he ran the line.
Brings the first.
The goal the team last 3 minutes has lifted. Built for the next generation of footballers, more control, faster feet. With the goal. Every session is guided, every touch has purpose. Train at home, train every day. In just 20 minutes, offer is live, 30%. Plus 3 shipping. Don't miss the drop. Also now, a goal.
And there's going to be a change now.
Number 3, Zinedine Zidane's headbutt. This was not a group game or a forgettable knockout tie. It was the World Cup final in front of the entire planet in the last match Zidane would ever play. France against Italy in Berlin. Zidane had already put France ahead from the penalty spot. The score was level on each deep into extra time when he and Italy defender Marco Materazzi exchanged words walking up the pitch. Seconds later, Zidane turned and drove his head into Materazzi's chest. The referee consulted his assistants and sent one of the greatest players of all time off the pitch. France lost the final on penalties. Italy were champions of the world. Materazzi later admitted that he consulted Zidane, although the exact words have never been agreed on by the two men. whatever was said, it cost France their captain at the worst possible moment. Number 4, the disgrace of Dijon. Every other moment on this list involves something happening. This one is disgraceful because nothing did. June 25th, 1982, West Germany against Austria, the final group game of the World Cup in Spain. The maths was simple. Algeria had already finished their group, and a West German win by 1 or 2 goals would put both West Germany and Austria through and send Algeria home. Horst Rubesch scored for West Germany after about 10 minutes. After that, the two teams essentially stopped playing, passing it sideways with no intention of scoring again. The crowd worked it out quickly, and commentators around the world called it a fix in everything but name. West Germany won 1-0. Both German-speaking teams advanced, and Algeria, the side that had beaten West Germany earlier in the same tournament, went out. The outrage was loud enough that FIFA finally acted. From the next tournament on, the final group games kicked off at the same time, so no team could play out the result already knew it needed. Number 5, Luis Suarez's bite. By 2014, Luis Suarez had already been caught biting 2 opponents in club football. Then he did it on the biggest stage of all. Uruguay against Italy in the final group game in Brazil. Both teams needing a result to survive. Late on, Suarez went down holding his own teeth after a tangle with the Italy defender Giorgio Chiellini. Chiellini immediately pulled his shirt down to show the referee a clear set of bite marks on his shoulder. The Mexican referee had seen nothing and waved play on. About a minute later, Diego Godin headed in the winner, and Uruguay went through. So, on the day, the bite changed nothing. FIFA made sure it changed plenty afterwards. The disciplinary committee banned Suarez for 9 international matches, and from all football activity for 4 months. And finally, 100,000 Swiss francs. His World Cup was over, and his next club season began without him. Number 6, Schumacher's assault on Battiston. This is the most violent moment on the list, and the punishment for it was nothing at all. July 1982, West Germany against France in the World Cup semi-final in Seville, with the score level at 1 each. Michel Platini slid the pass in behind the German defence, and the France substitute Patrick Battiston ran onto it. The West Germany goalkeeper Harold Schumacher charged out and jumped, leading with his hip and forearm into Battiston's face at full speed. Battiston was knocked unconscious. He lost 3 teeth and came away with cracked ribs and a damaged vertebra, and he had to be carried from the field. Here is the part that still stuns people. The referee gave no foul of any kind. Schumacher stayed on the pitch without so much as a booking, and West Germany were awarded a goal kick. Schumacher then saved the penalty in the shootout and helped knock France out on the way to the final. The challenge is still remembered as one of the most brutal acts to ever escape punishment at a World Cup. Number 7, Thierry Henry's handball. We need to be straight about this one because it did not actually happen at the World Cup. It happened in the playoff that decided who would go to one. The second leg of the qualifier between France and the Republic of Ireland on November the 18th, 2009 at Stade de France in Paris. It earns its place because it sent one nation to the 2010 World Cup and knocked out another, and the anger lasted for years. Ireland were the better team on the night and pushed the time for extra time. Then a free kick was floated into the French box. The ball was running out of play when Thierry Henry reached out and stopped it with his hand. Then took a second touch and pulled it back for William Gallas to score. The Swedish referee and his assistants missed all of it and gave the goal. France qualified. Ireland were knocked out by a goal that should never have counted. Henry admitted afterwards that he handled the ball, and Ireland asked for the game to be replayed, but FIFA refused. More than 15 years on, plenty of Irish supporters have still not let it go. So that is 7 of the most disgraceful moments in World Cup history. Some of these were cheating and others tipped over into outright violence, with one strange case of 2 teams simply agreeing to stop playing. What links all of them is the stage. They have one of the biggest events the sport has in front of hundreds of millions, and this is exactly why we're still talking about them decades later. So, which one sits worst with you, and did we miss an obvious one? Let us know in the comments. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Turn on post notifications so you don't miss the next one, and we'll see you in the next video.
Well, there are some good matchups all over the pitch today, so I think this will be a very interesting watch. Well, we can take a look at the table now, and finishing at home, it's a really good opportunity for them to secure first place. Yeah, point to do it, and what a good campaign they've had so far. I've really enjoyed watching them play. Moving forward well. That might be in. Saved and held on to as well. Rodri. Hard work brings reward. They've got the ball. And that's safe and secure goalkeeping. Fabian. Well, he's a player that many have been talking about. Will we be talking about him for the right reasons today, though? Great last time out, but no real surprise that they're focusing on him. He's moving, and he's always active, always trying to find that yard of space, and I expect... Having a look. Oh, superb save. He's done so well to keep that out. To the box it goes. And just a little too high. But having got there, he might be a bit disappointed about that. Good pressure high up the pitch. The assistant's flag is raised. That'll be offside. Easily here. That was a chance to open the scoring. Yeah, the build-up deserved a better finish, really. Fabian. Williams. Lamine Yamal. Put them ahead. Lost it needlessly, really. Fabian. This has to be. Must finish. Oh, they've scored now. You have to feel for the goalkeeper.
Yes, friend. Yes, and funny too.
And we're back underway at 1-0. And the keeper claims it despite the close attention. Marcos Llorente. Pedri. Oh, brilliant anticipation. Yamal. Opportunity now. He's already found the net once, but not this time.
Yeah, he looks lively, doesn't he? Constantly finding good positions here.
Here they go, the attack is on. That has stopped any potential danger. And that's going to be it for the first 45.
You only 1-0. Come on, Spain, play better.
Back in business, 1 half down, 1 to go. And the pass is incomplete, nicely won. Decent looking attack this. Great chance here. And they've scored again. That puts them further in front. What a position to be in.
Yeah, I've won. Nice score, third goal.
As we get started again. This could get interesting. Well read to gain possession.
Just saw what was coming, didn't he?
Just a little untidy. Moving the ball forward, hoping something might open up. And it's on there. Terrific. Another goal. What a scoreline this is for them. So it's 3-0 as the ball gets rolling again. Camilo Montero. Oh, they've nicked it and can now push forward. Foul challenge and a free kick results.
I'm back.
Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. And this could be the moment for a counter. Oh, maybe a bit of space now. Good positioning does the job.
Made
Made a real difference today. The manager now bringing him off after a solid shift. Good pressure. Can they make something of this? There's one left behind. This could be. The goalkeeper has that and keeps it in his grasp. And the pressure pays. Now to switch up again. Oh, that's blatant. The fans committed to stop the attack.
First yellow card.
Expecting to get that card for a while.
Yeah, he's had the warnings. He just couldn't control himself, though, could he?
Ferran Torres. Oh, crucial tackle to deal with the danger.
Oh, that was so well timed.
Trying to finish now. Hopefully, so that's it for me.
Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Just needs the composure now. This time, the goalkeeper...
It's very clear to me, as the new Defence Secretary for the United Kingdom, that this is a moment of challenge.
Hey, we need you guys to step up and do even more, spend even more. We can't live in a world where other countries are standing at the end of a runway with a clipboard trying to decide what flies and what doesn't.
He really came out swinging at what he sees as the failure by the UK and its European allies to pull their weight in NATO.
Oh my god, yes.
Needed to do more, and I think what he's going to do today is to keep the pressure on, and I think that's good. That's his role.
That defence investment plan can have to be revised and treasuries will start.
Well, he went for power and got plenty of it, but it's whistled
An
wide.
encounter with a man who styled himself the Secretary of War was never going to be a teddy bear's picnic. So it proved today when defence ministers gathered at NATO's Brussels HQ. Here's former Army Major Pete Hegseth, now in charge of the most powerful military in the world, with his opening salvo against the UK.
That's a good pass.
Hey, we need you guys to step up and do even more, spend
A really
even more.
good chance.
And
Good
if
job.
we need access to Basin, whether it's in the UK or Santiago Garcia, we can't live in a world where other countries are standing at the end of a runway with a clipboard trying to decide what flies and what doesn't. It's not going to work for us.
Walking into this friendly fire was the new British Defence Secretary, Dan Jarvis. He came empty-handed after his predecessor rubbished the defence investment plan, leaving the PM to think again.
It's very clear to me, as the new Defence Secretary for the United Kingdom, this is a challenge. The international security is incredibly challenging, and that's why this gathering here today is so particularly important.
It's the kind of thing maybe a man standing at the end of the runway with a clipboard might say. Though Jarvis is like Hegseth. That seemed to impress the Secretary of War, who peppered his machine gunning of America's allies with a cutesy description of him and Jarvis as a couple of majors getting together. Frame it how you like, though. The message to the UK and Europe from America was uncompromising. And though he put it slightly more politely, the NATO Secretary General said Hegseth was right.
When you look basically more in detail, you will still find allies holding back a little bit. They need to do more, and I think what he's trying to do today is to keep the pressure on, and I think that's good. That's his role.
While they talk in Brussels, the Russian warship that fired on a British yacht is reportedly back on manoeuvres in the Channel. The EU Foreign Policy Chief tells me Russia is testing how far it can go, underlining the urgency of spending more on defence.
Investing in defence and deterrence is much cheaper than fighting a war. And all of this, what we are doing for our own defence is also deterring Russia from taking action towards NATO or European countries. So this is something that is required from all of us.
Required, or would it be forthcoming? The new Defence Secretary's every word is being weighed, every move at least by Moscow. Well, let's kick off the show then by hearing from someone sat around the table at the NATO summit in Brussels earlier, senior EU diplomat Kyle Callas. I asked her about those concerns that the UK's current plans are going to fall short.
The EU member states are, of course, making great investments to defence, and all the governments are struggling as well because these are huge amounts of money. UK is one of the strongest armies of Europe, and clearly you have also taken the obligation under NATO.
You know, as former Estonian Prime Minister, the daily provocations from Russia and, you know, the threat that is entailed by that, what would you say, what would be your message to the UK and other members of the EU indeed? These sacrifices that might be needed, the urgency of this investment in defence. Investing in defence deterrence is much cheaper than fighting a war, and you know, all of this, what we are doing for defence is also deterring Russia from taking action towards NATO or European countries. So this is something that is required from all of us. What we see from the intelligence is that Russia is increasing the hybrid attacks against our countries in Europe. Really testing how far they can go, and you have these cases in UK as well. What you made of the US self-styled Secretary of War and Secretary, as we call him, Pete Hegseth, talking about the era of free riding is here, and saying that the US contributions to NATO are dependent on EU countries and the UK stepping up. Is he right, or is he wrong, given what we've seen about middle powers, whether that's Iran or Ukraine, actually being able to punch above their weight with cheaper investment in drone technology rather than more expensive hardware?
Oh, beating his opponent with ease.
First of all, has been saying that Europe should do more for its own defence for decades now, and Europe is doing more for its own defence. And it's also true what you say, that we have a lot to learn from Ukraine, for example, fighting this war, really gaining ground at the moment, and also having this deep strikes also into Russia with cheap drones, and also taking down the drones by cheap interceptors. So there's a lot we can learn to do with the money we have, actually more for our own defense, and keeping in mind that the war has also changed. I mean, the tools that are used currently are not always the tools that were used decades ago. But are European countries listening to these oft-repeated entreaties now from the US? Everybody took their obligation to invest at least 5% to defence. So clearly governments have taken that obligation. The question is how this obligation is implemented as well. And clearly those countries that are maybe more acutely feeling the threats are doing this in a more urgent speed than the others. You have an EU summit meeting tonight which will be addressed by Volodymyr Zelensky. I wonder how encouraged you were that Donald Trump signed a G7 statement pledging increased military support for Kyiv and sanctions on Russia. How important is it that the EU seizes the moment now and increases sanctions on Russia, makes those much tougher than they have been in the past? That was a very important statement and very much welcomed by European countries that US signed up to this, because we have been saying all the time we need to increase our support to Ukraine so that they can push back, and also increase the pressure on Russia, which we are doing via the sanctions. We just recently put forward the 21st sanctions package, and we are working on doing even more, targeting the Russian military industry, targeting the shadow fleet that is, helping to Russia to fund this war. So clearly, if we do this together with US, with UK, with Europe, and like-minded partners around the world, we can have this impact that this war will stop. How confident are you that Trump is genuinely on board? Because he's sort of drifted back to Russia on occasion, and he hasn't stayed the course with Ukraine. Are you confident now that there is a permanent shift in his perspective? President's words carry weight, so we take him by his words. And there is a war of words within the EU on what to do about Ukraine's impending membership. Volodymyr Zelensky makes the argument that it should be fast-tracked, because if it's not, Putin will find a way of blocking it. Do you sympathise with this argument?
Ukraine, actually Russia started this war because Ukraine chose the European path. So clearly it's not in Russia's interest that Ukraine is becoming a member of the European Union. And Ukraine is doing a lot in terms of reforms, all the things that they have to do in order to join the European Union. We have to do our homework also on our side. And we also have to change the narrative, because it's very often that, what these countries benefit from joining the European Union, but actually when it comes to Ukraine, for example, we should also really see and talk about what we benefit from Ukraine joining. If you think about our security threats, then Ukraine is bringing a lot of knowledge, expertise to the table.
It sounds like you are sympathetic then to the fast-tracking Ukraine's membership. Some, quite a few EU members are worried about that, aren't they?
I'm not saying fast track because they are actually doing the reforms. I'm saying that, we have all these requirements and conditions on one side that all the candidate countries need to fulfill, but at the same time, enlargement has always been a geopolitical decision. And if we look at the geopolitical picture right now, I think, the moment, the opportunity window is also there that we should use to make our homework on both sides, for Ukraine as well as for the European Union.
Of course, the Middle East will also be on the agenda tonight. I wonder what you make of Donald Trump's Iran deal. Is it a dud, as some have suggested, or is the world safer under this deal than it was under the Obama deal that Trump has scoffed at for so long?
Well, it is a memorandum of understanding to actually start the difficult phase of negotiation on the critical topics. So right now, it is very important that this war stops. The Strait of Hormuz is opened. This is, I think, important for all the world because of the energy prices, because of the fertilizers that are going through the Strait of Hormuz. But we should really use this 60 days that is there to negotiate the difficult parts, the nuclear, also other critical issues. And we are ready to help in those negotiations because we have the expertise from the past.
So the EU would like to be involved in these negotiations and also reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
And support available.
Yes, we are clearly concerned what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, but also in the Middle East wider region because it's our neighborhood. So whatever happens in our neighborhood today will be our problem tomorrow, and that's why it's very important that we engage, and we do engage with our regional partners, Gulf countries, also Jordan, Egypt, to really talk about the future of the security architecture in the region.
You talk about the importance of those negotiations. Iranian missiles are not covered by negotiations. How much of a miss is that?
Well, this is clearly a concern for all the neighboring countries. Of course, I also hear the Iranian arguments that, before they could have maybe talked about the missile program, but now they have been hit. So, this is out of the question. But I think there are other critical issues, and clearly we need to see how the security of neighboring countries and Europe are also safeguarded, how we can actually reach this, sustainable peace in the Middle East that also covers the security of Israel, covers the security of other countries in the region. So it's much broader, and it's of course also connected to other issues in the region like Israel, Palestine, and what is happening there.
Well, just finally, you mentioned Israel-Palestine there. Just while you're here, Israel's foreign minister has severed all contact with you personally, alleging that you've made comments, and I quote, comparing Israel to the racist apartheid regime in South Africa when you met in Mexico. Do you stand by those comments? What's your response?
Well, I've been on the record numerous times on different interviews that I've done, different doorsteps, different press conferences, really representing the European view. And it's true that Europe has been very critical of what is happening in the West Bank, the settler violence that we have condemned. So, but we also have had a very constructive relationship with Israeli Foreign Minister, discussing openly openly and frankly all these issues that are on the table. We have to also keep in mind that Israel is entering into election period, and that is always a time of tension.
But you don't deny making the comments.
Stand by the comments that I've made everywhere publicly, that you have hundreds of them representing the European position. I'm not going to go down the line that I'm commenting something that I said or didn't say in closed-door meetings, because that is a very slippery slope. I'm standing by the words that we have been presenting publicly.
Hexeth seems to breathe fire and fury. You know, this is a man who in the past has talked about total war and sinking bodies and killing bad guys. And today his rhetoric didn't disappoint. So he had some nice stuff to say about the shared military backgrounds of himself and the new Defence Secretary, Dan Jarvis.
My message to him was he's actually a fellow service member, just a couple of majors getting together talking about defense of their nation. I love the fact that he's been in the combat zone. We talked about the similarities we have there.
He really came out swinging at what he sees as the failure by the UK and its European allies to pull their weight in NATO. So I'd say that Dan Jarvis really needs to turn up to the NATO summit in Ankara next month with a fully formed defence investment plan to please the Americans. Well, former Conservative Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng, former Labour Education Secretary Caroline Flint are on the sofa tonight. It was quite predictable from Peter Hexeth, wasn't it? I mean, he's had a go at the UK and Europe in the past, and it was in the same vein.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair to Trump, he's been going on like this since the beginning of his first term, and he said to Europe, to NATO, we are spending offensively, and you, with the economies that you have, need to supply more, pay more for your own defence.
Arguably, you know, given back in 2018, he was threatening to sort of withdraw from NATO. But obviously, he hasn't. Actually, it's still pretty resilient.
Yeah, but you know, that's his negotiating style. He's going to come up with this. We've seen this so many times. He'll come up with sort of rationality creeps in. They've been very consistent about putting pressure on European countries, members of NATO in particular, to pay more.
Is it working? I mean, the UK and other countries getting the message?
I think they are getting the message, and I think he uses different language, just as Kwasi says, but this is something Biden and before him, Obama, were also talking about as well, is that the European members of NATO need to step up, because it really was pretty appalling how the amount of spend that was going into NATO was declining. So I think for Mark Rutte, who is basically running the show at NATO, it must be music to his ears, because it gives him the leverage to put some pressure on the members.
I mean, and I think that, you know, the situation in which a country like Germany, 10 years ago, spent 4% defence just wasn't sustainable. Trump pointed out in his kind of very visceral style. He said, what the hell are you doing?
And now they're controlling the UK. More than the US, it's second position.
That's right, that's right. But it didn't happen by accident. I mean, it was, you know, he did his thing. Extreme threats, and then they came up with the money.
But do you think the UK needs to basically emulate Germany now? I mean, is that defence investment plan going to have to be revised?
I don't think it's about necessarily emulating Germany, but they've all said NATO, the target for every member of NATO is to have 5% of GDP on spending. Their core spending 3.5%. Now we've signed up to that. The pressure is on Starmer. Obviously, we had last week, and you had a former defence minister on but also with the resignation of John Healey. What has become part of the argument now is not disputing where we need to be by 2035, which is 3.5%. John Healey's point was, in the plans that were put to him, which he saw last Monday, he said for the first time, his view was, and I think a view of a number of people, if we don't get to 3% by 2030, there's no way we get to 3.5. So the devil is in the detail of things. The problem for, obviously, the new Secretary of State for Defence is we're still waiting the outcome. There's been lots of rumours about whether Dan Jarvis is going to get more money. That's been pushed down by number 10 and Keir Starmer. But again, you know, when we come to the NATO meeting, I think on the 7th of July, all members, Mark Rutte said, I not only want to hear about your commitments to what we've already agreed, I want to see your roadmap.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But for our own country, when you've got welfare spending going increasing as much as it is. We saw at the beginning of last year the government tried to reform welfare and sustain
So back underway here into the second half.
I'm sorry, we misnamed you Education Secretary. I'll have another one. Yes, that's fine. Why not? You just have a job for your time. Well, this time last night, details were starting to emerge about the US deal with Iran. Since then, it's been growing, mainly from Israel, but also from some Republicans in Washington. And in the last few minutes, Donald Trump has posted a message claiming the markets are loving his deal. We expect a complete ceasefire on all fronts, he says. Well, our political correspondent Ali Fortescue has been travelling with the Foreign Secretary for the last couple of days and sat down with Rebecca in Cairo to ask her what the UK made of the deal. We strongly welcomed it. It's the first step. Of course, there are more negotiations and detailed discussions. But we have been strongly pushing for an agreement that means we can get the Strait of Hormuz open. We're going to get global shipping moving again. That helps us back at home. Of course, we've always maintained that Iran must not be able to develop a nuclear weapon. This is about security and also about economic security, because those go hand in hand.
The US is pledging to stop sanctions on Iran when a final deal is signed. Would the UK do that?
Well, sanctions, European sanctions have all been linked to the nuclear threat from Iran, and it's why we strengthened the sanctions in the autumn, because we were concerned that it was going further in terms of development of the nuclear weapons, it was not allowing the inspections that we need. And so our sanctions have always been linked to progress on those nuclear issues, and that won't change.
So if there is progress for this 60 days, would we look to remove this?
So it's completely linked to the nuclear progress and to the discussions that we had in the autumn through the United Nations. And so that will continue to be the case. It would always have been the case, will continue to be the case. It will be linked to nuclear progress.
There will be nuclear progress. I mean, the line in this MOU says Iran reaffirms it shall not procure or develop nuclear weapons. I mean, do you think there is going to be progress? Do you believe that?
Well, it's really important that this agreement does include that agreement that Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. We cannot have that kind of threat to the region or to the world. We now also need to make sure that the talks to the implementation includes about stockpiles, it includes about sanctions and verification. All those issues are really important. So those technical discussions need to take place. But the bottom line is really simple. It's not a nuclear weapon.
Do you think we're looking at a deal similar to the JCPOA, the deal that Obama signed?
We need the technical talks to move forward. We need the progress on the inspections. I think just for us, since that's the bottom line about not having a nuclear weapon, we were worried in the autumn that seemed to be going in the wrong direction. That's why we strengthened our sanctions. And we want to support the talks and the progress.
You satisfied with something similar to the JCPOA?
Well, we will keep pushing it. We're obviously, we want to be able to offer technical support and so on. But these are currently talks between the US and Iran. But we want to be stand ready, really, to provide that technical assistance to those talks.
And just to be really clear, because I think it's important on sanctions, would you look at removing sanctions potentially? So do you think people would want to know that?
Yeah, well, what the UK, France, Germany and other leaders have said was that we would make sure that we would keep sanctions in response to progress being made. So they've said that that's important, but that's always been their position, that those sanctions have to be linked to the nuclear progress. So that's what we want to see.
In terms of Donald Trump's broader tone at the moment, talking about smart people, I like these guys talking about Iran. I mean, what do you make of it? It's such a shift.
Could be dangerous.
Well, I think what we've seen as line reached is important, but we know that there's a series of stages still to go. And, this is a very important first step into what we've been pushing for, because we have brought together a coalition of 40 countries to support, and I have meetings to support the principle of freedom of navigation, to keep that international pressure on for the reopening of the Strait, and to keep that pressure on in multiple
space. So you're saying this is the first step rather than a meaningful deal, right?
Well, it's an important agreement that's been reached, so we shouldn't underestimate that. I think it's really important that this agreement has been reached. There's also said that the next steps from nuclear hold on the Strait of Hormuz. So we want to see the progress on the Strait of Hormuz as quickly as possible. That's currently holding the global economy hostage, and no country should be allowed to do that. So that's why I think making rapid progress on that, now that we've got this agreement in place, is really important.
Do you see the UK having a big role? There are a lot of questions about our role on the world stage right now when it comes to opening up the Strait.
So I think already what we've done is build this international coalition around freedom of navigation, that principle that straits must be toll-free. If you go back a couple of months, there was a lot of talk about tolls, and it was coming from all over. And we always took a strong view. You could not have tolls. It's about that would go against international law. More the sea, but it would also set a precedent that would undermine global shipping, the global economy, and principles that we have always stood up for. So I did convene foreign ministers from all over the world, and we've held meetings, including jointly with France, up to 50 countries, all to sign up to keep that principle and that pressure around freedom of navigation. And now what does that mean in practice? So what it means is a strong global commitment against tolls in the Strait of Hormuz, and a strong global commitment that will defend those principles of freedom of navigation. I think the second role that we can play is the work that the UK and France have been doing together to put together a multinational maritime mission to provide support for demining, to provide support for reassurance for shipping, if it is needed, in order to get the Strait fully moving.
What's the kind of time frame on that? I mean, I know there's a ship already in the region with demining capabilities. Could that be on the Strait very soon, demining the Strait?
Well, we want Iran to do the demining because they should know, frankly, where they put the mines in the first place. So we want that process to start. But what we're doing is, with France and also with the support of other countries as well, making sure that there is demining capability in the region, ready to be used if it is needed, and also to be able to do it very efficiently. So we don't yet know the full timetable, but from our point of view, we want this to move as fast as possible. We really need the ships going through. It's not just about oil and gas, it's also about fertiliser, it's about food crops across the globe. And if we don't get things moving fast, this has a long-term impact, has an impact for the whole of the next year, because if we miss planting seasons across the world, and that's why we really need to get this.
In many days and weeks, we could be paying for that.
We want to see it move as fast as possible, but look, there's technical issues here when it comes to demining. That's got to be done properly and safely. We want Iran to get moving on this, but we're also standing ready to provide additional support and assistance. And the UK demining capabilities are currently on the way to the region. We've got one ship there already, and we've also got the work we're doing with France, who also have capability in the region as well.
Hearing reports this morning the Israeli drone strike in southern Lebanon, does this entire deal hang in the balance while there is still fighting between Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon?
I'm extremely concerned about what's happening in Lebanon. We have said for a long time we're deeply worried about Israeli escalation in Lebanon. We've also strongly condemned the Hezbollah attacks that we've seen, because Hezbollah has been a proxy for Iran, but we've also continually been extremely concerned and critical about the Israeli escalation as well.
And Israel need be involved in this deal.
What we need, when it comes to Lebanon, what is the Israeli government and Lebanese government to work together, and to work together against Hezbollah, and to work together for the sake of the people of Lebanon.
It is still right now says that this is on all fronts fighting. So is there time for that?
We want everybody to respect the ceasefire in Lebanon. I think that's extremely important. We do hope that we can see the cooperation between the Israeli and Lebanese governments, because it's the best thing for the people of Lebanon, which I think is the best thing as well for the security of Israel, for the security of Lebanon, and for the security of the whole region too.
Look how well balanced he is. He knows he's going to be under pressure.
I see him crying on the sofa tonight. Iran's supreme leader said that Trump made this deal out of desperation. Is it to blood in your view? Look, I think everyone's breathing a sigh of relief, to be honest. You know, that keeps for us actually, but all that's happened to it. And let's not forget Saudi and all the other countries that have massively been affected by this, with bombing on their own territories. So I think everybody's breathing a sigh of relief. And actually, if the fighting stops,
if the ships can get through and we can get supplies of oil and gas and fertilisers and other projects moving around the world. I think we were talking earlier, just before the show, the market's responding very positive. Yeah, exactly.
No.
But it is weird, can I just say, it is weird, given that if we roll back, 4 months now to February, it was all about regime change, real change. And when you look at those 14 points, look, it is welcome, but it's hard to see at the moment where actually, apart from opening up the straits that were never closed before this conflict started, what the US have actually gained from it.
I think you're quite right. If we look at February, when this thing started, I think it was in February, the narrative was that Israel were very, very much egging President Trump on. They were with him. So we've got to deal with the Iran threat. Now, what we need to know is that he was trying to deal with Israel. So the two allies who started this conflict essentially now essentially got a very different view in terms of the deal. I spoke to people in the Middle East and they said, well, it's things that they wanted.
I didn't take those first.
I can say this.
You first
I
must be
thought he would take out the leadership and then the regime. Didn't happen. So now he's scrambling to do a deal as quickly as possible. Obviously, it's affecting inflation, it's affecting the economy. He's got midterm elections in 3 months or 4 months.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, I think, are amazed that we're never happy with this war. That's why I think he's had to, he wants to do a deal.
We're in a worse situation now, globally in terms of security than we were when Obama did the deal with Iran, which obviously, Trump sort of railed against, isn't it? Well, I think there's always been, I think if we're fair about this, even for Obama, it took 2 years to get the deal he had. It never completed in terms of its journey about where it would end up and what we would expect. So I think, we're in a bit of a stalemate. My sense of it is, in terms of Iran, it's just sort of stopping the violence, stopping, the closure of the straits. But fundamentally, we've still got a country that hugely represses its own people.
So I think from the regime's point of view, I think you're right. From the regime, it's current uncertainty still. They now know that they can shut the straits for the mission.
Well, exactly, yeah.
They never did that before.
Yeah. That's proving that is a bit
One of them.
don't need a nuclear bomb, you could shut that.
So I think
Argentina.
but Israel clearly Iran has done really well out of this.
You heard Fatuka talking about the urgency of getting products moving and so on, and the planting season she was referring to, wasn't she? The legacy of this war, obviously, Kwasi was talking about the midterms, and Trump's worry there, but it'll have a long tail forwards, won't it, in terms of cost of living? Yeah, I think I was looking at this the other day, so it's for, to put £19 if you use a diesel in your car, £13 a litre petrol for a tank of that. So it has had costs, it's had repercussions here in the UK. And the problem about this as well is there's always going to be a bit of a lag. Obviously we will see the price of a barrel going down, but there's always a lag in this. And of course, for the UK government, one of the things it has been sort of thinking about over the last 4 months is what do they do as, the energy price cap changes and we go into winter before it's even warmer weather. But when we get into the autumn, will that tail, if you like, have an impact on people's bills in the winter? What are they going to do as a government?
So taking the view, in the last 6 years, we've had 3 massive shocks. There was the whole COVID situation that billions and billions were spent and taxes had to rise to pay for it. And then we had the Ukraine, people forget that, but that had a massive impact on oil prices and gas prices, much like the worse. In the case of gas, this the third shock we've had is this Iran war.
Trump's lethal post earlier, just a little while ago, talking about the markets loving the deal and so on. There's a lot of people in the administration who stand to make quite a lot of money out of the way this they're governing. What do you make of that?
I think with Donald Trump, obviously he's very focused on money making. He wants to make America great, but that means you've got to
it's what he's most excited about. We'll hear him talk about even yesterday the G7 was really excited
but his base hated the war. He basically said when he campaigned in 2024, 2 of the things he campaigned was, I'm not going to do any wars stop it. I'm going to talk about inflation. Biden was killed on the inflation issue. And then he creates a war that spikes inflation. There's his base, people in the Midwest, wherever they are. I think you really go for this and put him under a lot of pressure.
Well, lots more still to come, so stay tuned. Well, Monday saw government announce its plans to ban social media for under 16s. It was met with a raft of reactions from celebration to concern and frustration. And big questions remain about exactly how it will be implemented. Well, a little earlier I sat down with Paris Bevan-Kidron, who founded 5 Rights, which helps equip kids in a digital world. And reality TV star Georgia Harrison, who's been a vocal online harms campaigner, to talk about it.
I think social media bans are so important, and it's something evidently we need because we've been asking tech companies for a long time to try and make children safer, but it's just not been good enough. So what has happened is very important, but for me, this coming down to children, it is a symptom of a much larger problem. The problem is these algorithms, it's misogyny, it's the manosphere, it's the people that are funding the manosphere that is all leading to so much danger, so much hate towards women. It's like these people are literally making your sons angry at women to then monetize off of them. So I feel like that's something that we need to change, because once a child is 16, 18, whatever it is, they're still been exposed to it, and there's lots of problems online. So we need change algorithmically from the platforms as well.
Yeah, I mean, George made this really good point to the PM, Bevan, that they can be protected until they're 16 by this ban, and then out they go, and there's misogyny online everywhere. So what's your answer to the question that the PM didn't really answer?
Yeah, no, I was really disappointed that he didn't answer it, and I think that as someone who said a child is a child until they're 18, and it's not that you treat a 17-year-old like a 5-year-old, but you have to have a progression. But I think what George is saying, which I totally agree with, it's part of a bigger picture. Is actually, they are making money on the back of hatred and misogyny. And if they are allowed really to sort of make things travel further, if they're hateful, then that's actually not good for society, and it's not good for women, it's not good for boys. And a lot of what I see coming my way is really, really tragic, because the boys are victims too. They do not realise that what they're doing is going to affect their relationships, affect their lives, and very often, I'm afraid, some of them end up in real trouble, legal trouble. And meanwhile, the girls are being abused, and you just go, how are we letting these guys make money over it? So I've got a sort of broader point about the tech companies should be responsible, and we can't just take away social media from kids. We have to make the tech companies,
to make them accountable. You got into this whole area of campaigning about sort of line impact, but that we talk about money. That money gives them power, and line power. You got into this because your ex-boyfriend uploaded videos of you and him having sex on top of OnlyFans. What was the impact of that abuse of tech on you?
Obviously, it was completely life-changing, and as I was preparing to come on today, I was actually reflecting on the time when it all first came out. The link, it did start off on OnlyFans, but it then went on to loads of porn platforms. I think the link was going around most of my friends was the Pornhub link. Was getting sent round on WhatsApp by wildfire, and it was going up in the millions. And obviously, I was absolutely disgusted by my perpetrator, what he'd done. But I was also so disgusted by all of these platforms that were making money off of it. And I was trying to get through to a lot of them. Some were responsive, but many of them I just didn't hear from at all. And I just felt like nobody cared. I felt like it was just so unfair that they're obviously making money off this stuff. They know that there is space for unconsented footage online, and like you said, when something's negative, it has this power, it has this fire, and it just rips across the internet, and that is what it's done. And I feel like there should be people high up in tech making sure it doesn't. And the one thing that kills me, that I want changed,
is that you cannot speak to a human being when you're a victim of intimate image abuse. You don't have time. Every second counts. Every day counts. And if you can't speak to someone that isn't AI, then what are you supposed to do? At the end of the day, if my Wi-Fi breaks, if my phone's not working, I can get through to someone at BT, I can get through to someone to sort it out. So when my life's falling apart and I'm being monetised sexually, how is it that I can't speak to a human?
Yeah, I spoke about this, but getting death threats in the last few weeks because of some of the interviews I did. And yeah, you just sort of have to absorb it, don't you? That's what it feels like as a woman. But you did speak to some people behind these platforms for your book, users. And I was really struck by your story about a meeting with an incandescent Facebook executive who you haven't named. But he was owning the fact that the tech industry was being held to account from a small town in England, as he put it, and that was a reference to the Information Commissioner's office at headquarters in Wilmslow near Manchester. And you write in your book, there was this contempt for the idea that democratic authority can have, and this sort of power and the sneering mentality of some of the bosses. Just to expand on that.
Yeah, I think that I've spoken to a lot of tech executives over my time. I've been doing this a long time, and I think I do agree with George on the thing about being able to speak to them. And a lot of the bereaved families, they normally came to me because they knew I could pick up the phone to someone in Silicon Valley. And I found myself like the post woman, to discuss things when someone had lost a job, when someone was being abused in the way that Georgia was. We have tried and failed, and it's a question the Prime Minister also hasn't answered, is why is there no one to go to as an individual in this country? Because the regulator, Ofcom, doesn't deal with individual complaints. Yeah. The companies don't deal with individual complaints, and very often the complaints don't meet the bar that a policeman would deal with them, police, I should say. Yeah. So, to your biggest point, I have found that they are in such authority, and they've got so much money around the lobbying of it all that they kind of go in and out of the White House and Downing Street and Brussels like hands through a cloud, the sort of the power of the money and the power that they have because they are not subject to control. And I think in the book, there was another section when I actually put 2 letters board that they should actually say how many children have been harmed each year in their annual report. I won the vote, the majority of shareholders. Zuckerberg himself, Nick Clegg with him, and all the executive blocked it. Yeah, they do not care, and I think this is the, when we talk about culture, I'm beyond culture. I want the law, I want democracy, I want alternatives, and I think we actually have to be tough, not ameliorating, because until we actually say this is not good enough, they aren't coming to the table.
I want to come into some of the lobbying that you write about in your book, but Georgia, on this point, you wrote this really good piece in the Times this week, welcoming that on social media, but calling it the easy part. And there was this great line you had: a law that cannot be enforced is not protection, it's a press release. I mean, the failure to enforce existing laws, do you see the regulators to blame for that, the government or the companies themselves?
Well, obviously, a lot of the laws are really new, and so after I got to speak to the Prime Minister, I was invited into VSIT to speak to some of the policymakers, which is amazing. And one of my questions was, how do you quantify some...
Thank you. Thank you, Dad.
Plenty of options.
Don't play with me in a minute. Huh?
Defending always has to be a team effort.
I can't hear you. Oh, you got through that stage, okay.
Rafael Leao. Oh, he's through here. And it's 2 for him today.
just using this platform? Like, is it because one kid got pregnant? Is it because 100? How are you actually going to hold them accountable? And they said, you know, it will come case by case, but it's basically going to be communication. If they say to a platform, we know this is happening, you need to change it. If they continue to not change it, eventually they'll have fines. But we've been talking for a long time about these companies getting fined for laws that have changed ages ago, you know, 48-hour takedowns, stuff like that. But I'm still yet to see anyone from a big tech company on the court steps with their head hanging down because they've got this huge fine. But I am still yet to see victims in the hundreds messaging me personally monthly how they have been let down. One thing, intimate image abuse cases, the amount of people that are actually reporting this issue has gone up so much. However, the people that are actually getting some sort of justice for this issue is dropping. So we are letting people down. We've been on the for so long. For some reason, moved a loophole that should have made it easier to prosecute. And what I'm hearing is it's not easier to prosecute. So is it the police, is it the tech companies, or is it the government that we need to be looking at to actually make it better?
I think there are three evils in the room, aren't there? There's the tech companies, there's the lack of enforcement, and there's the governments who don't do enough. And I think I just want to go back one step and say, this is a poorly designed system. It could be whatever it wants to be. Yeah, it is deliberate that it behaves in the way that it does.
And you make the parallel with tobacco, the tobacco industry.
Well, what happened in the tobacco industry was fantastic. For years and years and years, they lobbied. And what they used to say is, it's our personal thing whether you're smoking or not. And then suddenly people started actually getting them on. Did you know? When did you know it? How much did you know it was hurting? That's what I know. That is protect. So I think that what we're seeing there is it's the design of service. I think it will change. But I do want to say something about this. Fines. These guys are so rich. Last week, Elon Musk became a trillionaire. What does it matter, the fine? We've got to business disrupt. We've got to actually take the guys to court. And we've got to disrupt the business. We've got to slow down their products and stop them making money. Then they'll come to the party.
So do you think they genuinely think, I always wonder, why are they not putting more money into the clients? Is it because they look at it and they think it's going to cost far too much to make this okay? Or do they look at it and think, if we make this okay, our platform's done?
I think it's more the latter. So anything that costs more money is the thing that they're slowest to do. Yeah.
Even if they're trillionaires or millionaires, billionaires.
The thing is, we have this bit of making it individual. I've already mentioned Elon Musk on Twitter, but it is a system right across the tech sector. It comes from a piece of history where they got away with appearing to be neutral technology and not in the middle of society and not subject to the laws.
And the lobbying does come in there because, I mean, you write in your book, you know, that Keir Starmer was about to lead the UK into a vast transfer of wealth and power to Silicon Valley. And you write that his unexpected legacy might not be reform, but capture by the industry. Is that still after this round this week?
I think the Labour government came into power and they decided that they looked at the AI and they looked at Opportunities Plan, which was written by a tech insider. It was already in the inbox, and they took it and they decided to do a whole lot of things that don't necessarily benefit UK PLC. And in doing so, I think that they gave away a lot of things that could be very important to us. Our NHS data, our creative copyright, our education data, and they've moved very swiftly to give things away. And at the same time, they made a decision to stay close to Trump. And I think that really has not worked out for Keir Starmer. I think that the ban is probably a beneficiary of the fact that it hasn't worked out. But I think everything that's happened along the way has been muddied by this idea that you've got to stick close to Trump.
Yeah. Georgia, I met your oldest little girl, you know, she's still a baby, but do you have any hope that when she grows up, the online world will be safer for her than it has been for you?
I definitely do. And that's why, you know, I say there's more work to be done, but I don't think that takes away the fact that I think this is a change in history. And I think it's the first time that we're really starting to realise how dangerous it is in virtual reality and start to police it properly. I do like to think when she's older, obviously now, hopefully by the time she's there, she's not going to have a phone all the time. She's not going to be comparing herself to everyone like my brothers and sisters had to. She's not going to be, hopefully, able to speak to a stranger in her bedroom at any point in her existence. And look, we know it's not like that now, but two of the things that have been brought in underneath this ban are that they're going to make it so children, one, can't live stream, and two, can't speak to strangers. And for me, that's a massive positive, and it just seems wild to me to think that we even do live in a world where that can happen.
Yeah, I mean, so the Prime Minister, he didn't answer your question, but you're a supporter.
I am. Do you have a point? No, because obviously when it comes to really in-depth politics, I don't want to give too much of what my personal thought is. I concentrate solely on violence against women and girls, internet safety. And the times I spoke to Keir Starmer, he has said that through his experience as a barrister, he really does want to change things for women. And I do think this government has done more changes for women than most governments ever have done in the past. There's been a lot of legislative change since he did come in, and you can't argue with that, but that doesn't mean that the problem is over, because it's
and you're not going to let him off the hook. Georgia, Beeman, thank you both very much for talking about that. It's such an important issue. I'm really glad that we could chat it through today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rashford and Bellingham.
Well, Marty and Caroline are on the sofa tonight. What do you think was a start of sort of wider shift this ban? And, you know, that actually culture is changing and people's attitudes are changing.
I think it's an example of how the government is much slower to change and react than the technology is. So when I was a minister, I probably would have against.
Yeah, I mean, Tories are against banning things.
But then, when I came out of that, I saw studies where teenagers, even 12-year-olds, not even teenagers, see the risk of causing violence. Speaking with people who are chopped up in real life. And that actually distorts the brain. Because you're desensitized to that kind of violence at such a young age. That's going to have a lifelong effect. That's the reason why much more effective.
Beeman highlighted how hopeless governments have been, successive governments, at regulating big tech, and they're all in the pockets of big tech. You know, that analogy of the tech companies being in and out of number 10, like a
I mean, they employ a lot of people. I'm not. You know, there are lobbyists, there are people who are trying to shape policy, but I agree with you.
Yeah, but
we've been soft.
They've cowed government.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult relation.
I think there's a number of things. I think politicians have been, the whole class has been naive about this. And, you know, when I was Home Office Minister, I was doing research about organised crime. One report under my authority was published was about being one step ahead in terms of organised criminals. Now, in terms of this area of technology, in terms of public policy and regulation, you have to be people thinking, what's the worst case scenario of what can happen here? Now, that's not to be frightened of technology and AI digital, but let's be honest here, I think politicians have been naive. I don't think they've been ahead of the game. As we know, and Georgia and Baroness explained it really well, we have these big tech companies showing a lack of moral fibre, a lack of concern for children, and manipulative. Why are they doing that? To make money. We were saying before, they are libertarians.
That's right. They're libertarians.
That generation of, you know, I've got two daughters, one who's still a teenager, you know, generation of kids potentially be harmed by something.
Well, that's why I sort of permanent harm. Say if a 12-year-old looks on social media as an act of extreme violence, they're never going to unthink that. That's always permanently going to affect them. I think that's really bad.
I think the change has been as well, as it always is with these things, is that there have been researchers and others putting together more evidence about the impact on children. Anxiety, mental health, the rates of bullying in schools, teachers saying we cannot run a school like this. And what is very interesting in the last few years, and I've been in favour of a ban for at least that amount of time, is schools that have banned them have seen a turnaround in how those children behave.
Well, see, you know, as a Tory, you don't like banning things. Are you worried about the mission creep of, like, facial recognition, for example, that, you know, where you're going to have this to work out kids' age, but is that going to creep into other government services in a way that worries you?
it doesn't want everything, particularly because I think the ban on social media is a very, very specific thing. I mean, on some things, I think, but we ban cigarettes. We don't allow 12-year-olds to smoke cigarettes. We don't allow.
Well, I'm the person who banned smoking in enclosed places, so I suppose I've got previous to this. But it's
I didn't agree with that. But all kids.
Honestly, it wasn't, and it's made a massive difference. But I mean, just a few weeks ago, when I was visiting Denmark, I had to do my facial recognition and fingerprints to get into as part of the new arrangements. To go. Don't worry. I mean, I've always, been in support of, ID cards as a way we could use it. If we give all our information to these tech companies, you won't get further.
Yes, exactly. They're just going to be off with so many possible passports.
I think our passports are improved enormously, but the really important thing here, is actually, it's not going to be the only tool in the box. There will be children, as we've seen in Australia, who found ways around that, and I think, Keir Starmer acknowledged that. But I feel we've got a great point here in saying this is about culture as much as anything else. Let's give our kids their childhood.
Above all, it's about the protection of the children. Adults can make their own choices. That's the principle we established.
Yeah, we can all get hooked on WhatsApp.
And we can do that, and that's fun. But for a child who is not responsible for his maturity, being exposed to acts of extreme violence or abuse or abuse, it's going to harm their brains all their lives. They're never going to unsee someone being beheaded.
Yeah. Parents have found it really difficult, but this does not negate the most important person to impose children is the parent.
I find it fascinating we've had so much agreement on the sofa tonight. Thank you both very much for being here tonight for all of those discussions. But tonight we want to celebrate a true living legend. Jonathan the tortoise is now officially the oldest living land animal in the world. He was born before, wait for it, 1832, making him at least 194 years old. And for context, Jonathan can't date telephones, cameras, even the Eiffel Tower. He's seen 38 British Prime Ministers, 6 moon landings, 2 world wars, and yet just 1 English World Cup win. Hopefully he's alive long enough to see number 2. Congratulations.
What a fine first-half performance from Marcus Rashford. I wonder what you made of it.
He took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Nicola Moro attacking with vigour. This could be the equaliser. But oh, what an important save! How about that?
Well, at least he hit the target, but he should really beat the keeper from there. They should be level now.
It looks like there has been a twist in Manchester United's transfer plans, and a dream deal could suddenly be possible. Will Matthias Fernandes signing last week? The latest on Joy, Matthias Fernandes Pardo, or Matthias Fernandes Pardo, I think. If you wanted to say Matthias, I'm so used to saying Matthias Fernandes. Updates on Vitek and hello, and welcome back to us. Welcome back to news show, but I'm going to round up all the latest Manchester United news, stories, and more coming out today into a 10-minute video for you guys. If you are every single day throughout the transfer window, right to 10-minute videos, news roundup shows, all the news in 10 minutes. If you're watching now on live stream, you get it in 10 minutes with me. Let's dive into the news, let's dive into the stories, because it gets interesting. Starting with just a story that's a little off topic, Vitek, just want to clear up some news and information on that, coming from the very reliable Laurie Whitwell, that Vitek is expected to leave Manchester United either on loan or permanently. Several clubs have expressed an interest in him. There was talk of Vitek coming back, replacing Bailey as being the second keeper. We're actually looking at second keepers. One of them is Sam Johnston, and the other one, I can't remember who the other one is, but he was English, I'm pretty sure. I think it will be the player for the home road coach, but we were looking at second keepers because as good as Vitek is, and amazing as it would be to have Vitek and Navas, Vitek is so good that he wants to be starting regularly. I think he's good enough to be a first team keeper for a team in the top 5 leagues, and you know, you can't blame Vitek for saying, well, I don't want to back up behind Navas, I want to play regularly. When United have an option, they go and put him out on loan for a year. If he has a good season in the Prem, then his value will go up. But then his contract also is down 1 more year. Do they cash in on him permanently? I think they can maybe get 20 million off a good season with Bristol, and then that's pure profit. I think United will probably look to cash in on the tech because they will get pure profit. As good as he is, he obviously doesn't want to be second keeper behind that much can't play. And it's nice that would be for a player that good second keeper. And I think United will look to get some cash for him, which is fair enough. Berger is expected to leave, and we are looking at second goalkeepers. And I do think we need a better second goalkeeper than Bayindir, because there's a huge drop-off between Lallans and Bayindir. And when Lallans has been that good, Vitek isn't really going to play a lot. So, yeah, it's a shame if we lose Vitek, but it makes sense. So let's talk about the instead. Ben Jacobs told the United Stand YouTube channel today, and he said that absolutely Matheus Fernandes is Man United's leading target. If they don't sign him, I still think there's legacy of the Labour situation, and Alexander Berge, who's another player discussed in recent weeks. For me, there's a drop-off from Fernandes to Baleba and Fernandes to Sander Berge. I just think from watching Matheus Fernandes, he just is a standout player. I think he is a player that isn't quite worth 100 million now, and I think within 3 months of playing for Manchester United, we could have been going for a £100 million player here into the field market. There's a reason PSG and Real Madrid look at him. I mean, Matheus Fernandes would be a phenomenal signing, and I think we just need to do what we can to get it done. Obviously, we don't want to overpay. West Ham are asking a ridiculous fee. And he looks, 60 is what we want to pay, 80-85 minutes what they want. If we can get something done in the 70 million range, I think when Elliot Anderson's going to be 120 million, but Tonali is going to be 100 million, could look figures and a deal. It's a lot of money, and we've learned that Ineos don't want to spend a lot of money, but look at Newcastle. They didn't want to pay the extra 4 million for Milos. I think Milos was £34 million, 40 million euros, and Newcastle did 30 million, and we and Liverpool suited. So I do always think we can come to Newcastle, unless we know that Matheus Fernandes will be more something with reject Real Madrid. He obviously told other clubs he's prioritising Man United, but would he reject those other clubs if they later didn't? I don't know. Maybe we're so confident that Matheus won't go elsewhere that we're taking our time. But I think at that point we're just like, can we hurry up and get it done? I think West Ham have to sell by the end of June, and maybe United are waiting on that. But yeah, interesting there. I think if we don't get Matheus, we go for Baleba, but I do think there's a drop-off. But I think there's one midfielder we're waiting for. I think we've also got midfielders, Edison is one, Matheus is the other. And I think the reason we don't want to spend loads on Matheus is because I think we want to spend big money on the third midfielder. And we know who that third midfield dream is. We know that third midfield dream is Tchouaméni. I did a video earlier today tweeting about Tchouaméni, and I said this is quite possible. There was reports from Madrid looking at Fernandes, they're going to need to sell a midfielder. Tchouaméni is not untouchable. Mourinho wants to build around Valverde and Bellingham, and Tchouaméni may go, and United are interested in him. There's been even more developments coming in from Tier 1 Madrid sources that Madrid are considering a significant sale of midfield. The club is open to a major departure to finance the signing of a midfielder Mourinho wants. So that is a big update there. And look, I think Camavinga's who they'd probably sell before Tchouaméni. You know, Camavinga wasn't picked for the France squad, Tchouaméni was. But apparently Madrid are open to selling Tchouaméni. More and more reports are emerging. They're obviously not going to come out and be like, yeah, we want him gone, because then they won't get much money for him. But there's a feeling that Real Madrid are willing to sell Tchouaméni to make room for a midfield signing coming in. And Manchester United lead the race for Tchouaméni. Tchouaméni might depart Real Madrid this summer, with Manchester United linked as his prime destination. Spanish sources highlight United are a serious contender if Madrid prioritise other targets and need funds. All of a sudden, the news in the last 2 days is twisted to like, Tchouaméni's not going anywhere, we could go to, yeah, he might go somewhere. Like, Madrid might want to get rid of one of him and Valverde. There's still potentials behind the scenes that Real Madrid are playing down. Mourinho wants to build around Bellingham and Valverde and sell someone to finance this and that. And Tchouaméni, you know, he's got 2 years left on his deal. Real Madrid apparently might not offer him a new deal, but they will want him.
Let's see.
And if they want him.
Let's see who. Oh. Group H. First, Czechia. Second, Mexico. Third, South Africa. Fourth, Korea Republic. Group B. Bosnia's first. Switzerland second. Canada third. Qatar's fourth. Group C. Brazil's first. Morocco second. Scotland third, Haiti fourth. I think that's going to happen in real life, to be fair. Group D, Turkey first, USA second, Paraguay third, Australia fourth. Group E, Germany first, Cote d'Ivoire second, Ecuador third, and Curacao fourth. I think these two are going to switch around these two in real life. Group F, Japan first, Tunisia second, Netherlands third, Sweden fourth. Group G, Egypt first, Iran second, New Zealand third, Belgium fourth. I think Belgium is going to be first, New Zealand second, then Egypt and Iran. Group H, Spain first, second Uruguay, third Saudi, and fourth Cape Verde. I think that's going to actually happen. Group I, Norway first, France second, Senegal third, Iraq fourth. I think Norway and France are going to switch. In Group J, Argentina is first, Algeria second, Austria third, and Jordan fourth. I think that's going to happen in real life too. Right. In Group K, Portugal first, Colombia second, Congo DR third, and Uzbekistan fourth. I think that's also going to happen. What? In Group L, Ghana is first, England second, Croatia third, Panama fourth. I think England is going to be first, Croatia second, then Ghana, then Panama, I think. But that's just my opinion. Brazil versus Tunisia.
Well, Man United are the favourites for that. City working on Anderson, City working on Tonali. What are coming out of Spain saying all the signs of violence to be found with not going to up for Camavinga, who's been crap, not going to the World Cup, injury prone, and it's Valverde. It's too many. Apparently, they want to sell out Valverde. Now, I think this dream deal is possible. I think this dream deal was possible. I think the reason we're not going for Tonali is because we're waiting to see what happens after Matheus Fernandes on Germany. Nothing will happen to after the World Cup. And I think it is to get Matheus Fernandes done. And I think we'll look at Germany. I think we'll look at Lewis Hall. I think we'll be looking at change there. But I think Germany, that dream is suddenly
provided by Stuart Robson. And hopefully we've got some
another thing Ben Jacobs mentioned on the United stand today that I thought was very interesting and kind of shows our transfer plans have changed a little bit. Is he was also required as a left winger or left back. We know what he left winger or left back. I prefer for many people that left back seems more of a priority than left wing, and Lewis Hall is the absolute number one for left back. So I think the situation is, I think if we definitely can't get Lewis Hall, I think we go for a left winger if there's a left winger we like available. Yeah. But I do think we want a left back more than a left winger. But I think the left back depends on the options like Lewis Hall. If we really want Tonali basically going to go and bring Barcelona on money for Gordon, we have to pay something ridiculous to get Lewis Hall, and something tells me Newcastle won't do it this summer. They've embarrassed so much. They've been embarrassed and bullied so much by big clubs in the transfer window. You know, Tonali goes to Tottenham. You know, obviously losing out on Rush yesterday. I don't think Newcastle would want to do Lewis Hall. So maybe the plan has changed. Maybe they've gone, maybe Newcastle won't do Lewis Hall and they think it's ridiculous. And maybe we're now looking at prioritising left wing because and maybe go back into someone like Lewis Hall next summer and keeping Rashawn and Dorgan as left back options. That wouldn't shock me because if Tonali goes, I don't think we sell Lewis Hall. I think we always have to go in for Lewis Hall first. But Tonali's pushing to go. Lewis Hall is open to moving to Man United, but he's not pushing like Tonali is. So I think the plans have changed there, and Ben Jacobs actually spoke about the left wing and said this. Man United looking at Iliman Ndiaye. Should he not sign a new contract with Everton, as well as with Matthias? I keep wanting to say Matthias. Matis Fernandes-Pardew as left wing options. I wouldn't say Matis Fernandes-Pardew is an out-and-out left wing. I think he's a versatile forward that can play ball across the front three. Iliman Ndiaye, you could argue is the same really. He can play 10, he can play left wing, he can play right wing. But I think with Iliman Ndiaye, he's more of a winger. Now, the only thing with Iliman Ndiaye is he's not a touchline winger. He's someone that likes to come on the inside. And I think to get the best out of Iliman Ndiaye, you want a really overlapping touchline kind of left back, which I think Dorgo is, which I think Lewis Hall kind of is. So I think that works really well. Look, I really like Iliman Ndiaye. I think with Yandy one they said going to Liverpool. I think Iliman Ndiaye.
No Mateus Cunha.
Yo. Hey guys.
Yeah. James.
Oh, look what he did.
What?
James, I'm Crystal Player at home. Do you want to go out with you?
No. All we want to do.
That's fine.
Are you at college?
No.
Are you?
Still level.
James, got a question. Do you know the one freshman?
I don't play for mine.
Oh, play it with us, please. James, the freshman is down here.
I'm playing the new World Cup game mode.
It's boring. You playing what? World Cup.
They take it short.
Oh no, FC26.
Into the middle.
It's boring.
I'm playing as Brazil versus Tunisia. 0-0. Season just started, but
Good pressure this
on World
time.
Cup is free.
This time.
He's in here.
Primary school. Primary school playing FIFA with kids. You're playing with the kids.
Let's go, I scored. Yes, Venezuela.
See? Where are you? Corey, come here.
Well, let's see this again.
What?
This is counter-attacking football at its very best. And there's certainly no doubt about the finish. Really hits it
It's
with
on
power
that.
and accuracy. Nothing the keeper can do about that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
Guys, you don't want to see my search history now.
And the game will stop. Offside.
You have to repeat history.
You definitely don't want to now.
I don't need to look at it in the first place. That was criminal. He's asking.
In the right position to cut out the
He's
pass.
his search histories.
Can
we see that?
It's very zesty. Let's just say
Oh,
that.
yeah. That's
Vinicius Junior.
Oh, what's he want?
And it's on
Oh,
here.
yeah.
How the fuck did we miss that big one?
Attentive, great reading of the game.
I need mental help.
Yeah, we know.
What a chance here.
Rise and you're
Who do you think's winning the World Cup this year?
There's another one.
you.
Plenty of breathing space for them now.
I James we found your brother.
Okay, who?
Well, here we can see it again. Look at the way he glides past the defender to create space for himself. And the finish is clinical. It just makes it look so easy, doesn't it?
So the lead is now 2.
Vinny's got 2 goals.
Like you. Like you.
So much
Okay.
space to attack. There it goes. And on and on. No scraps for the attackers to beat
It
on.
was
Come on to the ball well.
it was terrible. You,
That'll do it. End of the first 45 minutes here.
be alright. No. Well, this is like the best team in hands down.
2-0.
And the second half is underway.
2-0 to Brazil. Come on, Brazil.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the Croatia match? England versus Croatia.
Good work, they've got it back.
We tried
It was 4-2 win to England.
lost. James.
No, we won 4-2.
No,
Yeah.
that was a ring.
I'm allowed to talk.
Well, that's
Gonna quickly-
Stops like that.
The best option out there after
Wow.
him. Maybe Musa. in terms of realistic options. Of course, I think Mark is scary with them. Yeah, they won their unbelievable. But in terms of more realistic ones for us, I'd like Iliman Ndiaye. In a dream world, we'll sign Matheus Fernandes, Tchouameni, Lewis Hall, Iliman Ndiaye, and maybe a centre-back with that, maybe a striker with that. That would be sort of my dream world. Anyway, listen people, thank you so much for watching today's 10-minute roundup. I'm really intrigued to know your thoughts down below on the news as the stories develop. We'll be back tomorrow morning around 11 AM for a live news show, and this is just what we can talk about. Thank you for watching. Bye.
There's Cunha.
Tottenham Hotspur are among clubs keen on signing Matheus Fernandes from West Ham. This is separate, big word, separate to the pursuit of Sandro Tonali. Interest driven by Roberto De Zerbi, who wants the West Ham talent as well as the Newcastle midfielder. What the actual F am I reading? What on earth are Tottenham Hotspur on? Senesi done, Van Heck done, Savinho expected to be done. Tottenham also expected to move for a striker. Robertson done. Tonali, £100 million, 80 to £100 million, probably going to be around £90 million. He wants Tottenham Tonali as well. That's set to be done. On top of 90 million Tonali, they're now looking at 80 million Matheus Fernandes. Tottenham are moving mad. Whether Tottenham sign all these players or not is a big question. Whether they can convince Matheus Fernandes to say no to Man United and go to Tottenham is a big question. But the ambition Tottenham are showing in the transfer market, their willingness to spend money, get deals done. Senesi, Van Heck done already. They beat us to Senesi. We actually tried to go for Senesi. He chose Tottenham. Tonali wants to go to Tottenham. While Matheus Fernandes has his heart set on Man United, and as a Man United fan, I still think we'll get Matheus Fernandes a bit like Mbumo last summer. Tottenham wanted him, were willing to pay more, but he had his heart set on Manchester United. This is embarrassing for Manchester United. And I tell you what, if we miss out on Matheus Fernandes to Tottenham Hotspur, I will never forgive Ineos. I will never forgive Ineos. We've had this deal in the bag for 3 weeks. Newcastle had the Munoz deal in the bag for the last 2 weeks. Liverpool swooped in and got it done. Now, there is a difference between Newcastle wanting a player and Liverpool swooping in and Man United wanting a player and Tottenham trying to hijack it. Like, Man United have more pull than Tottenham, Liverpool have more pull than Newcastle. But the difference is De Zerbi has pull, whether you like it or not. And I think Matheus Fernandes, like Bruno, has his heart set on Man United, and I don't think we'll lose out on faith in Tottenham. There's 2 things that Tottenham have over us. There's 2 big things. One, De Zerbi has pull. De Zerbi has pull. 2, they're in London, and he might want to stay in London. But 3, from what I'm hearing, and the word behind the scene is, and I don't know if this is a big negotiation tactic to scare Man United to bid higher. I feel like West Ham are annoyed they're not getting the bidding war. Real Madrid have walked away, Arsenal have walked away because they learned the players' preferences Man United. I don't know if this is a big negotiation tactic from West Ham, but the word is, while the player has his heart set on Man United, Tottenham are willing to pay what it takes to get the deal done. And, Tottenham are willing to, get the deal done, actually pay what it takes. They don't know if Man United can pay the same amount of money as Tottenham can pay, which is ridiculous because we're in the Champions League and we have more money than Tottenham. Man United can pay more than Tottenham. Are they willing to pay more than Tottenham? And if we're not willing to pay more than Tottenham for our priority signing, our marquee midfield signing, that's worrying because Tottenham are willing to go and do the Tonali deal and then outpay Matheus Fernandes. Well, we've signed Edison, who is not the level of Tonali. We've lost Casemiro. We've the midfielder even more than Tottenham. We have Maino and Agate. That is it for the deeper midfield role. Maino and Agate, and Agate's leaving, Agate's rubbish. If Tottenham sign Tonali and then are willing to outbid us for Matheus Fernandes, that would be an absolute disgrace on Ineos. And we have to talk about Tottenham. We have to talk about how good this would be for Tottenham. If Tottenham pull this off on top of Senesi, Van Heck, Savinho, a potential new striker, they've got Maddison back from injury, they've got Kudus coming back from injury, Tottenham could get a Champions League finish next season with the Zerbi in 1 game a week. I'm being for real. Now, I'm trying not to be reactionary because I do think Man United will end up getting Matheus Fernandes as a Man United fan, but I haven't lost my head since Grimsby. I haven't lost my head big time since Grimsby, when we lost to Grimsby. If all of a sudden Matheus Fernandes joins Tottenham, you are going to get the fattest rants, and I will never forgive Ineos because this is the signing I want more than anyone else. I'm annoyed that Man United aren't even going in for Tonali. We saw Tonali might be 100 million. We thought we're not paying that. I'm annoyed that Man United's owners don't seem to want to spend more than 60 million on a player. And Tottenham do. Tottenham are showing ambition. Look, it's a big question if Tottenham get Matheus Fernandes or not. But the fact they're going for Tonali on top of Matheus Fernandes, the fact that they want 2 midfielders, this shows Tottenham ambition. They've also been linked to Baleba earlier in the window. I think they could visit Baleba if they don't end up getting Matheus Fernandes. But what I'm seeing from Tottenham is they signed the 2 best ball-playing centre-backs in the Premier League. Savinho's probably going to come in, Strive's probably going to have They're ready to sign 2 of their midfielders in the Premier League. They might also look at Alex Scott if they can't get Matheus Fernandes. They might look at Baleba, they might look at other players. But what I'm seeing is Tottenham sign 2 elite centre-backs. They're going to sign Savinho likely, and now they want 2 elite midfielders. They are moving mad. And I think that relegation has really scared them. Being so close to relegation has scared their owners. Because if Tottenham got relegated, they would lose 200 million at least in the first season. If they come back up, they're still going to lose money. Tottenham probably got lost around 300 million. And just if they got relegated. And I think the fear of losing that much money has meant that they're now willing to spend 300 million because they would have lost that if they went down, to make sure they never go close to going down again. Like, they've given De Zerbi a huge contract, a 5-year deal. He's a big manager. Zerbi has convinced Tonali to choose Tottenham. Tonali's willing to choose Tottenham. Matheus Fernandes has turned down Ronald Arsenal for Man United, told Ronald Arsenal to price to Man United and set joining Man United. So I'm not too worried about Tottenham. There is a chance. Like, De Zerbi has Tottenham are willing to be big to get this done. And this is what I'm listening. They seem separate to Tonali. And this is the summer. United are willing to spend big in midfield. We're willing to shape our midfield, change our midfield. And Tottenham are willing to outbid us. Tottenham's priority should be attack, but they also need a big level midfielder. But imagine, like, they signed Tonali, and they're still willing to go further than us from Matheus Fernandes, our priority target. Like, Ineos, they need to step up. I'm going to talk about Matheus Fernandes and why he'd be a good sign for Tottenham, but it is giving this fight. It is giving this fight, and I hope I'm right. This guy is too good. I can deal with Tonali going to Tottenham, because we would...
Well done. This could lead to something. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Oh, it was set up for the shot, but then he went for brute force when a cool head was needed. Well, both bosses have decided to make a change now. 5 minutes left now. Vinicius Junior. Surely someone's got to do something about this, and it's opened up. And the keeper does well to keep it out. Now, what can they do from here? And the attack is over.
Well, they certainly got their defensive shape absolutely right there.
And the full-time whistle is greeted by cheers from the home supporters.
And all of a sudden, I always criticise Tottenham because they keep going for these off-the-ball midfielders and they're never going for these on-the-ball midfielders. But all of a sudden, Tottenham moving for Matheus Fernandes, whether they get or not, shows they have ambition to sign an on-the-ball midfielder. It shows they have a mission to go from ignorance to football. It shows that they're actually profiling the right place. Even if Tottenham don't sign him.
Hello to you and welcome to another
No way they
If I was a Tottenham
brought to you
fan,
by
I would
EA
think,
TV.
I'll bring for Tonali, and then we'll put Tess Fernandez, great ambition. Even if we don't get Tess Fernandez, I would be happy if I was a Tottenham fan to see that we were linked to Tess Fernandez, because I'd be like, oh, I know it's finally going for the right kind of midfielder, because Tottenham seem to continue to go for the wrong kind of midfielders. They seem to continue to go for these players. I'm not the most amazing on the ball. They're now going for the ball for the midfielders they need. They've signed Van Heck and Sessi, the two best ball-playing centre-backs in the Premier. They're now going for not one midfielder, two midfielders, from Tess Fernandez in particular is rated a very good number 8. Him and Tonali under De Zerbi Paul, Van Heck and Sessi behind him would be absolutely terrifying. It would be scary how good that would be. Tottenham would be on for a top 4 finish. I tell you this now, I think Tottenham would be on for a top 4 finish. I honestly think if Tottenham signed Tonali and Tess Fernandez, and we go and sign Edson and Sandberg, I think Tottenham will finish above us next season. Because they're a level above. Like we're saying, we don't get Tess Fernandez, we get Sandberg. But we don't Edson and Sandberg, when we got Casemiro, and they end up Tonali and Tess Fernandez, I will never forgive Ineos. I will never, ever, ever forgive Ineos if we got Tess Fernandez still. Now, there is the question of, are we just being played by West Ham? It's not really more. West Ham want to get the money for Tess Fernandez. There's a deadline that West Ham needs to raise it by June 30th. Could West Ham be pulling out story? Because we've been told that we're not going to pay 80 million for Tess Fernandez. Yeah, obviously saying Tottenham are interested. There's reports coming from people behind the scenes. Tottenham are willing to pay that. One thing Man United have, and this is what we know from Bumo, because Tottenham are willing to pay more than Ashton Bumo, is he has his heart set on United. This is the one thing that we can't, this is the one thing that hopefully doesn't happen. I also think if Tottenham are going to spend 100 million on Tonali, maybe they won't have the money to outbid us from Tess Fernandez, like Such is suggesting.
I hope we do get
For me,
He goes to Sunday.
Like, I don't think people realise how good signing to be for Tottenham. I just think Tess Fernandez would be a better signing to Tottenham. But if they got both, that's next level. Tess Fernandez just has a little bit of extra policy on Tonali. Even we not Tottenham can play 6, he can play 8, he can play 10. He's creating. I don't think the price tag is coming down. I think she probably ends up at Man United, but I think Man United just need to hurry up a bit, get it done, because I'm starting to get very worried about Tottenham.
Out for a throw.
Wow, Canada, I'm seriously impressed. Look, as an England fan, I've not really watched Canada play much football since the last World Cup, and the levels Canada have won since the last World Cup is now. Some people say it's going to be Qatar very hard. Canada from winning so then we have Canada with the second red card in the second half. Canada in the tiger in the first half, like 8 shots on target, which is the most to Romania in 1994. For me, Canada were fantastic. I am really impressed with the improvements in their midfield, their wing play, how well organised they were by Jesse March, and how well set up they were. This wasn't just Canada winning in the 19th half 6-0. It was Canada playing probably the best football within the tournament in terms of play, in terms of connection, in terms of the way they were thinking and attacking. And yes, again, that was against Ireland, but the first half, even when it was 11v11, Canada were playing football. Like, that is football. That was entertaining football. That was good football. It's not they won 6-0 and they were playing. It was, no, they were playing. They won sustainable football. One of the best kinds of football I've seen at this tournament. Maybe the best individual performance I've seen at this tournament of the team. It's the individual performance team. That doesn't make sense. But I think that was the best performance I've seen at this tournament. Totally got space. I mean, it was disgraceful as well. As well, ridiculous. embarrassing for Qatar. This is a team that got a 1-1 draw versus Switzerland. This isn't some awful team. They embarrassed themselves. And look, I don't want to take credit away from Canada because I was seriously impressed with Canada when they played. Qatar, that is maybe that's the worst performance it's ever gone up to Qatar. It's the best performance
once again.
so
What
far
a game this
Canada.
is turning out to be.
Canada are moving.
Well,
They're
here we
playing
can see
more
it
football.
again.
They
And
could
it's a
be a
really
problem. I'm
cool
not saying that
finish.
Canada
He didn't overthink it, he just made his mind up and slotted it home.
Canada are going to be a big problem. They win the group, I believe they stay at Vancouver, so they get that home advantage, which can never be estimated. Yes, it is Qatar. Canada have shown over the years. I haven't used to Canada. The difference between Canada and not now is the view and the wing play and how organised they were and how well set up they were. As an England fan, I was really impressed. Really impressed. And look, best wishes to Kone. I thought he was one of Canada's best players on the pitch. I think he's had a really good season in Serie A. He's only just left 24, and Kone has a huge future ahead of him. And that injury was shocking. He was phenomenal. There was a few players that stood out for me that I want to talk about that really impressed me. I mean, we have to talk about Kone. Really good game in the field, controlling the game. He was excellent. I'm really sad for him, you know. Super familiar with him. Today's game was how he closed the Serie A, but you know, I'd seen him once or twice before, I've heard of him, you know, I've heard good things of him. He just turned 24 and he was running the show, and yeah, that injury looked horrific. It looked like a double injury. It looked horrific, and I feel for him. He's going to be out for a while. Be a miss for Canada. And another thing about Canada is they're not seen out Alfonso Davies. You would argue Alfonso Davies is Canada's best player. I know it's got injury issues. Canada have been playing really good football. With some of their best players having some injury issues, Alfonso Davies not there, and yet they're still able to play good football. And lots of good credit to Jesse March.
Well, there's no doubt that early
you know, he's organised as well, so even when they lose two players, they're still able to understand the system, understand where they need to be, understand where they, you know, how to play with each other. They're really well coached. This isn't just a team that's got some players that's really coached. This is a team that is really well coached. This is a team that is organised. This is a team that actually has rotations and movements in possession that actually connect with each other. And yes, when they were playing against 9 men and 5 up, they were just doing long shots and everyone was trying to score, as you'd expect. But this was an organised team. This was a well-coached team. This was a well-planned team. Off the ball, doing work. The way that the wingers were used, it was traditional. It was 4-4-2. I was really impressed with Cannon. He played a big part in the goals, getting off the wing. The wingers' performance. I really liked this. This was 4-4-2 for Canada. This was old school football. This is the kind of football I really enjoyed watching as a Manchester United fan. The football was just entertaining and it was attacking minded and it was good. And it was, and you could tell that they were a really well coached team. The manager that looked at Leeds, you know, he set up this Canada team so well. He set them up 4-4-2. The team understand the instructions, they understand the basics, they understand what they want to do, and the improvements of Canada in the last 4 years is mental. They are the most enjoyable team to watch.
Just when it was looking threatening.
Yeah, I'm saying this a lot. They have been the most enjoyable team to watch. You know, they're good, they're wanting to score, they're wanting to attack. You've got midfield defence in the last 4 years. You know, Cannon has really improved with the tough time at Inter. He had those injuries since we've gone to Villarreal. He's had a good season, but he's gone up levels. You know, this is a team that they just think well, American 75, so maybe you know, shouldn't underrate them too much. They've shown some quality there. For a manager to fail at Leeds, he said they're not great. For a team that's not had Davies yet, and they haven't even had prime Davies in a while, you know, you have to give them credit. Jesse March has done a really good job. Jonathan David. Now, there's a few players that impressed me. Saliba when he came on. Really good free kick. Really good free kick. Williams, you know, shot for the shot that came off Davies and that ended up being Davies' hat-trick. Saliba was very good. You know, he's had a good season at Anderlecht from what I've heard. I've not watched him at Anderlecht particularly, but I've heard that he's seen at Anderlecht and comes from talent. Obviously, Ismail Kone was playing really well before his injury. Lampin did well, and I feel like with Lara, he's very good at sniffing out those opportunity goals. And he's Liverpool, he's shown that, and he keeps upset about being benched for the first game. Came off the bench, scored, and was a 1-week start, showing a really good attitude. And one thing I've learned about this Canada squad is they're a team.
They've taken the lead, and there's not
So
long
there's
left
World
to hang on
Cups.
to
You
it
have
as we go again.
teams of really good players like Portugal, Ronaldo, Pedro, Jan Neves, Vitinha. Portugal don't look like a team. I watch Portugal play. They don't look like a team. It's disjointed. It's not working. Let alone unnecessary. Canada,
No wonder they're celebrating.
there's something right about this Canada team. There's something right
This
about
incredible
the
game
attitude
goes
of this
again
Canada
with the
team.
score
Like
5-3
every
now.
Canada player has this good attitude, this hard-working attitude, and they want to play together. They look like a team. They look like people who play together. Whereas Portugal look like individuals. And I look at the mindset of the Canada players, the mentality of the Canada players, and the coaching, and it just seems to be a good atmosphere.
5-3, oh my god. I somehow still won.
Individuals on the pitch that don't know how to play with each other, that aren't being coached to play with each other. And look, there was one player that was under a lot of stick before today's game. There was one player who was getting unbelievable amounts of slander. And that is how you respond to Jonathan David. We all know Jonathan David's not had the best season out in Syria. We all know Jonathan David's not been in his best form. Now people want him to do goals. And he's under a lot of pressure. And when you're a striker and you're under pressure and your confidence is gone, it's not easy. This is the biggest stage. You're going to step up for Canada. This is your time to step up for Canada. And Jonathan David delivers with a hat-trick. A very good hat-trick to all goals. Really well. I'm not pitching all the big things for Jonathan David because I know he's not been great last year, but he is a good player and the confidence that he is going to gain alone from scoring a hat-trick going into your next game against Switzerland, which is your hardest game, and if you win that, you win the group. And if you draw that, I think you win the group because of goal difference. If you win that, you win the group. If you draw that, you win the group. Which means that you can then go and stay at home in Vancouver. So if you don't win, you'll probably come second in the group, I think. Potentially, unless the goal difference is mad, you'll probably still go through anyway, even if you don't beat Switzerland. But if you do beat Switzerland, you win the group. I think you stay in your home country, which is an advantage. But I think the confidence you'll get from that hat-trick, the confidence that the Canada players will get from Qatar, Qatar going into their next game will be big. Because football is not just a game about talent. As I said, it's a team game. How well do you play together as a team? Well, Canada do that really well. How confident are you? If you're playing well as a team, if you're confident, if you know you've got to the Copa America semi-finals, you know one of your best players' babies is still to come in. Canada are going to take confidence from that to the next game. If they get a result against Switzerland, they're going to take confidence into the knockouts. Now, the knockouts can be a little bit likely to get an easier fixture. You've got home advantage. I think Canada can go far. I think Canada can be a problem. And look, we have to talk about Canada. I thought he was so good. I think he won 19 out of 13 duels. He attempted 4 out of 5 dribbles. He had shots. He was putting crosses in. He was getting forward. It was a proper school throwback winger performance. I thought he was really good. I thought Canada in general had a really impressive game, and I'm excited to see what Canada produce versus Switzerland. They have impressed me so far. Again, I haven't really watched Canada for 4 years, so the levels that they've gone up has really impressed me. Let me know if it's level low. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Hello.
Hello. Wait up.
Are you winning?
Yeah, I'm winning at the moment. I'm just win. But yes, I'm winning.
We are here. Yes, South Korea.
I'm winning, guys. I'm France.
We see, let's go, boys. You got a long way ahead. Keep grinding.
I missed it.
There's not much you can say about that.
Thanks,
Just a breathtaking stop, isn't it?
He's driven in the corner. Not a convincing clearance. That's a good-looking ball. The ruling is offside here.
All right, in a go, yeah.
Okay.
And a throw in here for France.
And can you subscribe to me, please? Thanks.
Michael Olise. Dembele. Chance for Dembele. And there it is, the goal they wanted for security. They lead.
Yes, Dembele.
They can breathe that bit more easily.
Well, here it is again, and I have to say, the defending is so poor. They make so many bad decisions there. No wonder the keeper's exposed.
France sloppy in possession here. Well, the keeper not complaining about that. Dembele. Brilliant, wonderful stop. Messier. Could be dangerous.
Me personally, I think today's game is going to be super exciting.
Counter-attacking chance. Well, it broke down, alas. Well, the keeper has outdone himself. Wonderful save. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. And the whistle is sounded for half-time.
Chad, you like that half circle? That's how you want to stick on a hard. So you got
Into the second half then. Will it be more of the same from France? They were breathtaking in the first 45, you've got to say. Are they capable of matching that in the second half? Seko Fofana. France doing well to regain possession. Is it going to be? He's in an offside position. Oh, read it really well.
They faded.
And he has options available. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. And that's going to roll all the way through. Well, the long-range efforts, but no real difficulties for the goalkeeper. Oh, you have a go! And taken cleanly by the keeper. Showing a great defensive instinct. Body in the way.
He just got himself into a really good position there.
Well, we're into the final half hour. A very good tackle. And they know they need to stop him. Intercepted effortlessly.
You are the not
Well, as you
good.
can see, he makes it look easy in the end, but I think that's a good finish. He'll be pleased with that.
Seko Fofana. Oh, nice ball over the top. France couldn't hang on to it. Fine run from Mbappe. An exceptional performance this. Fall to the good man.
Yes, Mbappe.
Well,
He's almost got
so easily.
he needs to score them.
To be beaten at his near post. I don't think so. He really needs to do better in those situations.
And possession changing hands. Oh, I thought they were onto something there. And denied by the keeper. Impressive. Seko Fofana. 10 minutes left to play. And quick thinking defensively. Aurélien Tchouameni.
It's Mbappe.
Look at this again. He moves the ball quickly, he gets beyond his marker and he keeps his composure. It's an excellent finish.
Mbappe's got his hat-trick.
Seko Fofana. Good looking move. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat.
He's still good, isn't he?
There's the final whistle. The travelling fans are full of the joy because...
Falling down. 5-0. Are we going to be Colombia next? Oh my god, I was right. You really should play against Colombia, so...
Two teams are ready to go head-to-head in a match brimming with excitement. It's a showdown. Hello and thanks for joining us live here on EA TV. I'm Guy Mowbray, your commentator, with the professionals' view provided by Stuart Robson. And we should have a cracking contest here. It's Colombia facing England.
Oh, Guy, this is a big moment here.
And you can see and sense the frustration after that. It's
How
a
England?
subtle, certain finish. This is the England team. Jordan Pickford is the goalkeeper. The player Saka starts with Marcus Rashford out wide, and the main striker is Harry Kane. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. Lerma. Well, they got so far, but no end result. Wheeler Dinter. Luis Diaz is the sort of player who gets bums off seats. Will he provide something special for us here?
Well, I don't think too many players can strike the ball as well as he can. He just hits it so cleanly, which makes him dangerous today.
Lerma. Keeping it nicely, waiting for the chance to get themselves in front.
Check on watch. This game's kind of mid, bro. Every game you stream is a draw. No way. Exactly. What is the luck? What is the luck in my football streams? What is the luck? Every football game that I stream, it ends in a draw. I'm not gonna just only stream knockout games. I swear, bro. I'm not to just quit the group stage game.
Behind it goes for a corner. Over it comes. Oh, that's really well cut out. Harry Kane. Can they take the chance to lead?
How do you do that?
And the spot kick is seen as sufficient punishment. No yellow card.
How do I do what?
Scores. The penalty officially away.
How do I do what, chat?
It's 1-0 as the game restarts. Daniel Munoz. That's a good challenge. Out it goes. Wheeler Ditter.
Like film, what are you using?
Jefferson Lerma.
I'm not using the phone. I'm using YouTube.
Accepted. Great reading of the game.
It's YouTube videos. I'm watching YouTube videos at the same time they're playing.
Oh, could be a chance here.
When you're filming.
How do I do what then?
Kane.
They're post videos. Or normal.
Switched on and ready to intercept that.
I'm going to do it chaos.
Kane. What a chance here. Must be. Good save from the keeper.
City. Thank you.
Being delivered.
They just turned more down, man.
Over the touchline goes. It will be a throw-in now.
Tried, yes. I got you.
The keeper's done well.
Say that. See him.
Moving forward under no real pressure.
Baseball. Yeah. That's a deal. That's a deal.
No, fuck.
But it's in at the second time of asking. Where was his defence? That is
I like that
inexcusable.
gun trending.
No doubt he'll feel hard done by there. That first save was brilliant. Very unlucky.
Used it as well. And that whistle brings the first half. And the game restarts. Jefferson Lerma. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Declan Rice. Over the top and in on goal. To take the lead. And it's in.
Oh, no.
And the game restarts with the score now 2-1. Time for some positive wing play now. That one's gone out. Throw in to come. Making a change here. I think he just lost his bearings there. No real pressure on him. Saka. Onto Rice. Great instinct there to cut it out. They're in here. Oh, you can't
my. I think England's picked. Put on. I like goalkeeper Henderson.
Another in double quick time. And we're back underway at 3-1. Jefferson Lerma. A really good interception to take the ball. Noni Madueke. Come away with the ball. Good pressure high up the pitch. And that's 2 for him today. A superb performance. They can't contain him. And the game kicks off with the score now 3-2. Hernandez. Jefferson Lerma. Lerma. Bellingham. This is the equaliser. Secure hands, calmly taken. Very quick to close down. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Mojica. Struggling to keep it here. They won the ball, now to keep it. John Stones. Davinson Sanchez. 5 minutes left now. This could get interesting. The defence quick to snatch it back.
Well, that was a really excellent piece of defending there.
Luis Diaz. On to Luis Diaz. This could be dangerous. Oh, they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. And the full-time whistle is greeted by cheers from the home.
Who do you think is going to win, Turkey or Paraguay?
Group stage action on the menu, and the importance of picking two nations ready to test themselves on this grand stage, and a real sense that something special could unfold. I'm Derek Ray. Can he score? Oh, excellent work there to thwart a promising attack. Oh, that's a clever ball. Chalanolu! And the keeper dealing with it.
Have you got it on the fish?
I'm checking. Yeah.
He's driven in the corner. Well, able to survive that attacking push. Nicely cut out. Antonio Sanabria. Well, giving the ball away. Well, who wants to keep the ball? Nobody, apparently.
Yeah, they're not really connecting, are they?
No, still.
And unable to keep possession.
No.
Just what the fans wanted to see.
Oh, handball.
The ideal way to begin.
Mum's team is Turkey. And that.
Because to take today.
Yeah.
The same.
Here we can see it again, and this is really good strength. He uses his body well, and once he gets a yard, he finishes it nicely. Really good composure.
And continues his run. And here's Cáceres. Trying to open up the defence. Opportunity here. Oh, really commanding goalkeeping.
Not.
Delivering it.
Right.
Likes to run with the ball at his feet. This could level it. The save was a good one. Plenty of support here. Intelligent defending.
Like 6-0 game was good last night, wasn't it?
Or 16 game.
It was.
I didn't watch it.
I did.
Huh?
I did.
What time was that?
It was the Canada versus Qatar.
Who won that one?
Canada.
What was the score?
6-0.
Bloody hell.
Oh shit.
And here's Cáceres.
I knew
Gustavo Gomez. Kubas with it.
You don't know if they're going to win, James.
I do. I did know in the Canada versus. Well, no, I did.
Oh, that's a really good run.
I did that.
Oh, he's gone.
Yes, I did.
He's gone.
I did.
Who's playing tonight? Who's going to win that one?
Let me see. Okay, so we got. Oh, Mexico beat Korea. Nice. There's only 2 matches today, technically. USA versus Australia and Scotland versus Morocco. Ooh, USA versus Australia. That's tricky.
A what?
USA versus Australia.
Yeah, so I win that one.
Scotland versus Morocco. Morocco will win.
Yeah. Scotland,
and then tomorrow we've got Brazil versus Haiti. Brazil's definitely winning. Turkey versus Paraguay.
When's England playing next? Friday, isn't it?
I'm checking. Tuesday 23rd. Yeah, Tuesday 23rd. Yeah, that's Tuesday. Yeah?
It's at 9 o'clock.
It's 21.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
So underway again, following the goal that made things level. Omar Alderete. Well, the defenders know they need to get tighter. Can't really allow runs like that. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass.
Yes, so alert, read it well.
Well, play getting a bit bogged down in midfield. Aktürkoğlu. And here's Cáceres. Gomez. A bit sloppy there. Aktürkoğlu.
No, you shouldn't.
Can he put them in front? Yes, is the emphatic
Make it
answer.
go.
And you have to say it was
In my
on the
opinion.
cards.
What's that?
Well, here we can see it again, and he does so well to skip past his marker. That's what opens up the
Come on,
opportunity, and it
Paraguay.
cool as you like in the finish.
Alert
You know, it's
intervention.
match day 2 for every team, I think. Is it?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, it is bad.
Is it?
Well, there to
Yeah, because
intercept.
everyone played their first game,
Super piece of
haven't
play. Opportunity. And turning the ball away.
Haven't they?
Goalkeeping excellence
Everyone.
Yeah.
Bobadilla.
You should have.
On the ball,
Talking about
Alderete.
your lifeguards.
Cáceres.
Daniel.
Yeah.
Look at my real eyes. There's one that
Gomez
played
with
the
it.
close match. Three.
Good looking move.
Match 3.
And he put it away. And a goal! An end-to-end game. And they
Real life
weren't
increasing.
behind for long.
Yeah, so I'm talking about.
Well, look at this great ball into the box, just into the right area. And what a finish this is. Keeps his eyes on the ball all the way. Keeper has no chance. That's just quality.
I think England's gonna win.
Showing good situational awareness.
France probably win Norway. France and Norway.
And Gomez with it. Cáceres. Kubas with it. Possession given away, unfortunately.
Messi scored a hat-trick the other day.
Did he?
Well, good run and good ball control.
One of the players in
The electronic board showing one additional minute.
Canadian team scored a
A
hat-trick.
really powerful effort, but just over the top.
I
Well,
would
he
not want to
certainly
see
made
that.
his mark on the game, and now the manager is making a switch.
That is bad.
That is that for the first half here.
Two? Ooh. Close match in it. Come on.
And away they go again. The second half is up and running.
Will I bottle it or will you bottle it?
Defensive Brazilians to shut them down. Really good build-up, but no end product.
Yeah, and I'd like to have seen a bit more quality in the final third there.
Junior Alonso. Here's Almiron. Very timely interception. Now perhaps they can counter from here. And the assistant referee has raised his flag offside.
Monkey bear. I hate VAR. VAR people should kill themselves.
Andres Kubas. It's with Bobadilla. Here's Almiron. And he takes it away. Might jump in front.
No!
It is.
Offside again.
Come on.
You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point.
Well, what a first half that's been for him. He's been superb. Everything positive seemed to go through him. He's my man of the match so far, and hopefully it's the same in the second 45.
Junior Alonso. Good wing play.
Wonder if we're going to see
Let's see him up the cross.
who do we have next?
I don't know.
Promising
Shall I
passage,
tell
but
you?
came to nothing.
Shall I check? Am I?
Possession changing hands.
Second year.
Can they create something from here? Oh, it looked really promising for them. Omar Alderete. Junior Alonso. And room now out
flank. Oh, a brilliant save! Did so well to keep that away from trouble.
When you look at the stats, it shows just how I feel the game's gone. It's been a brilliant watch. Both sides having a go, creating lots of opportunities. Let's hope that this continues.
Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Oh, fancy footwork. And the chance slips away. And he's broken free. And a goal it is to put them in front again. No less than they deserve.
Might have one.
Like the way he's past his marker here, and then once he's through, there was never any doubt, was there? Hits it hard and true, and the keeper just can't react in time.
Well, made it look routine, but read it well. 15 minutes left for play. Well, they couldn't keep hold of it. Gomez. Oh, frantic action! And he's in.
Wow.
And just off target, and they might regret that.
And that's a big chance. He just couldn't stay calm when the opportunity arose.
And then Matheus Fernandes. That's well, no, Matheus
We're inside the final 10 minutes
what
of this
about
one.
how many games?
Gomez. Can they square this match? There to take it
You
away.
could be getting them. Actually.
Deserves credit for winning the ball back. Might be a chance to break. Well, unable to hold this offside.
I think you followed it, Dad.
Cookchu. Untidy to lose the ball. Gustavo Gomez. And now Gomez. Terrific block.
My whole life's a bottle. What? Straight.
If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on.
Can you get a goal in the middle?
And a poor attempt at a challenge, and on he goes. And a decent delivery.
No!
That levels it in the phase of this game.
You fucking stole my win.
Well, here we can see it again. It shows great ability
What is that?
and it's intelligent movement and a strong connection to take it past the goalkeeper. It's a good finish.
No! Last second of the time. Fuck!
No two ways about it. He really has brought his influence to bear.
You followed it. If you bowled it, you look like you're gonna cry. You look like you got tears coming down.
Come on, Canada.
You look like you got tears in your eyes.
No, I don't.
What an intriguing prospect.
I thought it was gonna be a
Two nations
What?
ready to test themselves on this grand stage, and a real sense that something special could unfold. I'm Derek
No, I
Ray,
thought
ready
it's,
to provide you with all the commentary today.
I thought he was going to
And
go
I'm
into
joined
extra
for
time.
analysis by Stuart
No.
Robson. Who
It's
will
group
come out on
stages,
top?
Dad.
Tell us about your pre-match
Daddy's
thoughts.
group stages.
Well, these matches
Yeah, I
are
know
all
that
about
now.
getting the right result, building confidence and finding
I
your
did
rhythm.
tell you that at
Not
the
always
start.
easy when the pressure's on.
Really good build-up, but no end product. Can they do it? And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. That is a very fine challenge in difficult circumstances.
Oh.
City
And here's the
Qatar.
Qatar starting 11.
Well, it's not fashionable, but 4-4-2 can still be a good system, both with and without the ball. Key to success today will be the white players. They need to be the main
I better not
creators.
fall in again. Please.
Afif. And slipped through beautifully. Oh, and a wonderful stop. But now we see that the offside flag has gone up. Miller. Well read to put an end to that attack. Threading it. Oh, but there's defensive diligence for you when things look dangerous. Kyle Larin. Attractive build-up.
I have to say they're looking good in these areas.
Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. David. Oh, he's through here. And there it is, the breakthrough. That will do nicely.
First down.
Well, as you can see, he's given far too much space, but he's still had some work to do, and I think that's a very tidy finish. It was never in doubt.
Yeah, somehow yesterday Canada managed to beat Qatar 6-0.
And a tidy tackle.
Ball shot by the to that to me.
Using the space really well, you've got to say. Houdiaf. Very
Might
quick
be able
thinking there.
to.
Promising possession, this.
I'm not doing enough.
Ali. On the offensive. And credit is due for that good piece of defending.
You're good enough. Stop playing FIFA.
Buchanan.
It's a bit different. I used to beat them all the time.
I do. Yeah. Sometimes.
Jonathan David. Well, possession problems.
He's got a little bit large too.
Afif. Well, it could be on for him here. And they've done it to square the game once again. Exhilarating.
No. I need to lock in.
Here it is again, and it's all about transition. They're so quick to get out from the back. And once he gets onto it, he just smashes it past the keeper.
Sounded like a motorbike.
What an emphatic finish that
I
is.
tried to.
Can he give them the lead? Oh, touch goalkeeping.
So,
Coming from the left.
This looks interesting. Determined defending. Oh, could be. Sound piece of defending.
Well, that's how to avert the danger. Just get it out.
defenders know they need to get tighter. Can he put them in front?
No.
Well, it looks easy when you can put them away like that.
No, I need to change my goalkeeper. David scored the hat-trick, by the way. I don't think who else I need to. There we go. I put 3 subs on.
The keeper's very unlucky there. It was such a
Really, you should change them about half time.
Yeah, technically each
Well,
half time.
underway again, so narrow 2-1 lead as things stand. Might be a chance here.
That's why I don't put them on.
It's not quite half time, is it?
Technically.
No, it's not. It's on 45.
Well, here you see it again. Look at the way he glides past the defender to create space for himself. And there's certainly no doubt about the finish. He really hits it with power and accuracy. Nothing the keeper can do about that.
Delivered into the box.
If I put them on early, then...
Really clever pressing. Richie Larea. Playing with a flow and intensity. But they took care of the situation defensively.
I might have the play I put on already before.
Coney. Can they jump in front? Oh, that is a terrific save.
Well, that's a great save from that sort of range. Really good reflexes.
Did you hear that, Dad?
Yeah.
You like this kind of stuff, don't you?
Karim Bouya.
No.
Possession lost there.
Or did you fart?
Jonathan David.
Obviously.
And there is the goal to re-establish their advantage.
Another player that's just gone so much. Is it? Well,
Underway
It's like
again.
3-2.
Treated to plenty of goals. 3-2 at the moment. But he's certainly not alone. This could square the game. But the keeper has his say. And how important could that be in the grand scheme of things?
Well, that was a big chance, and really, he should have taken that.
Why is everything so slow?
It's a decent save.
What are you doing?
I'm going to put it on fast mode.
Oh my God, can you not?
I'm not doing nothing.
Why do it keep changing this? Why do it keep doing that?
I don't know.
Bro, can you...
I'm not doing nothing. I'll get ready soon.
Ready for what?
Going out.
Where are you going?
Trying to go out on my bike.
So they get the
5 weeks
second
I've been
half
on my
going here.
bike. A long time for me.
And possession changing hands.
Well, no chance there. That was a good bit of defending.
And easily intercepted. Safe pair of hands, did his job.
I hope one of my dream state teams win the World Cup. You give us a good thing.
Maybe.
I've got Antigua. I don't think they will win. France, okay. England, which they can make a contribution.
And Barsham has it now.
Miguel.
Brilliant work to keep that one in play.
Croatia,
superb defensive judgment to end the attack.
Has Croatia ever won the World Cup?
No.
Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
After a slow start when it was tightly marked, he got better and better as the first half went on, and he got his reward with that goal. I'm looking forward to his second half display.
He won the last World Cup.
Is it going to be?
Argentina.
Okay. I thought it was Spain. What did Spain do?
And into the last 30 minutes now.
That was the Euros.
They've given him too much space.
When's the next Euros?
Plenty of players waiting in the middle.
Every 4 years.
The keeper takes command of the situation. Disappointing pass. And the keeper was pushed well away from danger.
Got another 2 years, yeah.
Jonathan David.
Oh, 2 years.
It's every 4 years, but got another 2 years to go.
And showing good game awareness. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence.
We got to the semi-finals, didn't we? Or did we get to the finals?
Well, this could really help the cause.
Got to the
Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them.
final.
Read the situation so well, didn't they?
Coney.
Let's hope this time we get to the finals back.
And he's in.
If we do win the World Cup or the Euros, I'll run out.
You wouldn't do that. You'd scare everyone.
No,
you won't have the balls.
Well, as you can see, the weight of the through ball is key to this goal. And when he gets onto it, he decides to go for power. It's a really emphatic finish, which gives the keeper no chance.
Really fine piece of defending play to break us up.
I do have balls, man.
Pedro Miguel. Well, plenty of scope for them to attack. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was.
For you.
Madibo.
Is he only the second match?
Asim Madibo. Good looking move. Opportunity. And the flag has gone up. Offside.
Offside, that.
And he read it well, intercepting it. Might work out. And a really effective parry by the goalkeeper. Well read to put an end to that attack. Plenty of support here. 10 minutes to go. Jonathan David. time running out, but they could yet win it. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Cookie. Well, it's a good-looking position. Is there a goal in the future? In position. The chance is on.
Oh!
With power from close range. He might be regretting that now.
It's going to be a draw again.
Well, he's given us away. Threading it. And a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama. And now they're in front.
Look at that.
Well, just look at his movement. He knows exactly how to find space, and it's also a tidy finish. That's a nice goal.
And pressing for the equaliser. Well, it came to nothing in the end.
We won one game, we drew a game. And I win the next one.
Good wing play. Can he finish them off? Oh, that's a wonderful save after poor defending.
All the credit goes to the keeper there.
If they can score again from this corner, it probably would be the end of the story. Let's see about the delivery. And so the referee blows.
We won a game, we drew again. Another game?
Game drew.
Yeah, first game we drew.
No, the second one I won. No, you won. Then we drew.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You won your first.
We only had two.
We
drew the first one, and I lost. You won.
No, you won the first one.
No, it was a draw. Remember, 3-3?
That was the one before. I'm talking about the one before that.
We didn't have.
This is the third game, James.
It was second.
It's the third.
You're going crazy. This is the third.
Whatever.
A game to whet the appetite.
I think you need to get your ass out.
It is a time for clarity on the pitch and, of course, composure. Derek Ray at the microphone, and next to me here on the gantry is Sue Smith. Thoroughly looking forward to this high-level contest on the big stage. It's Scotland versus Morocco.
Well, a strong start could make all of the difference today. Both sides will be fully aware of that coming into the game, and it's just about balancing that urgency with a bit of patience over the full 90
Morocco
minutes.
tonight, eh?
Yeah.
Here's how Scotland will line up.
It looks like a 4-5.
Oh, wait a minute, Sue, a chance. Oh, good hands, full credit, and away from trouble. Getting in there to intercept.
Fucking past he played, then, Scottish bastard.
Wonder what this guy.
Room now out on the flank. Chance to put them in front. Will it go in? Read it well and made the save. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? And the referee has given them a corner. Delivering it.
Yeah.
In possession of Scotland. And running free here.
We're tracking down runners.
Scott McTominay. Electing to cross into the centre. And striking the crossbar. But it's offside anyway. It wasn't going to stand. Well, you can probably see why we're focusing on this fellow as one to watch. In particular, what do you expect to see from him?
Well, there's few better in the air than him, and he does tend to score a lot of goals that way. You've got to presume that that's going to be one of the tactics
Fucking
today.
pass here, you
Try and make the
fucking
pitch
dumb
wide,
twat.
utilise the flanks, and then get good service to him.
You fucking Scottish bastard. No Gordon Ramsay. He's from Scotland.
Snuffed out the danger immediately.
Where was the UK?
He don't sound it.
Scott McTominay. Must be. And there it is. But hang on, the flag is down, and it's not going to count.
Well, it looked close, didn't it? He certainly thought so as well. And he's making that clear to the assistant.
Sufyan Amrabat. Made it look routine. He's in position. To put them in front. And he's fired it against the post.
I think they went offside.
Well, they were so close to taking the
That's
lead
my
there.
first
They
fight.
just have to keep creating these opportunities, and surely the goal will come.
Che Adams. Scott McTominay. Well, it could be on for him here.
No!
That one counts. You made it count this time.
If you watch this again, I love how he just dances by
Oh
his
my
marker like
God.
he's not even there, and then he just shows his cool to finish it off well.
Dirty Arabs.
Who's Arab?
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, I thought it was Spanish.
The Moroccan, they're Arabs.
Aaron Hickey.
They're not Spanish, James.
Promising looking attack. Incisive ball. Ready to strike. What an
Missed that,
opportunity.
Well, you
that
thought
was to
Morocco was
increase their
Spanish,
advantage.
no.
Well, you've got to at least test the goalkeeper
That
from
Arabic.
there. That's a real opportunity missed.
We've been to Morocco,
Sufyan
James.
Amrabat.
Yeah, we went on the cruise.
Excellent run in possession.
I kept following up with
Pending
it.
danger, but good defending.
Well, they
Especially
managed to
for that
snuff that out
mum
quickly,
dress.
didn't they?
Yes, you did. You remember that one?
Che Adams. Could be threatening.
The same thing I remember.
Oh, chance! Oh, so near. Off the post. Well, they survived
All
the
the
attack.
page for them.
Well, that was close to going in, and you just think that would have given them a nice cushion to work with. As it is, though, the game's still very much in the balance.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Ayoub El Kadi. Good run, very much in control of the situation. Big chance! And it's a goal!
There we go. You too.
Well, just look at the pace on the transition. It's incredible.
One
Racing out from the back in no time. And as soon as he's through 1v1,
Get that
the
one up, get it
goalkeeper,
back.
he just goes for power
Yeah.
and smashes it in the net. It's a quality finish.
Well, plenty of scope for them to attack.
Really don't make him weird noises.
No.
Lewis Ferguson.
Yeah.
Thoughtful play. And the ruling is offside here.
Back down.
And with play stopped, they will make the change now. Sufyan Amrabat. El Kabi. Oh, they were in a decent position too. And he could be in proper trouble here. Aaron Hickey.
He's 1-0.
Cross might be on. Feeding it through. Really good build-up, but no end product.
Well,
If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Surely! Oh, yes! A goal!
fuck you.
Bullshit. It's the offside. No, you couldn't. You should. No, you shouldn't. We're always doing that, aren't we? Come on. In the last second,
we're at the halfway stage in this match.
So 2-2.
2-1. 2-1 to me, bitch. You remember, they kept well, they like the chair.
So back in business
What
here.
did it do
Who
to
wants
you?
it more in the second half?
What did the chair do to you, Dad?
It's too hard.
You like it, I think.
Now with
I
Ryan
couldn't
Christie.
put my fucking feet that.
Andrew Robertson. Teammates available.
Oh my God, what he could have done to
The
them.
cross goes in. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation. Brahim. Oh, danger here. Can they do it? Well, opportunity to extend their advantage.
How the fuck did he miss that?
Shut up.
That is to extend the lead.
No.
Just can't find the back of the
Love's
net.
too big. Stick a sock
Here
in
it is now, a substitution.
If you stick a what?
a sock.
Lewis
Shot.
Ferguson.
Yeah.
Why?
Che Adams. Aaron Hickey. And showing good
This
game
map's too
awareness.
big.
Good idea.
You can't be speaking with that.
The map is big.
The map is big on mine.
The map is big in inches.
No,
Christie.
my dick is big on you.
Decent position.
Mine is 6. 9 inches long.
Couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up.
I was 69 inches on you.
How big? 6, 7. Yeah, right.
7 inches
I
on
think
you.
most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
He's done well, hasn't he? The standout is obviously his goal, but the quality of his all-round play has been impressive. He'll be hoping he can continue that level in the second half.
Fucking get it
Might be a
then.
chance to break.
No.
Scotland regaining possession.
Yeah.
Is it going to be? And the goal is in.
Just go, Mama, go. It. And that.
I ain't over yet.
No.
So on with the action, and 3-1 the scoreline at the moment. And into the last 30 minutes now. Well, not quite what he wanted to do with the pass. Hakimi. El Kabi. Oh, this is looking promising. Well, it smacks into the
No,
gloves
right
of the
into the
goalkeeper.
goalkeeper.
And playing it through. Can he? And inches away. Didn't miss by very much at all.
Ow. That hurts.
Was it?
Yeah.
Why?
Beautiful vibration.
And he read it well,
Too long
intercepting it.
vibration.
I do normally.
Sufyan Amrabat.
Do nothing.
Oh, could be an opportunity here. The threat was there, but no problems now.
I like a light
For
vibration,
sure.
not
It was looking
hard.
good, that.
Che Adams. Very alert defending to cut off the supply.
Is that right?
Well,
And into
You
the
like the
last
fuck?
20 minutes.
huh? What did you say? What did you say, Dad?
I see you like a light
Takes it away.
vibration.
Yeah.
Ayoub El Kabi. Neither side able to keep the ball.
What?
Che Adams.
What?
What? No, Dan. That was your fault then. You made me do that, you bad. You cheater.
You're cheating.
Successful intervention.
Maybe if you jogged to me, then that means I have to go to you.
Che Adams.
You can't lose.
Well, the threat could be there. Could pull one back here.
Nice.
The keeper. And there it is. An almost intuitive piece of finishing.
That's great.
Oh, what? I think it'll cross me.
That's out.
Cross out.
I was watching it.
I thought you were going to cross me with your belly.
They could have certainly helped him out.
Ding dong.
You can't really say defences are on top. 3-2.
I'll make it 4-2. Like the English match.
Che Adams went in strongly, decisively. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. Is this the moment?
Yes, I can. Just how English.
No, he has his hat-trick. A special moment for him.
He's got a hat-trick this time. Yes, El Tabby. Going out, striking.
The defender just can't live with him. And then through on goal, he decides to go for power. Absolutely smashes it past the keeper. And you have to say it was a good finish.
He'll be a bit annoyed to have lost the ball. Sofian Amrabat.
It's just time wasting.
Mazraoui here. Hakimi. Passing it around. Can they see this out?
Well, they're managing it well at the moment, aren't they? They're playing out the game tactically now.
Oh, good-looking run. Opportunity here. And
No!
the post.
They're lucky.
Disappointingly.
Aren't you? I could have gone in, lad. I hit the bloody post.
And threading it through. Offside it is.
Yes!
Such a pity for him.
Well, Coles has run well, and I thought he was in. Nicely weighted pass too, but he's offside by the narrowest of margins.
Totalling up all the stoppages, we'll have 2 additional minutes. Really good interception. That's a good-looking ball. Oh, they were in a decent position too.
So you can have it.
And that is that. The referee blows his whistle for full time, and it's a victory for...
Again?
One more and that's it.
Okay. Speak to them about your boys now. Like, when they playing? Let me check.
Tomorrow, I think. Or the next day.
They already played.
Or score
4-1. Yeah, they already played. 4-1. You like it, we're doing like that, don't you? Yeah, boy.
It is a match that promises to deliver drama, passion and plenty of action. The stage is set for an exciting clash, and it's anyone's guess.
Hello?
Hello, James. I didn't hear your call, darling. Are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm
Why
really
didn't you
sorry.
answer my question?
I didn't hear it. So what was your question?
It's on Messenger. It should say.
Who's going to take you where?
To the pads.
Right, so you're talking about bingo night?
Yeah.
So your dad kindly said he'd take you bingo.
Okay, what time is it?
I don't know, you've got it on the flyer.
What day is it?
Saturday.
Okay. But apparently there's some music thing as well.
Yeah, so it's music bingo, but it's really simple. There's another, Sam's put another explanation, so you've got like a choice, you can guess which song it is, yeah?
Okay.
Alright?
Okay.
And I think between all of you, so Diane's booked a table for 6 or 7.
Really?
And she's included your dad.
That's good.
Okay? And I'll send you money to go. You've got your own money, I can send you some of your own money. And there's something on Friday. What day is it today? Thursday? There's something on Friday.
Today is Friday.
Today's Thursday.
Today's Friday.
Oh, today's Friday. Shall I see what's on today then, James?
Yeah.
All right, 1 minute.
Okay.
I'll call you back.
Right.
Intelligent ball.
I thought it was Thursday too, Lucas.
And I won't be able to go to bloody Bristol.
Here's the replay. Watch how he goes past his man with such ease. It's just a change of pace. And the finish is just as good. That's an excellent goal.
So the ball rolling again with the scoreline standing at 1-0. Katic. Space to exploit. And whipped into the box. And he's in an offside position. Sylvain Widmer. Xhaka with it. Rodriguez. Granit Xhaka. Rieder. Could be dangerous. Real chance. Well, body in the way. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. And he has options available. Promising looking ball. Could be. And the flag is still up here, offside the decision. Granit Xhaka. Fabian Rieder. Freuler in possession. Nicely timed tackle. They're using the space really well, you've got to say. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Vargas. And the keeper has it now. Katic. Amar Dedic. Might be a chance here. And he's got to score to level us again.
Well, here it is again. He goes past his marker so easily with just a drop of the shoulder. And when he gets onto it, he decides to go for power. It's a really emphatic finish, which gives the keeper no chance.
And possession changing hands. Oh, managing to beat him. Can he put them in front? Well, it was a wonderful chance, but the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
Now, who can he play it to? And he's driving his team forward. Oh, good idea. Oh, he could finish. And we cannot say enough about that save.
Well, how did he stop that? That is a remarkable save.
Fabian Rieder. Effective challenge. Nihad Mujakic. They Has gone over the touchline for what will be a throw-in. And a throw coming up after a really fine piece of tackling. Showing fine vision.
That's great defending there.
Oh, surely! Opportunity here. Strong hand on that one. They're showing good defensive judgment. Demirovic. Fabian Rieder. Freuler in possession. Well, we know they can pass the ball better than this. Great defending. Oh, it comes to nothing in the end. Really should have made more of that. So making the substitution now. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Remo Freuler. So the whistle then, we're at the half. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. And using the flank. But the danger averted for now. So. And the defensive intervention there. Demirovic. Freuler in possession. Gibril So. Remo Freuler. And an opening. And getting enough on the ball to steer us away. Well read to win possession back. Breel Embolo. Well, it could be on for him here.
When you see this again, I think the goalkeeper's very unlucky. He makes a good initial save, but the ball comes off of him, rebounds straight to an attacker, and the finish is excellent.
And space to attack. It's intended for Dzeko. And the aerial effort there.
Yeah, it's always a good combination. A great cross and a player willing to attack it.
Remo Freuler. It's with Widmer. Sylvain Widmer. Now opening things up. Demirovic. Really good challenge. Well, we have 30 minutes to go. Well, that takes the wind out of their sails. Great defending. Vargas. Amar Dedic. And a clever piece of defending. Now, who can he play it to? Opportunity here. Oh, a fine stop, and more importantly, away from danger. Amar Dedic. And space for them here on the flank. It's a weighted pass. Couldn't hang on to it. Oh, great save! And time for the change now. Just a matter of thumping it away. Might be a chance to break. He's broken free. Opportunity again. And a goal! Cause for celebrations again. 2 in front.
Well, here it is again, and it's all about the pace and transition. They're so quick to get out from the back, and there's certainly no doubt about the finish. He really hits it with power and accuracy. Nothing the keeper can do about that.
Well, there it is. 3-1 the current scoreline here. Cross might be on. Katic. Dedic. Good pick out a teammate. Could reduce the deficit. Well, goal kick, just as it was looking promising.
Yeah, that was a lost opportunity, wasn't it?
Remo Freuler. Oh, needed more precision. This looks promising out wide. Dzeko. Into the keeper's gloves. Opportunity it is. And a goal! If there were any remaining doubts, that will settle the issue.
Well, let's look at this again, because the transition when the ball changes hands is so quick, and his movement's so clever. Once he gets onto it, there's only one thought in his head: smash it as hard as possible. What a good goal.
And support available. But they took care of the situation defensively. Vargas. Genuine chance. And beyond the last defender, offside. Just 5 minutes remaining. Exploiting the wide area. Crossing into the middle. Vargas. He's in here. A goal! And I'll tell you what, on this sort of form, very few would lay a glove on them.
Well, just look at this again. The speed of counter-attack is so impressive, and when he gets onto it, he decides to go for power. It's a really emphatic finish, which gives the keeper no chance.
A glut of goals. 5-1 it is. Well, taking into account all the stoppages, 2 minutes to be added on. And credit due, a good intervention. And that is offside. It's all over, and Switzerland have prevailed.
What a scratching out.
The atmosphere is electric as two teams worthy of the biggest... Hello and welcome to an evening that needs a bit of cheering up, and what better way than with the game we're about to see. I'm Guy Mowbray with the former Arsenal and West Ham midfielder Stuart Robson alongside me, and every reason to believe we're in for an entertaining match here. It's Spain facing Algeria.
There's nothing like a good cover under Bruce's confidence, and these two teams will be hoping this could be their year to win this tournament. Yes, there's a long way to go, but this is still a big game for both teams.
The chief police to the Chiefs. What prediction today? It's going to be 1-0 Mexico.
Well, that's why he's so highly rated.
Fabian. Here's the Spain lineup. Unai Simon is the goalkeeper. Fabian starts alongside Pedri in central midfield, and they go with just one in attack.
This is a fair point.
Attack collapses.
Oh!
So surprised to see who we focused on as our player to watch in this game. You would presume that he'd play a really big part.
He comes into this game full of confidence because in the last match he was outstanding. He got his 2 goals, his general play made him the best player on the pitch by a long way.
Rodri. Fabian. He's offside, the flag is up.
Goes like this. Like the lightning. Like this.
Ball given away.
Yeah, they've made it too easy to win it back there.
There you go. There you go. It takes a long time to learn that.
Just wide. Goal kick it is.
You gotta go like that. They come out. They come out.
Williams.
Yeah,
This could be interesting. Rodri. What a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Come away with the ball. Mikel Oyarzabal. It's a proper scrap in there now.
I think it's fair to say neither team are passing it well.
Getting closer. And it's offside here. Read the pass well and cuts it out. And it's given away. Fabian. Edging ever closer to goal here. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point.
Keep the ball.
Keep the ball. A little more room on the other side now.
Yeah, it's difficult to cover that switch of play.
Having a try. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Fabian. And that whistle brings the first half to it. The whistle goes, and it's time for the second act. Beautifully weighted ball. Takes it on. Secure hands, can't be taken. Oyazabal. Someone's chance for the lead. And there's the first goal of the match. Deadlock broken.
You can't stay here.
Well, here it is again, and it's all about the pace on the counter-attack. They were so quick to break out from their defensive positions, and he makes the finish look so easy. What a good goal that is.
Alright, Cal, we're about to go to a bar, and we're about to finish watching the next vs. Korea game. You see me rolling. Mexico fucking broke. It's 1-1. They score.
What happens from here? He's going to meet it. Decent stop. Delivered into the box. All those waiting for service will go on waiting. Lovely setup. A chance now for a quick transition. That might have ended up a lot better than it has. It's a good ball in behind. Big chance. And that is a wonderful opportunity wasted.
Well, that's a big miss. That should have been the equaliser.
Substitution coming up. Laporte. Torres. Need to get tighter here. Oh, it must be here. Still a problem. And he might have made the save, but he also made it easy to follow up and score. He has to do better than that.
The keeper's made a big error there. He's got to hang on to that.
Back underway at 2-0. So 20 minutes left of this game. A good amount of freedom here. Now, can someone attack this? And that's safe and secure goalkeeping. Danger cleared, but the goalkeeper might want a word after that. Emerick Laporte. Played back to Unai Simon. Laporte. Chance to score! Oh, gets behind it and crucially turns it out of the danger zone. Played back to Unai Simon. Opportunity now. Terrific chance.
But we live, bro. I hope we are. Get the parade, bro. Got the parade.
The all could be put away, and he knows it. That's a really wasteful finish. Rodri. Ball on back. Needs to clear it here. Well, there was nobody in the goal, and that's a big chance that's gone by.
Well, if he hits the target, he's going to score there. That's a real waste.
And that's going to go down as an own goal by the keeper. The last thing he or his team needed. So it's 2-1 as the game restarts. Plays back to Unai Simon. Oh dear! Not one the keeper will want to see again. Just how will he react now? And we're back underway at 2-2.
There's like a million people here.
Could be a chance to win the game here. And that's a shame for them. Nothing doing.
Yes. It is. Last hometown, bro. There's a street-ass area. It's
I might be in. And the flag's gone up on offside.
He has to work a lot harder to stay inside there. Didn't read the situation at all.
And there's the whistle. We're going to extra time.
we gotta go to the end. We just started
Well, he's just pulled off a great first save there. Now they can all calm down.
Torres. Surely win the game.
How you doing? Good. I got no call.
3-2. Terrific carry forward this. An ambitious try. The keeper nowhere to be seen. They've been punished. Shocking defending. So yet another goal. 3 apiece now, and off they go. Nobody close. Time to go to work. Cross into the area. And that one is got away. Ever closer to goal here. Corner, and possibly the chance to go in front. The sub about to come on.
Oh my God! Is that the right one?
Marcos Llorente. The first 15 minutes of extra time are up. One last push then as the second half of extra time gets started.
Wait, that's coming, right? That means press is coming. We won!
Really nicely played. What can they do with this now?
There's that genuinely knows that they're real. Why would they do that, bro? Empty fucking bus, bro. Put some fucking guy on it.
Mark Cucurella. Williams. Getting closer to a piece of late drama and stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Fabian. Good work to win it there. We can all get ready for the joy and pain of penalties. Good penalty.
I ain't never seen that Harvard horse. Oh, man. I feel bad for the horses, bro.
It's in. No messing. He's had to make a real mess of taking a penalty. And he can turn away having done his bit. Well, the keeper made that easy for him. And clinical from the spot.
Holy fuck. That's shit. Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy upper body strength. Nigga, 0, nigga. Time, give me time to catch. Time to give me a bell. I'll do that you go through. You know what upper body strength is? You gotta do it.
Nicely put away, right into the corner.
Damn, bro.
Save. No better feeling for a goalkeeper.
It's a ball, but we already know, man. See here.
In it goes, and that will do the job to take them through.
Well, all the pressure was on him, but he looked so cool.
The pen is out.
Stand up, you flipping. That's you. Where you get the ball? Why you 6'5"? Why you 6'9"?
Spain got out by Jordan. And again, how many more matches left? No, we've only with left side. So, Spain now.
Match day is finally here with fans streaming into the stadium, excitement and a warm welcome on what is a fine day for football. Perfect playing conditions. Joining me, Guy Mowbray, for commentary will be Sue Smith, and hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. It's Argentina facing Uruguay. This is the Argentina team. Emiliano Martinez is the goalkeeper. Nicolas Otamendi plays alongside Christian Romero in central defence, and the main striker in the side is Julian Alvarez. What a chance here!
You think I had it said that 7? You literally, 7 in the group chat. In the group chat, you texted it.
Intercepted. Great reading of the game. Unsurprising who we've singled out as our player to watch. What should we expect today, Sue?
Well, he's such a good striker of the ball, isn't he? He's got that ability to generate chance.
Great chance to score.
Such a good chance, Mark. Looking frustrated missing that. Really want to make a positive start.
Rodrigo Bentancur. Samuel Ugarte. Ugarte. Where it ends. Leading of the game to win the ball. Moving forward well. Alvarez. Still all square. Can they make this pressure count? But maybe one pass too many and they've lost it. Oh, could be a chance here. Still going here. And it's gone behind for a corner. Delivered into the box. Hasn't been decisively dealt with. And that hasn't come to
And this is what he's capable of given the time and space. You've got to question the defending. Could they have got tackling earlier? It's a wonderful solo effort though.
Forward progress continues.
Nice up to a point, and then just lacked that bit of quality, didn't they?
He's in here. Still the chance. Oh, you can't stop them now. They've got another in double quick time.
He's Alfred. Yes, Alfred.
I just love how quickly they go from defence to attack. I'm so confident in what
It's literally straight. It's straight. Yeah.
The promise of something happening is over. And that whistle brings the first half to trying to get creative from here.
That's like picking the Warriors in 2016. Hey, lads. Hey, security. Do this. It's right here, right?
Hammered just wide.
Oh, fuck.
Argentina are making a change here.
Go, cameraman, go ahead.
Rodrigo
Appreciate the support. Appreciate the support.
Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to probably stop that.
Thank you so much. Sorry about the little commotion right there by the car. Appreciate it. I see like
giving it away here. Now, here they go. And he's in now. Keeps it out and crucially keeps it away.
Not a lot. Where is
He did us in. I'm gonna make myself last.
The chance for them to pull forward. And I'm afraid that's where it ends.
Sideline
What
rows.
a chance here.
Yes, sorry. Fucking serious.
Trying to find a Korea jersey on the day of their biggest game in 4 years. Of course, there's one everywhere. Bro, I'm not going to bring in the Mexico jerseys everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And like,
Well, they'll be
I mean, that is fair. I feel like it's like, just imagine in Korea time. It's everywhere, bro.
We all need to get these jerseys.
We do. But they should have them here. They say they just don't keep them, but they should have them. They just restocked, I think, yeah.
Julian Alvarez. Enzo Fernandez.
Yes, Emax and walk around. You know what it is?
Yeah.
You know what it is? First of all, I get shot. Second of all, I get stabbed. Third of all, I get bombed. Fourth of all, I
Fernandez.
Hey, bro, wait, are you going to this the soccer school store?
Read the pass well and cuts it out.
He texted you the big chat. Why is the Wi-Fi there?
Now, this has to be. And 2 becomes 3 as he completes his hat-trick. A superb performance.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to get to this.
Well, here's the replay. It's poor defending. You can't take anything away from the movement and the calm finish. It's a really nice
Oh my God, they got his offside.
And we're back underway at 3-0.
Oh God, I was offside. You know what happened? Like, he literally grabbed his head, bro. Like, he grabbed his. I almost got sick. I'm still there right now. You know we was dead ass there by like 7:30. Not kidding right now. Walked everyone was Broadway, walked to the Bucks going the other street around there, walked back around through the crowds, and still nothing didn't have shirt. Like, I was like, where the fuck are they going? Then ended up at that spot that we was at. And they said, this way going to end. That was perfect. No ending, no pressing, no
fucking car off.
Fucking, yeah, no fucking pressing.
This the whole fucking parade. I even get to see one. I saw the speck in my eye. I saw pressing the speck in my eye.
Did you actually?
Yeah. It was when we were behind that big ass, bro.
Did I see it a little bit?
A little bit. The camera did. I was when I was on her shoulders.
Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, either you're just ride is going crazy, or that saxophone. I'm not gonna lie.
Full-time whistle is greeted by cheers from the home supporters who've seen their team go through.
Oh my God.
Argentina. That shit locked, bro?
Hey, listen, man. I might have got his 3 fucking tickets to the Argentina game, bro.
Oh my God.
I know.
Bad's gonna love you, dead ass.
Hey, for real?
Bad's gonna love you, bro.
Is he actually?
You gotta get Bad gift. I'm not even trolling, bro.
What can I get him, you think?
Get Bad like a bowl of rice.
That's just racist.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
like a little fun, maybe? That's also racist. Yeah.
Honestly,
Honestly, anything you get them.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Hello, it's great to be with you, and no problems at all on the weather front as we get ready for this match. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me with her tactical start is Sue Smith. And we have live action from the cup to bring you. It's Portugal, and they take on Croatia.
Obviously a break from the lead today, and there is still a long way to go till the final, but both teams are...
Oh, Sue, this looks promising.
Yo.
Alright, James.
Yeah, you?
I can't, it's voices.
What?
Yeah, well.
What's up?
Yeah.
Here's how it looks for Portugal.
James,
what?
Cancelo starts with Nuno Mendes in the
do you like
position.
Crystal?
And the focal
No.
point in attack today
I like Crystal.
You did. Oh, James. James, I am sorry, no, Crystal. This team could.
Taken by me.
Okay, I knew it.
Yes, it's me. It's me now.
You know what, Crystal? Don't blame us for this after me saying that. That's he's the reason I turned this video honestly. He's the picture of me. It's looking great.
Ronaldo.
Yeah, you agree. James.
Yeah. Playing FC26. I'm playing FC26.
No, I do. I haven't gummy us right in there. Is it what's in there?
Hey!
Wait, can we get a live camera feed?
Martin back.
Mate, James says, are you in the house?
No.
Perfect tackle.
Good. Playing FC26 with his kiddies.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Wait, how do you know what?
Oh, what an opportunity.
This is the shag I deal with, nigga.
No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. Back underway. Level pegging. 1 goal apiece in this game. Vardiol. Stanisic. Budimir with it. Oh, danger here. An utterly disappointing cross. Goal kick. Neves. Joao Cancelo. Now, who can he play it to? Just get past his man. Well, a powerful effort, but just wide. Bernardo Silva. Bruno Fernandes has it. And he's broken free. Oh, in it goes! And how about this for gumption, for determination? They've turned it around. Have it, 2-1. Vardiol. Stanisic. Mateo Kovacic. Can they prize them open now?
Yeah, they're keeping it well, aren't they?
Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Possibilities for them to counter. Gvardiol. Josip Šutalo. Here's Kovacic. Josip Stanisic. Good tackle. Considerable momentum, courtesy of Ronaldo. But what can he produce from here? Possession changing hands. Rafael Leao. On to Silva. Will it be? In it goes! Delighted to be 2 in front. Things look good for them now.
Well, the move was all about the lightning pace of the break. They burst out from the back so quickly, and it's great forward play. Uses his strength to hold off the defender, and it just manages to...
Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Plenty of support here. Oh, managing to beat him. Well, capable of a better clearance than that. And problem solved for now. Really good challenge. Well, this could really help the cause. Now breaking at pace, potential danger. And beyond the last defender, offside. Marco Pasalic. Really good strong tackle, and it'll be a throw-in. Fine work from Portugal to win back possession. Ronaldo, and defensive play to be applauded.
Yeah, it was nice up to a point and then just lacked that bit of quality, didn't they?
Nicola Moro. So a half an hour remaining. Won't be able to set up the chance. And a wretched cross, really, over everyone. Ronaldo. Take it away. How about the cross? It's given him something to contemplate. And that's comfortably gathered. And a textbook interception. Cristiano Ronaldo. And penalised there. And the defensive intervention there. Josip Stanisic. And that is offside. Nicola Moro. A quarter of an hour remaining here. Martin Baturina. Well, that's how to put in a clean tackle. Oh, what an opportunity. Strong hand on the ball. Martin Baturina. Making considerable progress with the ball. Oh, this is looking promising. And across the touchline, so a throw in here. They will now make use of their substitutes bench. Bruno Fernandes. And they'll be happy to have regained possession. Good ball over the top. Time to play it over. Not a convincing clearance. Well, it did look promising for a bit. Just have to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. Ronaldo untidy with the ball. Gvardiol. Well, just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages here. There's the final whistle. The home fans are jubilant. They are going through. After days of anticipation, we're finally here. A truly A warm welcome to you, and thanks for joining us for another game live on EA TV. Guy Mowbray here, and Sue Smith is here to commentate with me. And we've got action from the round of 16 coming up for you. It's Germany facing Norway.
Getting to the business end of the tournament now. This is where the nerves could really kick in. Lots at stake, and it's going to be interesting to see how both teams approach this. I'm sure it's going to be an entertaining game nonetheless.
Promising position, this. Jamal Musiala. A heroic stop. Both teams guilty of giving it away here.
Yeah, they're just rushing the passes a bit here. It's all a bit messy, isn't it?
Haaland. We know how difficult it can be to stop Erling Haaland when he's on his top form. What are we expecting to see from him today?
Yeah, you can't say anything about those stats, can you? His performances have been excellent, and he certainly knows how to finish off his chances. It's going to be difficult to keep him quiet today.
Takes it on, and an easy one for the keeper. This to see them lead. It's in, 1-0, and all the pressure made to count. Clearly the better team to this point.
Well, this is all about the press from the front. They go as a team, make it so difficult for the defence to get out, and then once they win it back, they're so clinical. It's a lovely goal.
Jamal Musiala. Good ball, now what to do with it? Good patient build-up, looking to fashion a chance. Odegaard. With this. The game will stop. Offside. Stiller. Jonathan Tah. No need to force things, content to pass it around.
Yeah, they're just controlling things now, aren't they?
Another good-looking attack, this. They're in total control. Patrick Berg. On to Odegaard. What a chance here. It's there. A goal that draws them back on level terms. So it's 1-1 as the game restarts. Kimmich. This could get interesting. Put them ahead. And that's a solid stop. Out of harm's way it goes. Kimmich. Well, that's not going to cut it. Angelo Stiller. Kimmich. Jonathan Tah. Wirtz. There's a bit of belief in this move. Kimmich. Oh, got in the way of it.
Yeah, absolutely top quality, wasn't it?
Havertz. Well, that is going to be all for the first half. So we're underway again with the sides all square. Jonathan Tah. Served through on a plate here. It's offside here. Martin Odegaard. Odegaard. Moving forward under no real pressure. Great save. That said, it looked a tough spot to score from.
It was a good strike in the end, but yeah, I do think he had better options.
The room here, it's promising. And the promise of something happening is over. Patrick Berg. Could spring the trap. Well, it was a chance, but it's gone now. Angelo Stiller. Wirtz. Good spell. Looking for that all-important next goal. Promising looking attack, this. But able to deal with the danger decisively. Well defended. Set up the chance. Really good pass. The effort shut out. Making a change here. Being delivered. All sorts going on around him, but the keeper deals with it. Berg. And possession given away. Wirtz. Working the ball really nicely. Strong and needed to be. nice connection with the ball. It's well wide. Patrick Byrne. What a chance here! Oh, superb reflexes to get across to that. Outstanding. Well, the manager's seen enough here, or not enough, because he's coming off. Ball comes in. Pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Open invitation on the wing here. Oh, surely. Ryerson. Only 5 minutes remaining. It's stick or twist time. He's in here. And it's there! What a moment to take the lead. So they kick off with only a few minutes left to respond. Sane. Pushing forward in search of the equaliser. And the attack is over. Good defending.
Yeah, it was good positioning there, wasn't it?
This could be dangerous. Luciano. Square here. It's there! Time running out. And they've got the goal that draws them level. And the whistle sounds. We've got another half an hour to play. David Brown. Well, they got so far, but no end result.
Yeah, you can see that they're a really well-coached side, can't you?
Leroy Sane. Looking to put the cross in. Oh, chance! So a corner now. One good ball in. Might be all it takes for the... lead. They decide against playing it in. Oh, very frustrating. You have to clear the first defender. Good pressure high up the pitch. Struggling to keep it here. Jonathan Tah. Musiala. It's played into the box. Oh, that's an incredible waste of a really good chance.
He's offside, so it wouldn't have stood anyway, but you've got to be hitting the target from there, though.
Leroy Sane. Setting up the chance. The First 15 minutes of extra time are over. There's the first kick of the second period of extra time. Someone's got to do, and it's on here. And it's been kept out to deny him the double.
He showed really good movement to get himself into those goal-scoring positions. Just couldn't quite find the clinical touch there.
It's put into the middle. And that's the sort of corner that also... Supporters hate. You have to beat the first man. Hurts. If they want to win it, this could be the chance. But able to deal with the danger decisively, well defended. Brilliant anticipation. Promising position, this. Now, this has to be. Only the keeper in his way, and it's a bad miss.
It's not that far away. It's a decent effort. I just feel he lacked composure with the finish.
Haaland. Julian Ryerson. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Early ball, this could lead to something. Looking good here for one more chance to win it. Could win it here. They're in here. It's back off the bar. And not the end to the move they were looking for. Chance to go ahead. And that will do it. It will be decided on penalties. And he can turn away, having done his bit. It's in, no messing. It's been missed, and by some margin. Oh, it's been kept out. One of the worst spot kicks you're likely to see. Dear, oh dear, that's a horrible spot kick. And it's been put away. Good penalty. Target. It's in, tucked away to send them on to the next round.
Well, it's a fantastic penalty, isn't it? With all the pressure on him, he was the man to step up and send them through.
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Hello and welcome, and I can tell you it was a dry walk to the gantry today. No rain in sight. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for expert analysis by Sue Smith. And we have action from the round of 16 just seconds away now. It's Brazil, and they take on France.
Yeah, getting to the business end of the tournament now. This is where the nerves could really kick in. Lots at stake, and it's going to be interesting to see how both teams approach this. I'm sure it's going to be an entertaining game nonetheless.
Dembele. Oh, it's a superb challenge. Very timely.
Yeah, lovely tackle, well in. Timed it well, didn't he?
Rafinha. Vinicius Junior. Oh, in with a chance. There it is. A delightful start to this match. Just what they were hoping for. Read that pass all the way, cutting it out. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Teammates available. Mbappe. Intelligent defending. Well, using the space really well, you've got to say. Well, you really have to applaud the ambition. Vinicius! In it goes! Delighted to be two in front. Things look good for them now. Slight miscue in the final third. Marquinhos. Really good challenge. Casemiro. France failing to keep the ball. Mbappe. Dembele. And he's broken free. In the perfect position to read it. Promising move this from France. Can he get one back? Well, it's a long road back, but they've got to start somewhere.
Well, that could have been their ticket back into the game. 2 goals down. You just can't keep wasting chances like this.
Vinicius Junior. Mateus Cunha. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Real chance. Well, got right behind it and a goal to see. The hat-trick. A masterclass in finishing. Just can't stop him today. Aurélien Tchouameni. Kylian Mbappe. And quick thinking defensively.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen a bit more quality in the final third there.
Can he find the right pass? Oh, did so well to deny him. Who can he pick out? France have it back now. Michael Olise. Mbappe. Well, the managers will now deliver their half-time team talks. We're at the end of 45. So back underway, the ball rolling again, and France left with a mountain to climb here in the second half. Can they respond? Koundé. Aurélien Tchouameni. And he read it well. Quick counter could be on. Well, unable to hold his run, and that's offside. The story so far is one of failure in possession. That's a good-looking pass. Oh, it looked really promising for them. Really targeting the keeper. Well, when you analyse it, such a big chance.
Oh, he'll be gutted he can't put that in. It's a big opportunity missed, and he'll have to try and forget that quickly.
Timely defending. Must be. And the referee has given them a corner. Let's see about the delivery. The corner kicks keep on coming. Oh, the crossbar is still reverberating. Well, they can keep possession now. And deciding to give it to the keeper. And out of play for a throw-in to France. Theo Hernandez. Well, he's certainly not alone, but timely defending when it mattered. Keeper under the cosh. And running free here. And taking it without any trouble at all. Closing him down. Aurélien Tchouameni. Oh, danger here. Well, that is going to go down as an own goal by the keeper.
Well, here's the replay, and it's a definite own goal. They'll be frustrated to concede like that. It's quite unfortunate, really.
Oh, no! Not a moment the keeper will want to revisit. Well, he's got to pick himself up now.
Well, here's the replay, and I think any way you look at this, it's going to go down as an own goal. Really unfortunate.
Ederson. Not a time to get fancy. Well, a struggle for Brazil to keep the ball. Well, he missed the target and then some. Wide it went. Well, they are committed to making this... Oh, it's in! And it goes down as an own goal by the keeper. So back underway, and there we have it. 6 goals divided evenly. Kylian Mbappe, given away by France. And they grab the lead late on. Well, a wild swing at the ball in the end. That was what it amounted to. So a personnel change then. Koundé. video. Well, couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up. Rafinha. Alexandro now. Paqueta. Alexandro. Mateus Cunha. Here's Rafinha. And the problem not completely solved. Takes it on. Oh, dealt with by the goalkeeper. That is that after 90 minutes. Well, back underway here, and it's quite simple. Both teams must steel themselves for 30 extra minutes. Bremer. Marquinhos. Now Casemiro. And he's won the ball. And in with a real chance. And in range. Oh, a goal! Can you believe what we're watching? It truly is a comeback and a half. So back underway, and this game has had a roller coaster quality about it. Bremer. Bremer. It's with Gabriel. Chance to cross. In position now. Opportunity missed.
The stats tell you everything. They can't let all of these missed opportunities affect them. It's about staying positive, keep doing what they're doing in the build-up play, but making sure that they're calm in front of goal.
This could be the equaliser. How about this for drama? All even once more. Astonishing.
Well, here we can see it again. It's just sloppy defending. They've switched off at the back and don't stay with the players. They've got to do better there.
So they restart the game, all even once more, but will it stay that way? There will be 1 minute added on at the end. First period of extra time completed.
Other people speculate every single day. We see the aggregator accounts, we see the names being linked with us. Which ones are actually worth pursuing? And which ones are realistically worth pursuing? That is the discussion of today's video, so if you're looking forward to it, hit that subscribe button, like, and let's get going, shall we? Spurs. We have work to do in the transfer market this time. We all know that, right? We know that there's a lot of money to be spent, there are a lot of players to be sold. Main Ben James said on the last one, Spurs the other day, that we could go for up to 7 signings this summer, which is a ridiculous number, an absolutely ridiculous number, but not out of the realms of possibility, considering how fractured our squad is, and considering how much work actually does need to be done to it. It's a very, very interesting situation for sure, and I want to talk about that today, and I kind of want to show you guys in a video. Obviously, this is what this is. But by the way, before I do get into it, you can download the channel as a member as well. You have access to content if you're interested
in that sort of thing, principle, to chat to you about it. You get access to members only videos, other benefits, stuff like that. So if you're interested, hit that join button. But yeah, Spurs lately, I feel like agents, if they if they want their player to have the move, they think, oh, okay, yeah, let's link them to Spurs. Let's link them to Spurs. And that's exactly kind of what you can see in today's video. This graphic is provided by Oso Spurs, Jim from Oso Spurs. So shout out to him because, yeah, insane looking graphic. And yeah, we're gonna talk about it in today's video because there are a hell of a lot of names involved in it. I'm actually just going to make it a smaller for you guys. I don't do too many cuts on the channel. So yeah, there are a lot of names on this that Spurs have been linked with, and I think it's worth talking about some of them because some of them obviously are realistic than others, and in every position we've sat here and we've gone, we should sign this player and this player and this player. The two in green, obviously, are signings of already made in Marcos Spezzi and Andy Robertson, two players who I think improve our squad depth. Are they starters? We don't know yet. We'll have to see under Berto Zerbi what his thoughts are on it, I guess. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. It's a very, very interesting list, and it's definitely worth talking about. I mean, we'll go from the goalkeeper all the way down to centre forward. And like I say, huge credit to the Oso Spurs team for putting this together. A very, very comprehensively list of players. I'll go through each position. I'll talk about the players that we've obviously got a chance to sign. So you see it on the first one there, the goalkeepers. Trubin, who we were linked with from Benfica, 24 years old. James Trafford from Man City, obviously Chevalier from PSG, not playing this season. Ronald Roos from Sunderland, of course. Then you've got a couple of other names in there. I've just read up there are the most realistic ones. All very specific types of goalkeepers. It's worth trying, I guess, as well, to identify the patterns in our improvement and our scouting by looking at this sort of stuff. And yeah, it seems that Roberto Zerbi is pushing quite hard for Mark. I'm not convinced by this, but it does seem it's someone that he wants. I watched Verbruggen against Japan from the Netherlands. I was not impressed. I'll be totally honest with you. I wasn't impressed. I would go for someone like Trafford or Roos, personally. I really like Robert Roos, who is coincidentally back up with the third choice keeper for the Netherlands at the World Cup this summer. I think he's the person we should be looking for first. Of course, you've got like Mania up there as well from AC Milan, who I think is fantasy, to be honest. He's 30 years old. I don't think he would come to Spurs anyway, but yeah, the names on there, they're incredible names that have been linked with the club. I'd be happy if we signed Roos. I actually don't know how I feel about Chevalier from PSG. He obviously got dropped for Safanov this season. James Trafford would be second on my list, and then Verbruggen probably after that. Interestingly, there have been links to the right back. I'm not going to dwell on the right back stuff too much because we've got Jed Spence and Pedro Torres just signed a new contract. So it's just kind of there for you to see the names that we have been linked with. Obviously, Aaron Hickey is one of them from Brentford, Coyote from Brentford as well, who's a very, very good player. That's Pfeiffer from Brighton. Ruda from Leipzig. There are some good names on there, but I'm not going to dwell on that. As I'm not going to dwell on the centre-back positions too much as well. Obviously, that right centre-back position, Van Het, we're in advanced talks for. We're going to pay a lot of money for him, by the looks of it. But interestingly, yes, we've been linked with John Stones, who would be a free agent pickup. We've been linked with Silva from Benfica, Akanji, Van Heck, obviously, is devastating. We're going throughout these, but Rainbow from Barcelona, Kalulu, Diaz, who's sick, I don't think it's going to be City. But yeah, the names are very, very interesting in that list. I think you've got Van Heck, who's kind of like the middle of the bunch. He's 25 years old, whereas you've got a lot of 30-plus-year-olds on this list. Not many really in the prime of their career. Kalulu is a great shout from Juventus, who I really like as a player. Ruben Diaz would be a statement type of signing that Spurs simply won't do. Van Heck, I think, is a very safe option out of that list of names to go for. Left centre back, Senesi, we've obviously signed, so I'm not going to dwell on any others because we'll have that in that position as well. And left back, we've signed Robertson, who were linked with Sirkin, who obviously used to play for Tottenham and the club. Estepinian, so AC Milan used to play for Brighton, we've got Henry, Triffer, Williams, Anthony Robinson, who were linked with, I believe, last summer as well. So, yeah, on that occasion, we've gone for experience to negate the, I guess, Dogi factor in left back. So, yeah, that's pretty good. These next two are very, very important. Central midfield positions. Pivot, yeah, number 6, which, you know, as you can see, Jim has listed here as a critical position for Spurs, which it is. There are a lot of names on here. Obviously, you can see Carlinho on there as a name. We have an option to buy him permanently, whether he wants to come to Spurs or not is still an unknown. Adam Scott is on there. Hayden Hackney is on there. Gibbs White is on there. Adam Wharton is on there. Bruno Gamara is on there. Those names that I've just read to you, yeah, I don't want to include any more. Those names I've just read to you, I would be happy if we signed. Polini not so much. Hackney I like. Alex Scott I love. Gibbs White I adore, and he would be my number 1 pick. Adam Wharton would be intense. Bruno Guimaraes seems like fantasy, but you never know. It's crucial that we get a number 6 into the squad, because as it stands, and as you can see in the box, it says pivot underneath it. We don't have one yet. We simply do not have one. Which is, yeah, a bit of a concern. And there are a lot of options out there, and this position is going to be one where I think we need to spend the big money. Any of those players that I've just mentioned are going to cost you easy £60 million, maybe apart from making that. But Scott, Gibbs White, Wharton, Guimaraes, it would put those as well. But I think that's the price you need to pay to bring a top level midfielder in. And hopefully we can do that. Hopefully we can really do that. It's a bit different for a box-to-box 8. We don't necessarily need one. But again, the name's there. Scott playing the 8 is the big one. I saw someone actually in my comments the other day recommend that we go and get Cavalinho. Obviously, Mateus Fernandes, we've been keeping tabs on as well. O'Reilly from Brighton is a great shout. I don't think we will sign an 8. I really don't think we will sign an 8. I think we will sign more of a pivot / number 6 who can play a bit deep but also pass the ball. Number 10, interestingly, has been marked as a critical one because we've got Simon's out on long-term injury, that's just come back. But the names on that list are not very inspiring, apart from Nico Palacios, that there's never a chance he held in spite of what else practice. So, I'll be honest, I don't really know too much about any of those names. So I'm not going to waste your time or my time by speaking too much about them. To be totally honest with you. Left wing, critical, we know this, and I've done videos of individual players for all of this sort of stuff. Obviously, the likes of Savinio's on there, Sullivan are on there, Rashford's on there, all names that we've heard already. One name I want to point out on that list, Antonio Nusa from Leipzig. 21 years old. We were linked to him a while ago before he moved to Leipzig. He's a great player. Such a great player. And it would be awesome if we went out and signed him. I would love him. I really, really would. But Savinho, Somerville, Rashford, I wouldn't be upset with any of those signings. To be totally honest with you, I think all of them would be a good addition to Tottenham Hotspur. I really, really do. And then finally, it's that centre forward position, which again I think is quite crucial for Spurs this summer, because we need a central midfielder, centre forward. Regardless if we want to sell, Solanke can't stay fit. Kolo Muani was a hell of a flop. We need a striker. The names on there are very, very interesting. Marmoush, what I like. I've seen a lot of people talk about Gonzalo Ramos. Is that good? Personally, I don't think he's that good. But you know, it's not that straightforward. The scouting done. Maybe it's just because of the general quality of PSG that he doesn't stand out as much. But we've not really had any major links yet for strikers at the time of recording this anyway. Agapoa from Porto we were linked with last summer. Moise Keane is one that maybe De Zerbi would like. It's not bad. I'm hoping there's another name that pops up on this. I love Marmoush. I would sign him in a heartbeat. I don't think we can sign him and Savinho, potentially Nico Gonzalez, whoever else, yada yada yada. It's a very, very interesting situation for strength. I hope that we pick up a good name. I don't really want to see it someone like Castellanos or anyone like that, to be honest with you. But for every name on this list, in every position, it's a very, very interesting list of players. Some of them very, very good, but I think more importantly, there is quite a lack of like top class players. Obviously, in the positions where there are more target fixtures, there are some. So you've got Diaz, you've got Gibbs White, you've got Bingo, you've got Williams, Osimhen, Base. Rumours, by the way, not really think it's also not really going to happen, but it's a very, very interesting one for Spurs, in my opinion, because, yeah, we need a striker, a winger, a midfielder, a defender as it stands, a goalkeeper, all very, very important positions for us. So, in that aspect, the summer's going to be very, very interesting, because we don't know what we're going for yet. We need to get the signing right, essentially. We do need to get the signing right, and I hope that we do. But this is a question for you now, because there are a lot of names on that list. Who would you like to see us sign? And more importantly, are there any names on that list that... are there any names that aren't on that list that you would like to see us sign? That's the question I want to ask you. And what position should we prioritise? It's very, very interesting. And thank you so much for watching today's video. Really, really appreciate it. Shout out once again to the OSO Spurs team of Jim and everyone on that. It was really quite interesting to see all the names broken down in one place that have been linked to Spurs. So yeah, if you've enjoyed it, that subscribe button. If you want to see World Cup content on the channel, hit that join button to become a member. I will see you tomorrow for a brand new video, and as always,
and Messi in full control of the ball here, but they dealt with the threat posed. Nicolas Gonzalez. Well, he missed the target and then some. Wide it went. So making the substitution now.
Not going to try to get things.
Serginho Dest.
Yes.
On to right. And they will have a couple of additional minutes at the end here.
Yes, 4 goals, 3 points, and a statement win to kick off England's tournament this summer. Thank you, Mensa. Welcome to Lions Den Connected by EE. Now, with me today, I have 2 absolute England legends. Between them, they have 200 caps for England, have broken many records, and have been at the heart of England's biggest moments in the last decade. Please welcome Jordan Pickford and the skipper, Harry Kane. How you boys?
Yes!
Has to get the big dog intro from you guys. You boys good?
All good, yeah.
How you feeling, man?
I'm happy, yeah. Yeah, what a great start to the tournament, great game. Just feeling happy, you know. These days in the tournament are always nice when you've had a good result and you can kind of just take a moment to chill, recover, and kind of just take everything in that happened yesterday.
Skip, I want to start with you first. The game was super eventful, high energy, a bit of drama. My heart rate was through the roof. Just talk to me about a game like that, playing against such good opposition, having like drama in the game, but still coming out on top.
Yeah, it was, especially his first half. You know, there was a lot of ups and downs from both teams, obviously. To score 2 goals to begin with was obviously great, but to concede in the way we did was disappointing. And just the ebb and flow of the game, we made some mistakes, they had some chances, we had some chances. So it was a bit of a roller coaster. Second half, I felt like we come out with a totally different mindset and intensity, and just kind of from the first whistle just went full and almost just took the game away from Croatia in that kind of 20-minute spell right there. Yeah, that we're playing World Cup, we're playing against a really good opponent who's done really well, obviously, in recent World Cup. So knew the game was going to be tough. We knew they'd have their moments, but we just felt like over the course of the game we would have more. And that's exactly what happened. We probably could have scored a couple more there. We went for a couple of great saves from their keeper. So overall, you know, it's just the nature of the game. Sometimes you have games like that where the momentum shifts, but overall I think it was a really tough.
Julian, this is your 5th major tournament. You've seen a lot of different opening games. Where does that game rank out of all the times you played?
Yeah, it was probably one of the, for me, like one of the games of the major tournament that I really knew we'd take the challenge on. I remember we first went against Tunisia 2018. Quite a nerve-wracking atmosphere around the group, but I think this manager and staff have kind of got that atmosphere right, and we were ready and we took the challenge on. Like Ed said there, we conceded 2 goals, which not like us is England, but we knew we had enough in the tank, and in the second half we got the goal and dominated.
So how do you both balance that balance between the nervousness of representing your country but then also the excitement that you're kind of living out your dreams?
Yeah, I think for me personally, it kind of, there's a lot of build up until the first game for sure. This one was a bit different, I think, for both of us. We had to wait so long to play. You know, I think within the first few days of the tournament started, we had to wait 6 days and watch all the games, watch everyone else play, and kind of just been itching to get out there ourselves. Once I kind of get on the pitch, I feel like those nerves kind of go. You're into the game, you're not instinctively kind of fun to you get into it. Yeah, maybe because it's a 6th tournament now, you're used to those feelings, used to those things down to us to help them. This was their first tournament. It's a 4-win one in that spot. You sense a little bit of that in the first half, but I thought the manager spoke really well at the time and that allowed us just to relax and go into it themselves, and you saw that in the second half.
Sure, I want to talk about the penalty. So when the first one happens, do you know he's off his line, or are you panicking like, yo, I need something here, you know?
And I was 80% sure, so basically
before the game, I kind of done my research, and I knew that the keeper liked to take a big step forward. So I knew if I started, there was a chance that he would come off the line. Obviously, I still wanted to score. I still wanted to boost him away, but I wanted to see his move. Yeah. Good feeling that he set the obviously really did come to the line, and that would be another chance, especially like starting the tournament like that, just the momentum of the game. I knew it was a big moment for us, so once I got the second opportunity, obviously then it's just kind of timing and that again, right? The mindset is a bit more with the goalkeeper.
Possession lost just at the point of something happening.
So obviously I was really happy to see
good width to this attack now.
I was thinking what's going through your head, but it's clean, man. Great strike. Julian, just talk to me about, like, from your perspective of Croatia coming back into the game, and then obviously you being called on late with so many great saves. Just talk to me about that whole process during that game.
Yeah, I think it was a good game, and I think in general, you probably name today's tournament football, the first game's most important to win and the hardest one to win. We've played Croatia a lot over the years, and we know they're a tough nation, so we need a game. It's my job to make saves when called upon, and that's Skipper's job to put them away like he always does. And I think overall we'll take a lot of good from it, from the 2 goals we conceded, but also the play with the goal we scored and the chance we created. I think as a collective we take a lot of positives from it. We'll try forward against me.
So when I talk about the positive, the second half, I would say as an England fan, it's probably one of the best halves of football I've seen from England. And you said something in your post-match interview about the manager basically saying if we're going to lose, let's lose our way. What is our way?
Yeah, I think what you saw in the second half, just to go, especially without the ball, just to press high, to not be afraid, not to sit back and wait for the other team to be dangerous. I think it was the pitch every ball. That's where it was disappointed. And then what we can see just before half time, I think it's happened to guys 7 men in a line. And we still conceded, so it's almost like what we're doing it for, if we're going to concede, let's concede tempo, and if they play decent football with the players they have as possible, then so be it, it's the first group. I think they said if we lose, we lose. I think this is the first game we're here to, we know what we can do, let's talk about ourselves to go far in this tournament, so just kind of let the shackles off, be free, and I think they had a great impact, this tournament can be a little bit on edge, but I think that second half is the level that we want to reach as a team we want to be. And you saw, once we did up it, from a physical point of view, they just struggled to keep up, and also just an ability point of view. The subs would come on, made a difference. We just kept that high level for the next whole second half.
I want to speak to you quickly about the whole squad, because obviously Jude scores the third, and then Rashid comes and scores the fourth, but the impact that Saka had, that Jed had, when you're seeing so many players coming off the bench with that high quality as players, and so many players that wasn't used, what confidence do you see in that from a goalkeeper's perspective of seeing that whole squad in front of you and the different array of weapons that we have?
Yeah, I think it's great, we've got plenty of options coming on when you see like Jed Spence coming on defensively, we've been graded up, rescored in the midfield. It's got variation all over the pitch, but for me it's refreshing. We know what we do with and without the ball, but I think for the opposition it's a killer. You see them the league on the pitch, off the bench. I think it's just gonna put the shoulders and take a deep breath, but that's what we're here. That's why the manager picked the 26 picked, and everyone is ready on the training pitch, but only 11 to start. But that's the impact we can have.
That's actually facts. If he's been running for so many minutes, you see Saka come on, and it's well, get it. I want to talk about, as both of you senior players, and the harmony that's been created. So I've been here in camp with you guys, just watching from afar. It seems like everyone is cool. There's such like a great vibe amongst you. Like being senior players, how did you guys set that tone early on?
Good defending to end the
That's a good question, I think. So I guess it probably dates back to 2018. I think that's the first time started to get this as been working in someone who
harsh with games. The squads that we wanted. Yeah, this one feels a little different. I think our role has changed a little bit. Obviously, being the more experienced guys, the older guys, some of the players from that, and really talking to him in the squad. So it's just we can really see a desire and excitement from the players in the team just to kind of be part of what can be obviously a special summer. You see us around the place. It would be challenged when it's time to go, but also you see it.
There's going to be a change now. Here it comes.
Competition for consistent.
Under a little bit of pressure, he's managed to put it wide.
Well, he just can't get away from his marker for a clean header. That's top defending.
For the place, and whoever plays will play it. I'll be ready to come on and make a difference when I get my turn. And for our moments, talking to all the players in the squad.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Some players who next day advise us to there's a level that I think we've all set each other, and it's a great sport to be a part of.
I want to talk to you about the fans, because Dallas was packed of England fans, and it's beautiful to see England fans be English. Like they're not doing it Mexican ways. They're not doing none of that. Just talk to me about wherever you guys go and the support that you guys feel in the stadiums.
Yeah, I think we wasn't fit to see at the end of the game. It gives us that added edge, that atmosphere. We all thrive off it. And when they're coming out with full force like they are, I think it's only going to get better as well. The next two games, I think we'll see a lot more numbers coming over. And we all love it. We're all passionate people, and all the English fans are passionate as well. So it drives us. It doesn't go unnoticed as players. We love it. I thrive off it even more as well. So that's what I'd say. That's what we've got in turn for them to enjoy the experience even more. But it's a collective as team, as England, as players, as fans. We all come together for one moment.
Yeah, it's crazy how the football brings the country together. And it felt, I don't know if you guys felt it, but for me it felt very emotional after the game. And just watching you guys sing Wonderwalls and fans, it just felt like, almost felt like we won it.
That was one of my favourite moments, I think, especially at a major tournament. I know it's just the first game and we're not getting carried away, but just that emotional connection with the fans, we know how much it means to them. I think they see how much it means to us. We have that connection right now, but just that moment, singing Wonderwall in the stadium, everyone knew the words, and that was a really special moment, I thought. For as first games go, to have that kind of support from everyone. We know back home it's the same. We know there'll be plenty of beer getting thrown around the night game. So we love that stuff. Me and Pitts and all the squad of fans, we've grown up watching England. We've grown up in those environments, and to be on the other side now doesn't mean that we're disconnected.
Warning: the following teams have been knocked out of the competition.
France. Hopefully we can have a few more.
Sure. Now, I'm not sure if you guys know, but each nation has like a
Norway
celebration music when they score. So ours is Change the Song, the dance. Is that a perfect song, or do you guys pick another one? Yeah, you're too busy scoring. You know that. Do you think that's a perfect song?
Well, I'll try very focus, and I'm just thinking of darts. I think it's good. I think everyone, you can see in the all the celebrating. I mean, see the celebration. That's the connection we have as players, and I'm scanning right and see that down there. That's coming on it. It is good.
Now, we can't have both of you on the show without talking about your accomplishments in the English section. Jordan, I'll start with you. So you've now started 26 consecutive tournament matches. John Stones, you're the most capped men's keeper in major tournaments for England, the first keeper to keep 9 clean sheets in a row, and you hold the record for most consecutive minutes without conceding. That's mad. You're a top player. Just in case you don't know, when you made your debut, or maybe like even before that, when you're first coming up in the game, first coming through the ranks, did you ever think you'd be one day those accolades?
Yeah, I always believe myself. I think the pathway from under 16 to England all the way through to 21, so I think that gave me that chance and that belief system to want to be an England player. I think you work hard all your life, you dream as a kid. We know the percentage is so small to become an England player. But once you pull that shirt on, and you make your debut, you set yourself the standard there. You know, the finish article then, that's where you raise your bar, and that's where you go and work even more. That's where I go and put pressure on myself to become even better and get consistent and look to get them numbers. It's unbelievable, and the hard work, you know, away from football, within football, at club, you know, you give yourself credit, you know, your family commit so much around you as well, so it's not just me doing it, it's everyone around me, you know, to make it possible, and them moments you look at, but you want from yourself, you want to keep pushing, and we all know our dream, we're chasing it as well, so we'll keep going.
It's crazy, man. Harry, a few records for you, just for last night. So you're now level with Gary Lineker with 10 goals on the world stage. You move on to 115 caps with a joint third with Sir David Beckham on the all-time cap list for England men. When you hear those names, do you think to yourself, yeah, I'm one of the best England players ever get to know?
No, I don't think that, no. It's stupid to be in amongst those names, you know. School, so it was, yeah, it's just
After pressing like that, many of the short route to goal.
It was, yeah, pretty mind-blowing to be honest. I fully take stuff in, and then just get on to the next one, the next film. Yeah, it's not for sure. Stop there. Take it fully, but it's fortunately yesterday before the game, after the game, just congratulated getting to 150.
The attack looks promising.
It's consistent.
So offside it is.
To semi that next season, obviously, especially the boys all the rest as well. So, and then with the goals we've mentioned, so with the strive here, especially in World Cups for England. So, to get to the 10 goals now is obviously really pleasing. But, again, it's next game's a few days away. I think so.
You two love being humble guys now. I appreciate it. But I want to just, for me, one of the best players in the world, also the best players in the tournament. And it feels like this tournament, the big players have stepped up. So when you see Mbappe, Messi, Haaland, are you looking at those guys like, no, watch me here?
Yeah, obviously they all had an amazing day the day before we played, so it's always impossible not to see them. Don't have to focus too much on our players personally, but I think there's something in the back of your mind, of course. It's just that little competition, that little drive, style well, so yeah, they're sure of themselves to start talking as well, just from, yeah, I think from off the back of the end of the season I had just to lead into this tournament. You just want to start with of course, as a striker. You want to affect the game, you get off the mound. Yeah, that's always been a case for me in major tournaments, especially. So, personally, it was fabulous.
So I feel like I can talk about both of your milestones all day. So we're going to play a quick game, and this one is called Record Breakers.
Defending to put a stop to the chance.
Let's get your whiteboards. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to basically give you a bunch of different records here, and then you guys got to give me a number that you think sets that record. Closest wins the point. Okay, makes sense. Yeah. Alright, cool. Hey, Jordan, lock in, bro.
Now with Hakimi.
So it's the closest wins, yeah? Okay, so you were in Dallas last night. So let's start with a record for Texas. So a Texan amateur golfer, Richard Lewis, set the record for the most rounds of golf played in a single year in 2010.
Well, moving the ball forward, they might be in business.
They are both golfers, so
showing good situational awareness.
Need something. The answers are 4, 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
Teammates available.
1200 and you've gone 800. Harry Williams.
And into the last 30 minutes now.
It's actually 611.
So you went three
Intercepting it.
and I think like might try and get 3 a day. That's cool. Okay, I do that.
Dangerous here.
Question 2. In January this year, 22-year-old NFL kicker Cam Little broke the record for the longest field goal in NFL history. How many yards was the kick?
Couldn't bend his run, and the flag went up.
So,
and they will make the change now.
One day. Anytime soon. It's pretty straight on edge. Yeah, I guess that's the previous 66.
Abdessamad El-Zouli.
Answers in 3, 2,
Now they have to make the most of it.
Kickers has got 69, and you've got 68. So it was actually 68 on the dot.
Position to read it.
I think it was 66 previously.
So decided to make a personnel change at this juncture.
Yeah, 2021 was 66. Just we got questions where you can come back. That's right. Question 3. In 2010, the longest match in tennis history was played.
Alan finally scored there.
How many hours and minutes did the match last from the first serve to the last point?
Nusayr Mazraoui.
So just for reference, it went on for 3 days. In total, so they didn't play 3 days straight. I guess in total hours that they played. How long was it?
Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect.
2, 1.
Really annoying for them. Couldn't take advantage.
You've got 13 hours and 10 minutes. And you've got 13-10, including you're back in the game. It's actually 11 hours 5 minutes.
Azzedine Ounahi.
But I was on there.
2-1.
There's no one else fighting.
Well, that attack collapsed completely.
Okay, but it was on the 13. Again, it's actually 11 hours. That's a long time. Question 4.
Now with Hakimi.
It was Christine Sinclair's all-time leading goals for international football history. How many international goals did she score for Canada during her career in her 331 appearances?
Just petered out.
Yes, how many goals did she score?
So, challenge.
Answers in 3,
Ezalzouli.
2, 1.
Azzedine Ounahi.
1-8.
Oh, he looks
threatening. That one, man, close. Off. 1.
And a fine press. Still an issue here.
Oh my God.
Another 200. I'll do 15 caps.
That's crazy. Alright, last one. Okay.
I've got nothing. Yeah. Double points.
Yeah. Points, bro. It's worth 3 points. Okay. 3-1 Harry so far. In May 2024, we saw the world record for the longest penalty shootout in history. But how many penalties were taken in total before the winner was decided?
High quality defender.
The 3rd division semi-final playoff. No pressure in it, so they won't just spin to it.
Both sides.
How many penalties are there? 3, 2, 1.
Neither team are passing it well.
So you've gone 3, 47.
I don't know why 47 is not good.
The winner is Jordan. Yeah.
Did well to win
56. 56. That is crazy.
So, what? 5 times? That's 4.5. That's what I went.
Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna move on to some other questions. You got that, so I couldn't read that.
That's why I've got better.
One on. It's 1
Fuck's sake! Can't I just score a goal?
No, Lions Den. We have questions from you guys, so keep sending them in. Use the hashtag Lions Den. We've had a question specifically for you, Jordan. This one is from Ellie.
Jordan, my name's Ellie and I've always seen it as well. First of all, I just want to say thank you to you and the team.
And the
for being
fourth
so
official
amazing
confirming
and
that you'll
talented
have
and
one
recently.
additional
My
minute.
question to you is, what is your favourite childhood watching it? Good luck to you all over the sun. King's Academy, my family, is achieving on.
The first period of extra
Favourite
time is
childhood memory watching England?
Thanks for the message anyway, first and foremost. My favourite childhood memory.
Again, the players know they have to give it one final push.
Like me, probably not my favourite, it's probably one of the worst, but it's one that I remember the most. Watching England versus Germany, I think it was in South Africa in
2010.
2010, and getting back in the game, and
Lampard
went over the line and fought back in the game. See that to me. But then also, another favourite of it, I think, was next against Greece. Free kick over the wall, I think it was legend.
Paige, I'm going to ask you a simpler question, but what is the biggest heartbreak you felt watching England?
Biggest heartbreak I felt.
Time running out, but they could yet
Brazil,
win it.
yeah. That's what I took when I did it. We had a great team then. We would have had in 20 years old, so quite young, but I still remember that day. I think it was,
On the ball,
I think it was yesterday, so yeah, we said that.
You watched that at school?
In school, yeah. In TV.
In terms of added time, a minimum of one.
Holy shit.
Did you?
Yeah, it's set.
I got the class.
Well, this could really help the cause.
It's on the shootouts.
Oh my god.
These two sides
2006, yeah. Keeps with his gloves off, didn't he? I'll get mixed up between the Euros and
yeah, that was the Euros and that was
all about
2006.
shootout.
But that was Ronaldo won.
Alright, cool. Let's move on. We've got a couple of questions. This one's from Maisie and Lamar with Sandra.
How are you doing? Got a few questions for you. Who's your favourite England player growing up?
We all know that fish and chips is the traditional food of England. So if you went to the fish and chip shop and you ordered a bag of chips, what would you order to go with it? Would it be mushy peas, green beans, gravy, pickles, everything's
Just start with the first one. Favourite player for me was
No.
And it's been saved by the keeper.
Legend.
He scores in the bottom corner. Can he remain calm?
Alright, let's go move one. What do you have in on your chips?
And there it is. Perfectly executed.
If it was me, I'm just not sure.
Not what he was looking for. Off the crossbar. A goal here to finish it.
I think all three.
Oh, the keeper comes through the
Things like a different pace curry and
almost intolerable pressure.
Beach. That's next level.
That's too much, Tom. What he did with each one.
And then we get the blood scrubs as well.
Yes, no way.
So we're going to go. You know what? I don't think I've had curry sauce actually with chips. I don't think I've had mushy peas. What's the other one?
No, you're missing out on the mushy peas though, bro.
I don't think I've really had gravy with chips.
Yeah, gravy. Is that northern thing? Is that you man up there? Yeah, you man are different. It's cold up there.
Gravy chipotty. No, and if anything, maybe some ketchup.
When was the last time you had fish and chips?
Yeah, that's a great question. That could be 10 years or so, maybe.
The atmosphere is electric.
Yeah,
Two teams worthy of well, a truly compelling match lies ahead. Hello and welcome. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined by Sue Smith. And this is where the competition really begins to narrow. A place in the final four awaits the winner, and neither side wants to let that settle down. And there it is.
It's got to be the flag goes up. It's one of them where you drive home and see fish and chips and get not all the time, but
I understand. Now, we've had some great social media reactions. Can't hear
Lionel Messi.
Sir David Beckham put on his story.
Dolphy McAllister.
The lads.
Moving
So,
forward under no real
when you
pressure.
see him like
Sloppy on the
someone
ball
like
there.
you who's been your hero, someone that you grew up watching, now responding to you, and he's like a fan of you now. Do you know what I mean? It's like a weird feeling. Like when you see him, what's that like interaction?
Yeah, to be honest, whenever I've met him, I spoke to him, I think it's just been so good. You can really tell he's a fan of the team. He wants to win.
Now,
what
can they do from here?
So, yeah, every interaction I've had with him has been
who we've singled out as our player to watch.
Full
What
circle.
should we expect today, sir?
Well, he's certainly scored a few goals this season. They're going to have to try and mark him tightly because if they give him too much time, he's going to punish you.
Yeah, it's
Got to find reverse gear now.
Yeah, good work. That's exactly what was happening. The shape was good there out
still now I think everyone loves him as a person outside of the pitch, so it's great to have that support.
Working hard to win it back there.
Do you have any messages since last game?
Something there, so I'm not one of them.
Rafael Molina.
Okay, talking social media, we've got another game for you. This one's called Hang Up or Love. As you can see on the table tennis thing, it's got Hang Up or Love here. So this game is based around you. So basically, do some digging. Go through some of your old tweets.
Just flying off this line.
Now we've got some classics that they've resurfaced.
The picks will be one, there's some classics.
So how's it going to work? Yeah, I'm going to give you one of Julia's tweets and I'm going to tell you how to relax. And the next tweet I give you, if the game is, tell me if it's higher or lower lax. Make sense?
What's off the side?
It's each other again.
Fernandez.
This is from December 2014. We're currently lying in bed. This is Clubland TV. Nothing better than old school chick. What's Clubland TV? I never even heard of that.
It's Channel 3 and 3 back in the day.
It's legend. What kind of tunes? What kind of tunes? What kind of tunes you listen to?
Pretty Green Eyes. Start.
Okay, cool. So,
Motivation.
Brilliant
what
anticipation.
are you saying? Hey, you know about Clubland TV?
No, never. Just any more time music. Yeah, yeah, but I'll take more dance. That's good.
Okay, cool. So that got 540 likes. Okay, so the next tweet, do you guys think this got more or less than Clubland Jam? So it goes 12 weeks in Metro. Man, you guys give me some money. The ram in this tweet is over that.
That's going to be a free kick.
Where are you getting
That's good English for me, not age. Good at Richard, what a guy.
You know what he was thinking? He's going to pull in and play.
Fernandez.
I'm not concerned I was 18-year-old. Maybe it's still memory.
Yes,
it's in. Deadlock broken. And just how crucial could that prove
both
to be?
wrongs actually higher. I got 1.2. Which one did it? Yeah. This one is July 2014. At the airport now, can't wait to get home. Hashtag home bed. We don't know what it is.
Must have been July 8th. No. Yeah. Well, that would have been like after pre-season. So that
Yes, do you look kind of you're beating your bed?
just get used to it.
Alright, cool. So what are your guesses? Is this high or lower than last one? We're going lower. And that's correct. 1K likes. 1 point each. 1 points on the board. Love that. Okay. Next one is from June 2018 during the Russia 2018 tournament. Kept it nice and simple. I just posted a letter A. What happened?
It's been a title, I'm sure. Of course, it's A.
Is this some hidden code?
25th of June.
Okay, so does this have an on-pen hashtag this high or low?
The ball is rolling and the second half is
High
underway.
man, you're right, both right. 6 points. Okay.
Followers start picking them.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. That's okay. Okay, finally, it's all.
Played into the penalty area. Off his line sharply,
They really
and
quick.
hits the
What's happening in
post.
2012?
wonder what May the 20th, what day May the 20th was. That's the question I'm thinking here.
It's for the win. He got more lower.
Yeah. He got more.
I'm probably going to go down. Jordan takes this one to actually lower 2.1k likes. Crazy, man. We've got final game to kind of to seal it off.
Anything about Harry? Anything about Harry?
This is all you. What's the article? Some more five questions. Send a little bit of please. Is the hashtag Lions there? Any England social channels. This one's for you, Harry, from Tony. They will let you know what colour kit do you like wearing the most.
David Pico.
Oh, no question.
And on to McAllister.
This year I prefer
Could be setting something now.
it's in general, this one.
The attack breaks down.
Is there any shirt in your town that you love the most? Favourite goalkeeper shirt that you thought?
A superb performance.
I think the blue one this year is a bit different. We're not used to wearing blue, but any kit you wear for England, I don't have.
You guys can see. They just getting presented.
Yeah.
You don't like it, just arch here. So to me, this was from the immunity was highlighted.
One more to the total, and there's no sign of them stopping there.
It's fine. If I felt the heat was alright, I think maybe it's June 1st now, so definitely used to it, and took a couple of days to get used to it, but I feel fine and sweat a little bit, but fine apart from that.
Does it take a while to get confidence?
Yeah,
they told it before. I think it's also for the attackers. It's part of it.
Take things forward a notch here. In the right position to cut out the pass.
Pretty hard there.
Alvarez, and a goal that's likely all too little to affect the result, but there is still fight left in them.
Well, this is all about the press.
Yeah, so it's there.
It's so difficult for the defence to get out, and then once they win it back, they're so clinical. It's a lovely goal.
McAllister.
5-1 to Portugal.
What is your favourite goal you scored for England?
Julian Alvarez.
Give me two answers. Give me from a technical level and then from an emotional level.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen a bit more quality in the final third there.
My debut goal was like just emotional.
Here we go, time for the transition.
Scored
Fizzling out in the end.
One for the perfect first half.
Ramiro. He's in here. But he can't do anything to keep that one out. You can see the frustration, tinged with fury, at not getting more protection from those in front. Well, that's knocked the stuffing out of them as they restart the action once more. Rafael Molina. On to Messi. Enzo Fernandez. Messi. Rodrigo de Paul. Big chance. And a goal for them. But I'm afraid it barely even counts as consolation. And to go a long way with this. Rodrigo de Paul. Read the pass well and cuts it out. And it's all over, but not for the visiting fans.
Well, they just
He'll give me the answer.
6-2. Just because Ronaldo
when I saw a Sunday League game. So, okay, we've got time for one final game that you guys
Brazil versus Czech Republic.
challenge. So if that's
a game for Harry, then, isn't this?
we have a special guest though who wants to check in and give you a little pep talk before you take it on. So now online we have Ian Poulter.
Oh, what's happening?
Yes, Ian, how are you, man?
Truly ready.
So Ian, give him some tips for this game because it's high pressure.
Guy Mowbray here, joined by Stuart Robson, as we bring you this quarter-final showdown. It's winner takes all, and this should be an absolute welter. It's Brazil facing Czechia.
Stay to the left or right, go for the bigger slots.
For me, today, it's all about the individual brilliance.
Ian, how do you find the game last night, seeing these two out there?
Oh, he's missed it. Big chance to open the scoring.
Well, they should be off to a flyer here. And that was a poor effort. He must hit the target.
This pinch put his mind there.
Second half was amazing. The guys all was really class. And to see those you guys are awesome. I know you both play golf, you love your golf. Got any golf questions for Ian?
Vinicius Junior.
Golf legend. Questions?
No surprise to see who he's focused on as our player to watch in this game. You would presume that he'd play a really big part.
Well, he's a player full of confidence at the moment. What a hat-trick it was in the last match. Every time the ball came to me, looked really threatening. His finishing was excellent. He's certainly going to be a marked man today.
It's over the ball is obviously key, so you can, virtually see the line you're but
miscue in the final third
too
there.
tight. It's a simple one to do.
And it's opened up, and it's comfortably dealt with by the goalkeeper.
Once you come to one set, just put the shoulders and let it go.
No rest, like there's no, you're not really out there playing.
Yeah, so the V between the shoulders and the literally it's just a rotation with the shoulders.
All-important first goal of the game.
I feel it's like capabilities. Yeah. Because if you sometimes you're feeling to be.
Well, here we can see it again. He does so well to stick beyond the defender. It just buys him that bit of time to get his shot away. It's a really nice goal.
Ian, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seeing Boston and seeing New Jersey has been a bit okay.
Appreciate it, yeah. Thank you very much.
So, ready for the game?
Yeah, let's go.
This one's called Goal in One. Let's do it. This is Goal in One.
Well, when you get careless, there are consequences, and the goalkeeper will not need telling that this one's on him.
Inside and offside box. Get the ball into the smallest hole. And then
Brilliant anticipation.
It's the largest hole in the
Vladimir Sofa.
Remember, the lowest score wins.
It was looking good, but ultimately nothing doing.
Alright boys, ready for Goal in One? Remember, yeah, just like golf, the lowest score wins. So the hardest shot is worth 1 point, and the easiest shot is worth 5 points. If you miss the target, I'm adding 10 points to your score. If it goes off court, or whatever you call it, it's 20 points. Out of bounds, 20 points. It's 20 points. So, because people been shouting at me, because they're trying to blame me like I didn't explain the rule. Is everybody clear? Cool. H. Captains up. Never had to be a countdown. I'm going to go 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Mateus Cunha.
Scarf balls.
Vinicius Junior. What a chance here. That was a real chance.
That's awesome.
Great instinct there to cut it out.
Get
Oh, wonderful stop from the keeper.
It's
absolutely magnificent.
You know what? Behind the captain.
That's a good ball.
It's over the line for good. 3, 6, 9, 12, 20. That's the lowest sum for yes. Alright, because I'm not gonna lie, you just got to beat Declan, man, because he was basically coming in and saying that you're very inconsistent with your shots. That's what he was saying.
I've just listened to Polk's album for the free. Like,
cool. Okay, so you ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
This is 10.
Oh, it was a wonderful chance. He went to whack it rather than place it.
Well, you can't argue those stats, can you? Good chances at both ends. The game is being played with great intensity, and it's been a pleasure to watch.
He goes, and on, and on. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball.
He made it
There's
easy.
1,000 balls there, man. I was just, I'll beat you over here.
We have to do this. It's consistent. He's a keeper, so it's not to keep them out.
It's consistent. It's consistent. They went for the same hole with the balls and stopping it. Over here. Go forward.
And that gives them a priceless lead.
Well, here it is again, and the way they've been playing, that was always going to happen. They've certainly been piling on the pressure here.
The two or the three, we don't need to. You're actually top the league to win to have results.
Yeah.
And the attack breaks down.
Go for the free. The free was big enough. Okay, just go for the free.
We need to
I say free is about
easily here, and it's not missed by that much.
Well, it's certainly a decent effort, but not quite good enough. They still trail here.
Yeah, I reckon that's about normal, so...
This is why you want to be great. This is how he's
right position to cut out the pass.
His head is gone.
If this was trying to go for the left.
He's looking good. Going towards Sheep. Can't go any further here. Offside.
This is why they connected back with the skipper. Because skipper tops the leaderboard. We'll be back very, very soon. Thanks for watching.
Looking for that final pass to open it up. And there's another one. Valuable breathing space for them now.
Well, just look at his movement. He knows exactly how to find space, and it's also a tidy finish. That's a nice goal.
Weeks. That's all it takes to rewrite a career. Some players arrive as stars, some walk in unknown and leave as the face of the next decade. These are the 25 players who could take over the 2026 World Cup. Not by ability, not by fame, not by one question. When it's over, it starts with a player who told reporters exactly what he's here to do. Antonio Nusa, Leipzig's number 7, 21 years old, and the most exciting player Norway have produced in years. Speaking to Norwegian media to describe his own game, he gave the following sentence: "I like to create chaos." That's what he did to Italy in Oslo. Norway won 3-0, their first win over Italy in 25 years, and Nusa was the best player on the pitch. He set up the opener, then cut inside past 2 defenders and smashed the second into the roof of the net. In the last warm-up match before the tournament, he did it to Sweden too, scored in a 3-1 win with Haaland and Ødegaard both rested. He goes inside or outside off either wing, which most players at this level can't do. Most casual fans have never heard of him. That lasts exactly until the first time he does this on a World pitch, and he isn't the only player in this group who treats the wall as optional. Rayan Cherki, France. Rayan Cherki, the creator who plays like the rules about end product never reached him. He came through at Lille, doing the things modern coaches try to take out of the game. Back heels, no-look passes, flicks in his own half. Most players get that trained out of them. Cherki built a career on gift. He spots passes 2 seconds before they exist and tries them whether or not it looks reasonable to anyone else. The criticism has always been the same. Too much risk, not enough end product. The talent has never been the question. Now he's in France so deep that minutes are an achievement on their own, and France share a group with Norway, the team that just qualified on the back of another player who refuses to play it safe. A World Cup rewards the player who pulls off the impossible at the right moment. Cherki attempts the impossible by default. Give him 15 minutes off the bench in a tight game, and he might produce the best pass or moment of the tournament. Christian Pulisic, USA. The face of American soccer for a decade, and now the host nation's biggest name. The resume is real. Borussia Dortmund at 16, a Champions League at Chelsea in 2021. Then Milan, where he became one of the most dependable attacking players in Serie A. But he has never had this one. The United States are hosting a World Cup for the first time since 1994. The stadiums will be full of people who started watching the sport because of him, waiting for the moment they've been promised since he was a teenager. That's a specific kind of wait. Not being doubted, being believed in. The whole tournament has his name on it before a ball is kicked. Handle it, and he's an American sporting icon for the rest of his life. Kenan Yildiz, Turkey. Kenan Yildiz, 21 years old, and Juventus handed him the number 10 shirt, the one Del Piero and Dybala wore before him. Juventus don't give that shirt to projects. They gave it to Yildiz because he plays with a composure that doesn't match his age. Drifting between the lines, gliding past challenges, finishing without fuss. This season he was voted Serie A's best young player, with 10 goals and 6 assists. Turkey, meanwhile, haven't been to a World Cup since 2002, the year they surprised everyone and finished third. Yildiz is one of the 2 reasons Turkey might surprise us again. In qualifying, he scored twice away in Bulgaria, the kind of night that decides whether a country travels or stays home. Debut tournaments usually take a player time to settle into. Nothing about Yildiz has ever suggested he needs it. Gilberto Moreno, Mexico. When this World Cup kicks off, he will be the youngest player in it, 17 years and 240 days old. The record started early. Youngest to start and score in Mexico's top flight at 15. Youngest to debut for the senior national team at 16. A Gold Cup winner at 17. Real Madrid and Barcelona are already watching, and he's doing it at home. A teenager breaking out at a home World Cup is one of football's oldest, most reliable storylines. Pelé in 1958, Mbappe in 2018. The crowd adopts them in real time. Mexico haven't won a World Cup knockout game since 1986. If the player who finally ends that wait is a 17-year-old in front of his own people, it becomes the image of Mexico's tournament. Michael Elise, One of the most aesthetically pleasing players in the game. Everything he does looks unhurried. The curled passes, the curled shots, the way the ball seems to settle the instant it reaches him. He had the season of his life at Bayern Munich, and the proof came in the Champions League, where they knocked Real Madrid out of the quarter-finals with Elise tormenting them down the right. His problem is the shirt. France's attacking talent is so deep that minutes are rationed, and keeping a place means doing what the others can't. But at a World Cup, a player like Elise needs only one run, one pass, one finish to become unforgettable. Kobe Maynard, England. A midfielder whose defining trait is that big games don't seem to scare him. At 18, he was starting in the knockout rounds of England's run to the Euro 2024 final, the most anxious environment in international football for a country that has spent 60 years tormenting itself over this tournament. And he played like the noise wasn't there. The ball was stuck to him. The panic never arrived. Then his club career stalled. A hard season at Manchester United pushed him to the margins, and for months it looked like he'd missed this World Cup entirely. He forced his way back into form, then back into the squad. Composure under pressure is the rarest thing a young midfielder can own, and Mainu has shown it at the highest level already. His minutes aren't guaranteed, but when a game tightens, England knows exactly who to turn to. Arda Güler, Turkey. Real Madrid trusts him because of what his left foot can do. The passes bend through gaps that shouldn't exist. The ability to settle a match with a single moment while everyone else is watching. He's the other half of Turkey's gifted young spine, the partner to Yildiz. And Turkey's road to North America ran through the playoffs. 2 tense one-minute minutes, where a single mistake meant 4 years of waiting. Güler is the player they trusted to find the opening. Big game players aren't judged on how often they touch the ball. They're judged on what they do with the one touch that decides it. Nico Williams, Spain. A winger built entirely around running directly at people. No overthinking, no slowing down. Just acceleration aimed at the space behind a fullback about to have a miserable evening. He scored in the final of Euro 2024. The tournament Spain won to confirm they were the best side on the continent. And he did it at 22, looking completely unbothered by the occasion. Spain arrive among the favourites here, and Williams is the player who makes their patient possession suddenly beat. The team can keep the ball for 90 minutes. He's one of 2 who makes it hurt. A defender can prepare for possession football. A defender cannot prepare for someone simply faster than them, who is happy to challenge him every single time. Malik Tillman, USA. The kind of player every World Cup turns from a name nobody knows into one nobody forgets. He grew up in the Bayern Munich academy and could have played for Germany. He chose the United States, his father's country, and last summer he justified it, scoring 3 times as the US fought their way to the Gold Cup final. He's an attacking midfielder with a quiet, modern game. Late runs into the box, pockets between the lines, goals that arrive without anything looking forced. For the host nation, he's the wild card. Pulisic is the certainty. Tillman is the one who could disappear into the occasion or announce himself to 100 million new viewers in a single afternoon. A home World Cup hands a player like him the biggest audience of his life and a country desperate for a new hero. He's the unknown quantity. Pulisic has been the opposite his whole career, the one everyone in football already trusts. Pedri, Spain. The midfielder who makes the hardest job on the pitch look like nothing. No sprinting, no theatrics, just a player always standing where the ball needs him to be, receiving under pressure, turning out of it, moving it on before the trap shuts. Watch him alone, and you barely notice him. Watch the space he opens for everyone else, and you can't see anything else. Spain are the European champions, and the tempo of the whole side runs through him. They arrive expecting to challenge for this too, and he's the reason they can. Great midfielders aren't measured in highlights. They're measured by how calm the players around them look. Around Pedri, everyone looks calm. Hassan Medvedev, Germany. A few days ago, he was on holiday. Now he's at a World Cup.
He wasn't in the original plans. He's a last-minute addition to the Germany squad, called up when Leonard Carl got injured. The sort of name that gets one line in the previews and is then forgotten. Except for one detail. On his Germany debut against Slovakia, he came off the bench and scored less than 2 minutes later. The youngest player to score on his Germany debut in 71 years. This is the exact shape of a World Cup story. A young, unknown midfielder dropped into one of the biggest teams in the world with no expectations and nothing to lose. And tournaments have a habit of belonging to the players with nothing to lose. Bruno Fernandes, Portugal. A player who treats the safe pass as a personal insult. Every match he attempts the balls others see and reject. The through ball into a gap that hasn't opened. The shot from 30 yards with a square pass available. Sometimes it's infuriating. Often it decides the game. He is the creative engine of a deep Portugal side. One who refuses to let an attack die a quiet death. And when qualification was on the line, he delivered it himself. A hat-trick against Armenia to send Portugal through. What a poacher's lucky night. The captain settling it with his own feet. The World Cup is decided by the players who take responsibility when the game tightens and everyone else hides. Fernandes has never once hidden. Luka Modric, Croatia. He is 40 years old and still running World Cup midfields. He's won the Ballon d'Or, lifted the Champions League more times than he can casually count, and took Croatia, a country of under 4 million, to a World Cup final and a semi-final almost single-handedly. By any reasonable measure, his time at this level ended years ago. It hasn't. He still glides into space, still slides the passes that make you forget his age. Croatia keep reaching tournaments, and Modric keeps refusing to be the reason they score. This is certainly his last World Cup. The final chapter of one of the greatest midfielders the game has produced, on the only stage that ever fully suited him. Victor Gyökeres, Sweden. A striker who didn't so much qualify for this World Cup has carried an entire nation to it. Sweden's group campaign was a disaster. Bottom of the table, not a single win. A team of good players in apparent freefall. They scraped into the playoffs through the side door, and even then the green looked finished. Then Gyökeres took over. A hat-trick in the playoff semi-final against Ukraine. 5 days later, with the country holding its breath, the goal in the 88th minute against Poland that booked the ticket. One striker, 2 games, a nation rescued. He is power and ruthlessness with nothing decorative attached. A number 9 who bullies centre-backs and finishes everything. He plays like a man with a personal grievance, and the grievance is that nobody picked Sweden to be here. Don't be surprised if he's still scoring when the golden boot is handed out. Martin Ødegaard, Norway. The man who decides when Erling Haaland gets the ball. He's always captain, and it's brave. The playmaker who sees the whole picture and feeds Haaland the kind of service that makes a great striker unplayable. Here's the part that gives it weight. Ødegaard was the best young player in the world once. Anointed as a teenager, signed by Real Madrid at 16, handed the future before he'd earned it. The hype came early, the platform never quite did, now it has. Norway are at their first World Cup in 28 years, they're dangerous, and the gap between a good run and a great one is whether their conductor plays his very best for a month. Alexander Isak, Sweden. Few players make scoring look this elegant. He's tall, but he moves like someone half his size. Long, gliding strides, a fast punch that kills the ball dead, a finish so calm it borders on arrogant. That blend of grace with genuine pace and strength is rare. This is the stage that could lift a quietly brilliant striker into a household name. Sweden are here because of Gyökeres, but Isak is the one who turns them from a fairy tale into a genuine threat. 2 top-class number 9s in a team nobody expected to qualify. That's what makes a dark horse dangerous. For Isak, the talent has never been in doubt. A tournament like this is the spotlight he hasn't had.
Jamal Musiala, Germany. Jamal Musiala. There is no more purely enjoyable player to watch in this tournament. He doesn't beat defenders so much as slip through them. Tiny touches, absurd balance, a low centre of gravity that lets him turn in spaces that shouldn't allow it. Defenders commit, and he's already gone. He arrives having fought back from a serious injury, which only sharpens the story. A talent this rare returned to the stage with something to prove. Germany are rebuilding their identity, and Musiala is the brightest thing they have. Every tournament needs a player who makes you lean forward whenever he gets the ball. In a competition full of organised, drilled defences, he's the one variable no amount of organisation will plan for. Florian Wirtz, Germany. As close to a complete footballer as the modern game produces. He's good at all of it at once, dribbling, passing, finishing, pressing, and he makes the right choice almost every time. No wasted movement, no wrong option. He runs the ball half a second ahead of everyone. That half second is the difference between a decent attack and Germany travelled to North America with a young squad and real doubts about how far they can go, and Wirtz is the answer to most of them. At his signature month, he makes Germany dangerous to anyone. This is the tournament where the sport stops calling him a prospect. The next name on this list was never a prospect. He's the most argued about player in the world. Cristiano Ronaldo, Portugal, 41 years old, and about to play in a record 6th World Cup, something no footballer had ever managed before this summer. He's won everything else the game offers. 5 Ballon d'Ors, Champions Leagues, a European Championship in 2016. And one trophy that has always escaped him is this one. He said plainly that this is his final attempt at it. The most relentless competitor the sport has produced in the last tournament of an international career spanning more than 20 years, chasing the only prize his collection lacks. He even survived the qualifying red card that threatened to rule him out of the start, the ban reduced just enough to let him play. Whether or not you think he should still be starting, and that argument will run all summer, you'll watch. Everyone will. That has never changed. He's the end of one era. The next player is a goal machine who somehow has never once set foot on this stage. Erling Haaland, Norway. Erling Haaland scores at a rate that doesn't really make sense, and this is the first World Cup he has ever reached. He's won the Champions League. He owns the Premier League's single-season scoring record. He's terrorised the best defenders alive, week after week, for years. But Norway were never good enough to get him to a World Cup, until now. This time, he made sure of it himself, with 16 goals in qualifying, twice the tally of anyone else in Europe. He is physical dominance in human form. 6'4", brutally fast, merciless in front of goal. Now picture that player, starved after years of watching this tournament from his sofa, finally let loose on it. Norway have been drawn with France. The world is about to find out what Haaland does under the brightest lights there are. Jude Bellingham, England. Jude Bellingham. He is 22, and football already treats him like a fixture at the very top. He's a midfielder who scores, leads, and saves his best for the biggest games. He won La Liga in his first season at Real Madrid, while scoring goals a midfielder has no business scoring, and he carries himself with a swagger that splits the room. People either love it or can't stand it. Both reactions make the same point. You can't look away. He's been to a World Cup already. He arrived at the last one as a talent and left as a star. This time he arrives as one of the headline names of the whole tournament, in an England side that, on paper, is good enough to win it for the first time since 1966. England don't just need Bellingham to play well, they need him to be the best player in the world for a month. Do that, and he leaves as the face of the sport. The man after him wants that title too, and may already own it. Kylian Mbappe, France. He's already done what most players only dream about, and he did it at 19. In 2018, he ran straight through Argentina in the last 16 and scored in the final. the sport realised it was watching the next heir to the throne. In 2022, he scored a hat-trick in the World Cup final and still lost, which might be the cruelest line in all football. 2 World Cup finals, scored in both, and he's still not 30. Now he's at Real Madrid, scoring at a frightening clip, with fans built around him as captain. There's a version of this summer where he wins the World Cup and the Ballon d'Or in the same year. That wins every argument about the best player alive. He's the present king. The next name wore that crown first, and maybe about to set it down for good. Lionel Messi, Argentina. This is the last time the world watches him at a World Cup. 4 years ago in Qatar, he finally completed the part of his career that was unfinished, lifting the trophy in a final people will be describing to their grandchildren. It was supposed to be the perfect ending. Instead, at 38, he came back to defend it at a record 6th World Cup, a milestone he reaches a day before Ronaldo does. No country has won back-to-back World Cups since 1962. Argentina, with Messi, an injury scare in the build-up briefly threatened the whole thing. He made the squad. He's going. And every touch he takes this summer carries the weight of a goodbye the entire sport wants to witness. There's no neutral way to watch this. It's the closing scene of the greatest career football has produced. The last name on this list has already shown what he can do at the biggest stages, even at a young age. Lamine Yamal, Spain. 18 years old, and already one of the best players in the world. Read the timeline back. At 16, he became the youngest player ever to score at a European Championship, and Spain won the whole thing. At 17, he was starting Champions League knockout ties and bending in goals where men chase for entire careers. At 18, he is the single most dangerous footballer in a Spain team built to win this. He plays with a fearlessness that can't be coached, the drop of the shoulder, the cut inside onto the left foot, the heartbeat of stillness before the pass nobody saw coming. It's the game in its purest, most joyful form, played by someone who hasn't yet been told any of it is supposed to be hard. And this isn't his ceiling. Nobody knows where his ceiling is. We're watching the very beginning of something, and the beginning already looks like this. The future of football has already been here a while. We're all just watching at the same time now. 25 players. Some will leave this World Cup exactly as they arrived. Known, respected, unchanged. A few will leave as global superstars. Their whole lives rewritten by a single month. And one of them, maybe a name on this list, maybe one nobody has said yet, will produce the moment the whole tournament gets remembered by. With the World Cup just started, which player are you watching the most closely? Tell me in the comments. And subscribe, so you're here when one of these names takes over.
You won't want to miss a second of it. And a warm welcome on what is... A fine day for football, perfect playing conditions. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined for commentary by Stuart Robson, and hopefully we've got some goals and drama on the way. It's Norway facing Brazil.
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
Being as a footballer, you play at your best when you're living a good life. That means finding a balance and discovering things that you like. Some people like to focus on football all the time and be in that world. Others don't like to think about it at all when they're not on the pitch. For me, I'm lucky because I really love most footballing I know. I could take over too much against the green. I keep a diary that I write in almost every day. I write about the following day and what I want to achieve. It could be many different things. It depends on who we're up against, what time the match is. When I write it down, it gives me both a perspective of how I felt before and the clarity of knowing how I felt. It's nice to check back and reflect on one's own performance and assess it. There are a lot of emotions in elite sports, like now when representing a country. There's a massive emotion, that's just what it is. So to write it down, flesh out all those emotions, helps me to focus on what's important and remove all the noise around me. Most of all, it was about enjoying the moments and not being scared to play in a World Cup for Sweden. It's an incredible honour to go onto the pitch and not have to regret anything afterwards.
Erling Haaland.
A middle-aged police officer chasing a much younger and faster carpenter. Now the whole village is watching. Sounds like typical Sunday League madness. But it's not, because that carpenter is 18-year-old Miroslav Klose. At that age, elite players are usually already inside famous academies, making debuts, winning trophies, sometimes even winning the World Cup. But Klose was working with wood during the day, playing in 7th Division on the weekends. One coach even told him to quit football completely, and somehow that same player would become one of the most feared strikers in all of football, and the greatest goal scorer the World Cup has ever seen. So, from carpenter to World Cup top scorer, this is the story of Miroslav Klose. Miroslav Klose's entire football story almost ended before it even began. In 1997, he played for a tiny club called SG Blaubach-Biedelkopf in Germany's 7th Division. But the thing is, he wasn't 9 years old, he was almost 20, and he had to go through something that most of us know all too well. Think back, at some point, when you were a kid, you were absolutely convinced that one day you were going to play professional football. You had the skills, you had the mentality, and definitely the celebration. But suddenly, there was this moment you realised, damn, maybe there's levels to this. In Klose's case, a coach pulled him aside and told him that he should find a real job, and he would never make it as a pro. For most players, that's the moment the dream dies. And to be fair, Klose didn't look like the future of football, just a random dude from the Palatinate Forest, a rural region that at first sight was mostly famous for wine. Second Mills, home of several World Cup legends. At that point, Klose was basically invisible to professional football and already older than most prospects. But he was obsessed with improving, always the first player on the pitch in training, the last one to leave. Step by step, he built his way up. 20 years old, Klose left his hometown club and started making a name for himself at 5th Division side FC Hamburg, their reserve team. Then came the summer of 1999 and the opportunity that changed everything. Kaiserslautern noticed him and brought him in. Klose wasn't immediately thrust into Bundesliga spotlight, but it was, finally, an opening into professional football. Klose played in the second team, not exactly delivering crazy numbers, but did enough to impress his coach, who quickly recommended Klose to the first team. And there it was, April 15th, 2000, Miroslav Klose's Bundesliga debut, with
with his first goal coming early in the following season. Slowly, the football world started noticing. But even after reaching the Bundesliga, people didn't fully believe in Klose. He wasn't the fastest or most technically gifted striker. He also wasn't known for scoring screamers. Ironically, Klose himself once admitted that shooting was never really his thing, which makes what happened next even more ridiculous. By the early 2000s, Klose had turned into one of Germany's deadliest strikers, scoring 16 goals in his breakout season. And now the world starts realizing just how good this man really was. A true master in the box, with unmatched aerial ability, elite positioning and instinct. That kind of pure number 9 we don't really get to see anymore. In the following years, Klose became the Bundesliga's top scorer at Werder Bremen with 25 goals and 13 assists in just 26 games, won domestic titles with FC Bayern München, and became a fan favourite at Lazio. Also, thanks to his iconic front flip celebration, of course. But club football was only part of his story. Because when people think about Miroslav Klose today, they mostly think about one thing, the World Cup. His first match for Germany already felt symbolic. Germany was struggling. Klose came off the bench, then scored a header to win the game. Afterwards, he said, "It doesn't get better than this anymore." Boy, we have news for you. It started at the 2002 World Cup. Germany entered the tournament without high expectations, but suddenly the still relatively unknown Klose exploded onto the global stage. He scored 5 goals, every single one a header. Germany reached the final but lost to Brazil thanks to 2 goals from Ronaldo, the only player who scored even more goals than Klose back then. It marked the beginning of a legendary duel and a chase for World Cup glory. He had Müller's record for most World Cup goals. Klose had 5. A long way to go. The race was on. 4 years later, on home soil, Klose became even better. This time, he won the gold boot over Ronaldo and became the first player ever to score 5 goals in consecutive World Cups. But Ronaldo, with his 3 goals, was the one to break the record. Now Ronaldo was the man to beat, and 15 the number to chase. Next up, South Africa 2010. By the end of the tournament, Klose had 4 goals to his name, level with Müller's record, and just 1 behind Ronaldo. Which meant 2 things. First, now everyone knew this Klose guy was legit. And second, Ronaldo's record was in real danger. But Klose's career was also slowly coming to an end. He had 1 final World Cup left in him, 1 last try. Brazil 2014. A goal against Ghana tied Ronaldo's record. Suddenly, Klose was just 1 goal away from immortality. Just a few days later, that's exactly what happened. Semi-final. Germany versus Brazil. 23rd minute. Shot, save, rebound, goal. Klose had done it. His 6th World Cup goal. And it couldn't have been scripted any better. 36, the carpenter who was once told to quit football entirely had just broken the World Cup scoring record on the biggest stage, the most shocking game in World Cup history, against the most decorated football nation on earth, on their own soil. It was the perfect moment, and incredibly fitting for a player who built his legacy quietly with consistency. His career was basically over before it began, and who said he couldn't really shoot. Today, Miroslav Klose is known as being the World Cup record scorer and the all-time top goal scorer for the German national team, all despite not scoring his first top 5 goal until the age of 22. But it's not only his scoring that has caused his peers to respect him like they did and still do. It's also his character and his honesty. In 2012, Klose was playing for Lazio and basically with the Maradona. He scored using his hand. He allowed the goal. Instead of celebrating, Klose immediately admitted the handball himself. The goal was cancelled. Lazio went on to lose that match. But Klose walked off with something far more valuable: respect of the entire football world.
Later, his honesty also earned him a fair play award. His second point, Lazio supporters want to describe Laporta as an example of professionalism, reliability, honesty and honesty. You should be protected by Ionesco. That perfectly sums up Miroslav Klose, because football usually celebrates the loudest stars, the biggest talents, and the most spectacular players. Klose was one of those things. That's why his story feels different from most legends. He didn't go from dishwasher to millionaire, but from carpenter to World Cup record scorer. A true Bundesliga miracle.
One of the following teams have been knocked out of the competition: Brazil and Norway. Portugal win over Canada.
A glittering occasion. It is the final, but only one. Hello, it's great to be with you, and I don't think anybody is going to complain, especially about the weather. Derek Ray here on the commentary position, and sitting next to me is the former England international Sue Smith. And what we have to bring you is live cup action. How do you see it panning out? Well, the keeper calmly putting that moment of danger to bed. So here is the lineup.
Yeah, looks like a conventional 4-4-2. You don't see it too often anymore, but it should give them a really stable platform both in and out of possession.
That's not a bad ball. Well, he would love to have that header back. Here's how it looks for Portugal. João Cancelo starts with Nuno Mendes in the fullback positions. Bruno Fernandes plays alongside Vitor Pereira in central midfield. And the focal point in attack today is Cristiano Ronaldo.
Today, I'm in 2004, and I've made Lionel Messi Spanish instead of Argentinian to see how he performs for his entire career. We're going to go through 15 years of Lionel Messi's career and see how he performs. So we're going to track it all right here. This is an example of a GOAT-tier career, based on goals and assists for all of his seasons. We can track all of the goals that he scored through his career, as well as every single trophy.
Yeah, it's a bit of both. You've got to give him time to get back on side. Surely he can see what's going on.
Likes to run with the ball at his feet. Rafael Leao. He's in with a chance. The opening goal in the final. And how important could that be as a direction pointer?
And Portugal beat Canada in the finals. They're going to see
Buchanan. Silva. Maybe dangerous here. Oh, good work by the keeper. So the corner played into the box. Timed it pretty well. Decent contact, but not the required direction. Bruno Fernandes. Tejon Buchanan. Ahmed playing his way in. A fine reading of the situation. Rafael Leao. Opportunity it is. Surely. And a goal to increase the lead in this final. Will they be stopped now?
it's in the next
Well, take a look at this. The pace they show on transition, it's just so impressive. The defenders can't stay with them. And once through, he slots it away nicely. It's a quality finish.
Teammates available. Crossing into the middle. Well, he'll be a bit deflated following that effort, but he was being tightly marked. Rafael Leao. Now with Neves. Joao Cancelo. A real opening now. And it goes! The lead just gets bigger. Surely they can't let this slip now. So back in action. It's been all Portugal so far. You sense there could be extra punishment in store. Rafael Leao. Joao Neves. And Portugal struggling to keep it. Attacking with vigour. Cross could be useful. And just like that, broken up. And saved by the keeper. Fernandes. Cristiano Ronaldo. A huge chunk of added time, 1 minute. Well, I think he'll be kicking himself, ruled offside.
Well, I'm not sure why he's not on the move inside the box. He just gets caught standing still. It's really poor, that.
The first half here. So the second half begins. Who will steal the show? Now options are plenty. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Silva. Neves. Did well to skip through. Can he put it away? And doing well to keep that one out. Really good wide play. Ahmed. Nicely timed tackle. Not the cleanest of passages. And a quick counter-attack could be on. Inexplicably, it fizzled out. Johnston. Will it happen for them? Oh, I thought they were onto something there.
Yeah, it looked really promising, that, didn't it?
Now can the keeper deal with the pressure? And a goal. It was served up on a silver platter for him. So there it is. 3-1 the current scoreline here. And he read it well, intercepting it. Need to clear it away. And Portugal regaining possession. Tejon Buchanan. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Could call one back here. And he's broken free. Oh, they've grabbed another one. Inching closer and closer. Within a goal now. And you have to say, momentum on their side. Forceful play. Oh, problematic for the keeper.
Oh, sloppy from him.
Just 10 minutes remaining here. Well, he's certainly not alone. And back to Costa. Well, the alarm bells are ringing a bit. Well, the net was staring him in the face, but he couldn't put it away. And time for the change now. This could be the equaliser. Oh, can you believe this? Back from the brink, and wild celebrations on the touchline. Can they nudge in front late on here? A fine reading of the situation. Cristiano Ronaldo. It's with Joao Cancelo. It's looking promising. Ronaldo! Oh, a goal! Late drama here, and surely that's one hand on the trophy. So little time left for a response now. And there it is, the final whistle. Cup success is theirs, and they've done it on merit. Look at these.
Hello? Hey, bro. If going, could you invite me? True. No. I'll play FC26. I'll play FC26. Yeah.
Well, the hard work and the dedication, it makes it all worthwhile for moments like this.
Yes, a performance that has impressed
Don't.
absolutely everyone. And now it comes down to holding that piece of silverware aloft.
No. I'm just waiting for GTA 6. I said I'm waiting for it. I never said. Apparently, the pre-order for GTA 6 is releasing on the 25th. Do you guys play FC26? The FC26. I said FC26. But the game I'm playing, FC26. This game. Do you play this game? FC26? Yeah, they win the World Cup against Canada for free. Well, let's see who wins the World Cup. Right, so play tournament, new. Let's see who does well in the group stages. You're back, okay. Well, let's see who gets through to the under 32. Right. Who's gonna win? Mexico or South Korea? No. I only play this game. Who's gonna win? Czech or South Africa? Ooh, it's a draw. Okay. Who's gonna win? Canada or Qatar? Which one is it? Canada beat Qatar. Who's gonna win, Turkey or Paraguay? Come on, Turkey, beat Paraguay. Yes, 3-0. Come on, Switzerland, beat Bosnia. Bosnia beat Switzerland. Ooh. Come on, USA, beat Australia. Ooh, USA beats Australia, okay. Come on, Morocco. Who's your nine? Come on, Brazil, beat Haiti. Brazil beat Haiti, W. I'm doing the World Cup. Can Germany win? Yes, Germany beat. I can't pronounce that. Good. Can Netherlands? Right, Netherlands versus Sweden. Who's gonna win? Netherlands beat Sweden 3-1. Okay. Tunisia versus Japan beats Tunisia 4-0. Okay. I don't know. Ecuador beats Curacao. I think. Yeah. It's correct. New Zealand versus Egypt. Come on, Egypt. New Zealand, yes. Egypt won. Belgium versus Iran. Come on, Belgium, beat Iran. Yes. Spain versus Saudi. Come on, Spain. Spain won 4-2 against Saudi Arabia. Okay. Can Uruguay beat Cape Verde? Can France beat Iraq? France beat Iraq 2-1. No. Come on, Argentina, beat Austria. Ooh, it's a tie. Come on, Nigeria, beat Jordan. Jordan beat Algeria. Oh, no, that's not good. Can Norway beat Senegal? Second. Can Croatia beat Panama? Yes, they can. Don't worry about it. I'm talking to myself. I said I'm talking to myself. What? I said I'm talking to myself. Jimmy! No. I hate teardown. I hate Hernan. Who? I think she's ignoring you. Come on, Turkey, be okay. Yeah. Come on, Brazil, be Scotland. Yeah. And Germany beat Ecuador. And Netherlands beat Japan. I mean, Tunisia. Can Netherlands beat Tunisia? Yes, they can. Next. Can Sweden beat Japan? Can Curacao? Can Spain beat Uruguay? Can the Saudi beat Cape Verde? Yes, they can. Wow. Good information. Belgium beat. Can France beat Norway? Except can Argentina beat Belgium? Can Nigeria beat? Can Senegal beat Iran? Yes, they can. Portugal beat Colombia. And see I can get a bit.
Where y'all even at?
In Croatia beat Ghana. Oh, they
Hey, this trash bin over here is still on fire. You know what's crazy? This trash bin by this bus stop over here by the gas, Hey, we got a bunch of trees on fire over here. By the interstate. On Road, Vine Street.
on Canada beat Bush now.
Hey, we got trees on fire over here at Vine Street.
I'm busy. You should have based on USA beat Germany.
Dang, his car's smoking. Holy, bruh. Sir, why are you pointing a gun at me?
Perfect little step. And Saudi. Yeah. In Egypt. In Norway beat. One. And Spain beat Keeper. Spain beat Keeper.
Yo.
Cannot share pictures. Nigeria.
My bad. I accidentally pressed the wrong button on my keyboard. GTA driving. And I ran a stop sign. Oh. I don't know how to turn my headlights on though.
Now, let's do it.
Okay.
Station.
Also, how do you turn your vehicle off? Your vehicle off? Oh, that's good.
Come on, Tracer, and beat South Africa. There we go. And Germany beat Sweden. Sweden beat Germany.
Wait, I thought he had a 2-minute ban or whatever. Alright.
South can create. Okay.
There have to be it. It have to be a reason for them to pull you over. You can't just have them to pull you over. Oh.
And Ghana.
Damn.
Can be a big goal.
Is that like the 5th time that kid's been pulled over?
And the way big time. That's a good one. And Belgium did something. How they beat Belgium. And Croatia beat Belgium. And Spain beat Jordan. And Algeria beat Boston. And England beat Portugal. And Portugal beat and Argentina beat Uruguay.
Oh. Damn.
And USA beat. Come on, USA.
I'm just helping.
Yo. Yo, freedom.
And Turkey based.
This purple Challenger just hit the front of my fire truck when I was going. Stay right here until stay right here until PV goes. Stay right here.
Shut up!
Bro, shut up.
Hey, I'm seeing this guy's like not have his hazards on. He's like in the middle of the road. You're doing everything. Shut up, dude.
Shut up and let them talk. Shut up.
No cussing either. He should get perm banned.
I'm liking to Egypt. Portugal. How they stage of the comment.
Just joyous.
Building in the
Alright, who the hell did this? Who did this, man? Who the hell did?
And Spain beat Turkey. Egypt. Yeah. From there.
Shut up!
Shut the fuck up.
Come on, Spain, beat Colombia. Come on, Spain, beat Morocco. Egypt beat Colombia. Egypt beat Colombia. Coming from the big Morocco.
Yo,
Big
Red Storm, your
boom.
mic is
Okay, big.
Your mic cutting out.
One of the following teams have been knocked out of the competition. Morocco.